एवरीवन, गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज है 28th ऑफ नवंबर 2024। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन। आई होप मेरी वॉइस आ रही होगी आप लोगों तक। फिलहाल बात करें क्रूड ऑयल की, तो कल के लेवल है, कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ है, नथिंग चेंज्ड। सारे के सारे कल के लेवल है। याद होगा कल मार्केट अपने सपोर्ट एरिया पर ही क्लोज हो गया था। अर्ली मॉर्निंग मार्केट वहीं पर ओपन हुआ था। कल एक लास्ट में एक सेलिंग का ही ट्रेड बना था, फिर बाइंग का ट्रेड लगाया था, बट वो क्लोजिंग सपोर्ट पे ही आ गई थी। अर्ली मॉर्निंग वही सपोर्ट पे मार्केट था, वहां से थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग आई, फाइनल टारगेट वहीं रखा हुआ था। अभी भी बीच में कल वाला वो छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस है ये, बट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अभी ब्रेक कर दे तो बेटर है, फिर यहाँ से सेलिंग आए ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा। कोई बाइंग में है तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करो, थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है इस लेवल पे। ये कल वाला ही रेजिस्टेंस है जहाँ से कल सेल किया था, याद होगा। काफ़ी देर बाद सेलिंग आई थी, तो अभी भी रुका हुआ है, इसके ऊपर मार्केट ब्रेक नहीं कर पाया है, तो अभी भी हम इसको मानेंगे रेजिस्टेंस। तो हो सकता है थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ से पुल बैक मार्केट में देखने के लिए मिल जाए। ठीक है, तो जो लोग बाइंग में हैं, कल भी हमारा टारगेट वही था 150 पॉइंट। मैंने कल बोल दिया था कि कल इंट्राडे में तो नहीं हो पाएगा टारगेट हिट। आज सपोर्ट पे ही ओपन हुआ, तो लेट्स होप आज ये दे दे पूरा टारगेट। ओवरऑल देखोगे मार्केट रेंज बाउंड ही है। यूएस मार्केट की बात करोगे तो आज क्लोज है शायद। फॉरेक्स मार्केट ओपन है, तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, लेवल कल के ही है, कोई चेंज नहीं हुआ है। थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ से पुल बैक आ सकता है, बट जिस तरह से कल ये इस लेवल पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा कंसोलिडेशन हो गया था, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ब्रेक कर दे तो ज़्यादा सेफ है। फिर ऊपर वाले लेवल पे हमारे पास वो रेजिस्टेंस है ही परसों वाला, वहाँ से वापस सेलिंग का फिर प्लान करेंगे। तो एक काम कर सकते हो, जो लोग बाइंग में हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो। यहाँ पर किसी को अगर सेल करना है तो बहुत रिस्की है, थोड़ा संभल के करना। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ये ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे, एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे आके सेलिंग दे तो बेटर रहेगा। बाकी अब नीचे भी आएगा तो मुझे लग रहा है ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये लेवल बहुत बार टेस्ट कर चुका है, यहाँ पर कुछ ज़्यादा ही बार टेस्ट हो चुका है। तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ये नीचे आता है तो फिर ब्रेक डाउन के चांसेस भी बढ़ेंगे। तो नीचे आपका 5677, ये भी कहीं एक ब्रेक डाउन रीटेस्ट, इसके नीचे भी प्लान रहेगा। न्यूज़ की बात करें तो कोई न्यूज़ आज शेड्यूल तो नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए, कोई डेटा शेड्यूल तो नहीं है। तो 6:30 और 8 PM यूएस मार्केट और न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग रहेगी, तब थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है। कोई अगर यहाँ पर सेल दोबारा करने की सोच रहा है, थोड़ा सा संभल के करना, ठीक है। ये है रेजिस्टेंस अभी भी, ठीक है, दिस इज स्टिल अ रेजिस्टेंस एरिया कल वाला ही। बट ये इतने बार कल टेस्ट हो गया था, पता नहीं अब होल्ड करेगा नहीं करेगा। तो अगर कोई यहाँ पर सेल कर रहा है तो थोड़ा संभल के। बाकी अगर ये ब्रेक कर देता है तो ये टारगेट हमारा कल जो हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे वो अचीव होगा, नहीं तो हाफ टारगेट ही मान के चलना। जो लोग बाइंग में है, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर सकते हो। बाकी नीचे हमारे पास एक एफ भी है छोटा सा, तो देखना पड़ेगा क्या ये जब नीचे आता है तो इस एफ को होल्ड कर पाता है या नहीं। तो जो लोग सेल कर रहे हैं, इस एफ तक का एक टारगेट रख सकते हैं इन क्रूड ऑयल। थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड है, उसका रीजन ये है कि इस लेवल मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है अब ऑलरेडी। बाकी न्यूज़ तो खैर नहीं है, बट स्टेटमेंट बहुत आ रही है रसिया की ओर से, काफ़ी मिसाइल्स मार रहे हैं यूक्रेन पे। तो थोड़ा सा वहां पर ध्यान रखना, मार्केट हो सकता है उस वजह से थोड़ा बहुत वॉलेटिलिटी में रहे। तो जो लोग सेलिंग में है, छोटा सा एक कह सकते हो एक पुल बैक टाइप में, थोड़ा ऊपर ही चला जाए एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से, वहां से गिरे तो ज़्यादा सेफ है मुझे लगता है। बीच का लेवल ही रिमूव हो जाएगा तो थोड़ा सा रेंज बड़ी हो जाएगी। एफ की वैल्यू, ये है ना, एफ की वैल्यू कितना है ये आपका, 5822 से लेकर 5834 के बीच में। ठीक है, तो ध्यान रखना अगर किसी ने यहाँ पर सेल किया हुआ है। व्यू ओवरऑल देखोगे तो क्रूड ऑयल का ऐसा नहीं कि बहुत बुलिश है या बेरिश है, प्राइस रेंज के अंदर ही चल रहा है, कल परसों से इसी रेंज में मूव करते जा रहा है। कल भी एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे नीचे आएगा, नीचे आया, यहाँ से बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड थी, टारगेट यहाँ तक था कल भी, बट वो कल मार्केट क्लोज हो गया। आज एग्जैक्टली वहीं पर ओपन हुआ था, तो वहां से फिर से बाइंग करी है। लेट्स सी अगर ये रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक हो जाता है छोटा सा, और फाइनल टारगेट पे जाके यहाँ तो सेलिंग डेफिनेटली बनेगी। बाकी देखते हैं ये इस एफवीजी को होल्ड करके जाता है ऊपर या फिर नहीं। चला ही जाए तो बेटर है। बाकी चलो बाइंग में है। प्रॉफिट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक जरूर कर लेना, रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी ट्रेल कर रहे हो तो। अगर एफवीजी होल्ड करता है तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग यहाँ से निकल जाना चाहिए इसको इस तरह से। नहीं किया तो फिर वो ट्रेलिंग ऐसा हिट करने आ जाएगा नीचे। और नीचे आया तो फिर ये सपोर्ट शायद होल्ड ना हो। बट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग एक बार तो जाना चाहिए इसको इस लेवल पे। यहाँ जाना तो चाहिए इसको। मिनी कर दो सेल, जो करना है करो। मिनी करना है मिनी कर दो या फिर। बट ध्यान रखना ये थोड़ा सा, मुझे लग रहा है ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए, लॉजिकली तो होना चाहिए इसको ब्रेक। इतना रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ से ले लेके नीचे गिरा था कल। ऑब्वियसली डायरेक्टली तो नहीं होगा ब्रेक क्योंकि ये डायरेक्टली बाइंग आई है यहाँ से। थोड़ा देर कंसोलिडेशन हो जाए या फिर थोड़ा पुल बैक आ जाए फिर निकल जाए इस तरह से। बेस्ट के सिनेरियो है वो हमारे पास। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखोगे तो गोल्ड भी रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है शायद, नीचे कल वाले सपोर्ट से सपोर्ट लेके गया था, अभी रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही है। कोई बाइंग में था तो प्रॉफिट बुक करना, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस भरा हुआ है पूरा का पूरा। वापस सेल कर सकते हैं यहाँ से, थोड़ा और ऊपर आए तो और वापस सेल करना, थोड़ा एसएल बड़ा है। एंड इसके ऊपर फिर वो 2680 90 वाला रेजिस्टेंस जोन है। सिल्वर को भी देखोगे तो सिल्वर में सिल्वर में भी कल वाले लेवल है। कल एक आई थिंक वो ब्रेक डाउन हो गया था, रीटेस्ट नहीं किया उसने, सीधा चला गया था नीचे। उसका रीटेस्ट शायद अभी ये करने आया है। हाँ रीटेस्ट अभी किया नहीं है, शायद रीटेस्ट करने आने वाला है शायद ये। तो ऊपर एक कल वो सपोर्ट ब्रेक हो गया था याद होगा न्यूज़ के वक्त। तो रीटेस्ट किया नहीं इसने उस समय 30.27 का, तो वहाँ करता है तो एक रीटेस्ट वहाँ पर है, नहीं तो फिर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है मार्केट के पास। बाकी ये नीचे सपोर्ट भी मुझे लग रहा है शायद अब ब्रेक हो जाएगा, ये भी काफ़ी टाइम टेस्ट हो गया है मार्केट में। डेलो है जो बना हुआ है फॉरेक्स में या फिर एमसीएक्स में, फॉरेक्स में जो डेलो बना हुआ है ना वो मुझे लगता है ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए, भी बहुत बार टेस्ट लेवल है। 1 2 3 4 टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है लेवल। लेट्स सी बीच में कोई और री एंट्री का मौका मिलता है तो। ये रीटेस्ट जोन है, ध्यान रखना। पर और गोल्ड थोड़ा सा अपसाइड मुझे लग रहा है इस वजह से जा रहे हैं, न्यूज़ थोड़ी सी कुछ खास पॉजिटिव तो नहीं आ रही है। स्टेटमेंट जो आ रहे हैं रसिया की ओर से नॉट गुड। जियोपॉलिटिकल थोड़ा सा टेंशन ज़्यादा ही राइज है, इसलिए मेरे को लग रहा है थोड़ा सा बहुत मार्केट गोल्ड और सिल्वर अपसाइड मोमेंटम में है। बाकी आई थिंक ओपेक प्लस की जो दिसंबर में मीटिंग होनी थी वो पोस्टपोन कर दी है शायद, ऐसा सोर्सेज की ओर से आ रहा है। देखना पड़ेगा पोस्टपोन हुई या नहीं हुई है, बट न्यूज़ है कि जो आई थिंक नेक्स्ट वीक है ओपेक और ओपेक प्लस जेएमएमसी की, वो पोस्टपोन कर दी गई है। थोड़ा सा क्लैरिटी आना बाकी है, बट जहाँ तक मुझे पता है लग रहा है न्यूज़ जो सुनी थी उसके अकॉर्डिंग तो वो पोस्टपोन्ड ही बोल रहे हैं उसे। यहाँ पर कोई सेल किसी ने किया है या फिर करना चाह रहा है क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़े से पुल बैक के लिए मिनी वगैरह कर सकते हो। वापस नीचे आएगा तो देखेंगे, अगर सपोर्ट लेता है तो वापस यहाँ से बाइंग। वैसे तो मुझे लग रहा है जिस तरह से कल यहाँ कंसोलिडेशन मैंने बता रहा हूँ हुआ है तो इसको ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए लॉजिकली, और जो मेजर रेजिस्टेंस है ऊपर वहां तक प्राइस को आ जाना चाहिए। बट अब देखना पड़ेगा, डायरेक्टली तो शायद नहीं होगा, या तो कंसोलिडेशन हो जाना चाहिए यहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत, या फिर एक हल्का सा पुल बैक आ जाए तो वो भी बेस्ट है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं स्ट्रीम को। हाँ, यूएस मार्केट बंद है शायद, यूएस मार्केट क्लोज ही है आज और कल।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Scott Carr. There have been swatting and bomb threats made against several Trump cabinet and transition picks, including two from New York. Trump's nominee for UN ambassador, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, says she was alerted to a bomb threat at her Saratoga County home as she headed back from Washington to celebrate Thanksgiving. State police say the threat was bogus. So apparently was a pipe bomb threat with a pro-Palestinian message received by former Long Island Congressman Lee Zeldin, Trump's choice to head the EPA. The FBI's investigating. People familiar tell Bloomberg in a Bloomberg exclusive the Biden administration's weighing additional curbs on sales of semiconductor equipment and AI memory chips to China. That would escalate the U.S. crackdown on Beijing's tech ambitions, but stop short of some stricter measures previously considered. Those familiar say nothing is final, but the restrictions could be unveiled as soon as next week. This after intense lobbying by American chip equipment makers who've warned that the tougher measures would bring catastrophic harm to their business. The White House is urging Ukraine to expand its draft in a big way before Donald Trump moves in. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager reports from Washington.
A senior Biden administration official says Ukraine should look hard at lowering its recruitment age from 25 to 18. The official says Russia is making steady progress on the battlefield and manpower is Ukraine's greatest need. The White House has pushed more than $56 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since Russia's invasion, and it's lined up billions more before President Biden leaves office. But with time running out, the White House is sharpening the view that Ukraine has its weapons and now needs the troops to stay in the fight. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
A federal
क्रूड ऑयल पुल बैक में अगर कोई जा रहा है, अगेन आई एम सेइंग दैट डोंट टेक हैवी क्वांटिटी, ओके। हमें नहीं पता है पुल बैक यहाँ पर किस तरह से प्ले आउट होगा। ओवरऑल व्यू बुलिश ही है, मतलब बुलिश इन द सेंस ऑफ ये रेजिस्टेंस के ब्रेकआउट का ही है कि ब्रेक होना चाहिए लॉजिकली, जिस तरह से यहाँ पर एक कंसोलिडेशन हुआ है। दो तरह से ब्रेक हो सकता है, या तो ये कंसोलिडेशन पूरा ही होता रहे मार्केट में यहाँ पर टिल 6:30 और फिर ब्रेकआउट हो जाए, एक ऑप्शन ये है। या फिर एक हल्का सा पुल बैक दे दें ये यहाँ तक और फिर रिकवर कर ले। तो थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर जो पुल बैक के लिए प्लान कर रहे हैं वो कल वाला ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है। मल्टीपल टाइम कल रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है, तो आई डोंट नो कितने सेलर यहाँ पर प्रेजेंट बचे होंगे सेलिंग के लिए। तो इसलिए थोड़ा सा जो पुल बैक में जा रहे हैं ध्यान रखना। बाकी जो लोग बाइंग में हैं दे कैन ट्रेल योर एसएल, ट्रेल कर सकते हो अपना एसएल अगर ट्रेल करना चाह रहे हो। थोड़ा सा अगर पुल बैक आ जाए तो अच्छा ही है, या फिर कंसोलिडेशन हो जाए तो भी चलेगा, क्योंकि मोमेंटम कंटिन्यूसली आया है। सीधा ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो सस्टेन भी नहीं करेगा। बाकी पिछले 1 घंटे से साइडवेज ही चल रहा है मार्केट करंट लेवल पे। लेट्स हो थोड़ा सा पुल बैक दे दे ये।
A judge has found New York City to be in contempt over conditions in city jails. We get more from Bloomberg's Charlie Pellet.
Judge Laura Taylor Swain in Manhattan said conditions have only worsened in the 9 years since the city settled accusations of abuse and violence. She issued a written ruling finding the city in contempt over 18 separate contempt claims. The ruling stemmed from litigation that began in 2012 with accusations by the Legal Aid Society and others that the city's Department of Correction had engaged in a pattern of excessive and unnecessary force in city jails. Despite a settlement and consent decree agreed to in October of 2015, the judge said conditions have worsened over the last decade. In New York, Charlie Pellet, Bloomberg Radio.
18.3 million is the number of travelers the TSA expects to screen at airports this Thanksgiving holiday period, a record number. Brian Kelly's founder of The Points Guy. He says that, combined with a shortage of air traffic personnel, will likely slow down some air traffic.
Air traffic controllers, there is a shortage. We've known there's been a shortage for years. The Department of Transportation has said they're in the works towards backfilling those positions, but there are certain places like Newark. Newark had a ground stop, not because of weather, but largely because of air traffic controllers and staffing issues.
Brian Kelly, the Points Guy, who is a guest on Bloomberg Television. U.S. GDP figures for the third quarter showed economic output expanded at a healthy pace of 2.8%. Consumer spending registered this year's biggest increase. Exports, imports, and government spending also rose, while we got mixed data on the U.S. labor market. Initial jobless claims remained at historic lows last week, dipping to 213,000. But the total number of workers on unemployment moved higher. One of the big unknowns for investors is the full scope of tariffs possible under the incoming Trump administration and what that could mean for markets. Carol Schlief is Chief Investment Officer at BMO Family Office.
Our expectation is for continued progress in the markets, although we would expect more volatility than we've seen recently, especially surrounding tariffs, because we don't think he's kidding.
Bloomberg's Carol Schlief was interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest. Wall Street is closed for Thanksgiving and will open for a short day tomorrow, Black Friday, with the closing bell sounding 3 hours early. Checking markets overseas, the FTSE in London is higher by around 0.4. The CAC in Paris is seeing gains of around 0.5%. The DAX in Germany higher by around 0.6. The Nikkei in Japan closed higher by 214 points, or 0.5%. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong closed lower by 1.2%. China's CSI 300 lost 34 points. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Scott Carr, and this is Bloomberg.
ठीक है, जो चार्ट भेजा हुआ है ना, उसमें नीचे वॉल्यूम भी है, उसमें दिख नहीं रहा मुझे चार्ट प्रॉपर्ली. वॉल्यूम को रिमूव कर दो. न्यूज़ बंद कर दिया. चार्ट जो भेजा हुआ है उसमें नीचे वॉल्यूम है, वो थोड़ा सा रिमूव करो, दिख नहीं रहा चार्ट. जो लोग अभी आए हैं रिपीट कर देता हूँ. कल के ये लेवल है, कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ है आपका. क्रूड ऑयल में कल याद होगा नीचे सेलिंग का एक ट्रेड बनाया था, उसके बाद सपोर्ट एरिया पे मार्केट था, वहाँ पर थोड़ा बाइंग थी, वो कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना था, फिर वहीं पर क्लोज हो गई कैंडल. अर्ली मॉर्निंग वही सपोर्ट पे ओपन हुआ था, तो वहाँ से एक बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड थी. कल भी यहीं तक का टारगेट लगाया था, तो वही ट्रेड चल रहा है फिलहाल के लिए. ये कल वाला ही रेजिस्टेंस है जहाँ पर मार्केट मल्टीपल टाइम रिजेक्शन थोड़ा बहुत लिया था, याद होगा आप लोगों को, काफ़ी देर रुक गया था यहाँ पर, तो उसी वजह से यहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत और रुक रहा है. मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ये ब्रेक होना चाहिए. अब डायरेक्टली तो नहीं होना चाहिए क्योंकि इतना बड़ा मोमेंटम डायरेक्टली हुआ है. या तो कंसोलिडेशन हो सकता है या फिर थोड़ा पुल बैक आ जाए और फिर निकल जाए इस तरह से. तो ये अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत छोटा वाला रेजिस्टेंस है, बाकी मेजर रेजिस्टेंस वो ऊपर रखा हुआ है, वहाँ से भी सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे. यहाँ से कोई सेल कर रहा है थोड़ा कम क्वांटिटी में, पुल बैक प्लान कर सकता है. थोड़ा बहुत नीचे आ जाए पुल बैक में तो वेल एंड गुड. इस तरीके से अगर ये एफवीजी सस्टेन नहीं किया तब थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, फिर मार्केट इस तरह से लोअर लो बना सकता है. और नीचे जो सबसे नीचे लो वाला सपोर्ट है, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अब ये भी ब्रेक हो जाएगा शायद, क्योंकि ये भी 5 या 4 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है. तो जो बाइंग में है, हाँ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो. एसएल को यहाँ पर अगर सेल करना चाह रहे हैं, थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड है, तो कम क्वांटिटी में एक पुल बैक प्लान कर सकते हो. बाकी मेजर रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी ऊपर है, वहाँ देखेंगे फिर मेजर सेलिंग. थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ से पुल बैक आ सकता है कल वाली रेजिस्टेंस जोन से, इस तरह से. कोई न्यूज़ नहीं है, डेटा नहीं है, यूएस मार्केट भी बंद है, तो आपका 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा बस, जिसमें थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है। गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लेवल भी कल वाले ही हैं। सिल्वर अपने रीटेस्ट लेवल पे कल वाले, और गोल्ड एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस जोन के पास ही ट्रेड कर रहा है। थोड़ी सी न्यूज आ रही है वो आपका रसिया की ओर से कि वो मिसाइल पर मिसाइल वहाँ यूक्रेन पे मार रहे हैं। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले एक और स्टेटमेंट आया है कि हम और ज़्यादा मिसाइल्स मारेंगे यूक्रेन पे। सो देखना पड़ेगा इसका क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है। बाकी जो मीटिंग थी आई थिंक ओपेक की, वो नेक्स्ट वीक है। ओपेक और जेएमएमसी दोनों की अलग अलग मीटिंग है, ओपेक प्लस की। वो शायद रीशेड्यूल हो रखी है, ऐसा न्यूज है। देखना पड़ेगा, अभी एग्जैक्ट सोर्सेज की ओर से ऐसी न्यूज आ रही है। बाकी लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। जिन लोगों ने अभी तक लाइक नहीं किया है स्ट्रीम को, फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं। फिर से भेज दिया, एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ। फिर से लाइक कर दो जब तक, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, कम ऑन। चेक कर लेते हैं एक बार, एक सेकेंड। ओके, ये गोल्ड वाले में ओके ठीक है। नहीं, मार्केट तो ओपन है, मतलब कल तो मार्केट ओपन ही है। यूएस मार्केट क्लोज होगा बस। आज भी क्लोज है शायद। थैंक्सगिविंग है ना शायद, वो पता नहीं आज बनाते हैं या कल बनाते हैं, टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस हो सकता है। अबाउट नेचुरल गैस चार्ट, नेचुरल गैस में भी सेलिंग ही चल रही है। कल वो एक रिटेस्ट लेवल था मॉर्निंग पे, तो एग्जैक्टली तो नहीं कहूँगा आया था लेवल पे, थोड़ा सा रह गया था लेवल से, तो वही चल रहा है फिलहाल के लिए। दिखा देता हूँ एक बार, एक सेकेंड। चार्ट भी अलग अलग स्क्रीन पे लगे हुए हैं। ठीक है, कल का ही लेवल है थोड़ा सा नीचे। कल वो रीटेस्ट लेवल था अर्ली मॉर्निंग, आया तो था रीटेस्ट के आसपास, बट एग्जैक्टली रीटेस्ट को हिट नहीं किया इसने। तो बाइंग तो नहीं बनी थी वहां पर, मतलब लॉजिकली तो नहीं बनी थी, आ गई बाइंग अलग बात है, बट वो नीचे से एग्जैक्टली एक रीटेस्ट एरिया था, वो कर नहीं पाया उसको हिट ये। इसको एग्जैक्टली टच करता तो एक बाइंग जरूर बनती थी यहाँ पर। कल वाला ही लेवल है, कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ है। फिर यहाँ पर एक थोड़ा सा रेजिस्टेंस एरिया है, वहां पर मार्केट ने रेजिस्टेंस एरिया क्रिएट किया, थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग चल रही है। एफयूजी पर रुका हुआ है ये, एफयूजी ब्रेक कर दे तो थोड़ा सा रीटेस्ट जोन पे आ जाए, फिर वहां बाइंग का प्लान करें अगर आता है नीचे। बाकी ऊपर कल काफी रेजिस्टेंस छोड़ के गया है, 280, 485, 290, 293। बाकी ये भी एक रेजिस्टेंस है, इसमें थोड़ा सा मुझे कंफ्यूजन है, तो इस पर थोड़ा ध्यान रखेंगे अगर यहाँ आया है तो। ये वैसे है तो सही रेजिस्टेंस, बट सेटअप के अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा सा कुछ चेंज हुआ है वहां पर, तो आई डोंट नो सस्टेन करेगा नहीं करेगा। तो ये जो लेवल है अभी ऊपर 276, 78 वाला, वो अगर आया वहां पर तो थोड़ा सेलिंग में कंफ्यूजन है, तो थोड़ा देख के करेंगे वहां पर। नीचे फिर हमारे पास एक रीटेस्ट लेवल है 267, 66 के आसपास, फिर एक नीचे 259, 260 के आसपास सपोर्ट, और फिर सीधा 247 के आसपास। ये एफयूजी ब्रेक भी नहीं होते ना। अगर ऊपर चला जाता है एफयूजी के ऊपर, तो इससे ही निकल जाएंगे सेलिंग पोजीशन से, क्योंकि फिर ये कहीं ना कहीं वापस रिटर्न कर जाएगा यहाँ से। अगर एफयूजी ब्रेक कर देता है तो ये रीटेस्ट लेवल पे एग्जैक्टली आ जाएगा, तो फिर वहां से देखते हैं वापस बाइंग। मॉर्निंग पे भी मुझे लग रहा था आ जाएगा ये, एक पॉइंट से रह गया उस समय। 1 पॉइंट भी नहीं, सिर्फ 0.6 पॉइंट थे। लाइक सडन लाइक करते रहो गाइस, सभी लोग लाइक करो। भोलू शर्मा जी, वो ऊपर वाला जो चार्ट भेजा हुआ है ये, इसमें मेरे को बताना क्या है? लेट मी नो इफ एनीथिंग आई नीड टू करेक्ट इन चार्ट। उसमें तो ट्रेंड लाइन ही ट्रेंड लाइन दिख रही है मुझे बस, प्लस बॉलिंजर बैंड। 4 आवर या 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे? ये फॉरेक्स, फॉरेक्स का चार्ट है ना? फॉरेक्स का चार्ट है ना? फॉरेक्स के चार्ट में देख लेते हैं, एक सेकेंड। वैसे तो 15 मिनट में वो रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही है। 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे पूछा है, तो एक बार 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे देख लेते हैं क्या सिचुएशन चल रही है। देखो 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम में भी देखोगे तो वो रेजिस्टेंस ही है, रेजिस्टेंस जोन ही बना हुआ है। 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे भी रेजिस्टेंस जोन ही बना हुआ है। कल ऑलरेडी 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग एक सेलिंग तो आ गई है, फिर से उसी लेवल पे है। लेट्स सी फिर से सेलिंग अगर देता है तो 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग ये जब तक 2670 के नीचे है तब तक इसमें थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग का ही प्रेशर है राइट नाउ। उसके ऊपर कहीं कैंडल क्लोज हो जाए तो बात अलग है फिर। नहीं, ऊपर क्लोज भी हो गई तो भी ऊपर भी एक रेजिस्टेंस है वहां पर। सपोर्ट बिकम ब्रेक डाउन हुआ है तो सपोर्ट बिकम रेजिस्टेंस। तो जिस लेवल पे है अभी वो भी रेजिस्टेंस है। अगर ऊपर निकल के गया तो फिर 2683 से लेकर 2690 के आसपास, दैट इज ऑल्सो रेजिस्टेंस इन 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम। सलीम जी उसमें निकल जाओ, उसमें निकल जाओ। अगर लॉस देखो लिमिट से ज़्यादा है तो निकलो। अब उसमें मैं कैसे बता सकता हूँ कि प्राइस वो रिटर्न करेगा नहीं करेगा, राइट। अभी रुकना चाहते हो तो एक काम कर लो, ये जब तक ये एफयूजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज नहीं करती तब तक होल्ड कर लो। देखो अगर कोई ऑप्शन बाई करके बैठ जाता है लाइक कोई कॉल ऑप्शन या पुट ऑप्शन, अगर वो लॉस में चला जाता है, ठीक है, स्पेशली अगर आप ऑप्शन बाइंग कर रहे हो, ऑप्शन सेल करते हो तो भी बात अलग होती है। तो वहां पर मैं प्रेडिक्ट करके नहीं बता सकता कि आप कितना एसएल रखो। अब मैं गलत नहीं हूँ तो कहीं यहाँ कहीं आप कॉल ऑप्शन बाई करके इस एरिया के आसपास कहीं कॉल ऑप्शन बाई करके बैठे हो तो उसमें लॉस चल रहा है अभी। अगर आप रुकना चाह रहे हो तो मैं ये सजेस्ट करूंगा आपको कि नीचे ये जो एफईजी बना हुआ है इसके नीचे अगर कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो आप एग्जिट कर लेना। बाकी अगर और रुक सकते हो तो फिर नीचे रीटेस्ट लेवल है, अगर इसके नीचे क्लोज होती है 266 के नीचे तो फिर निकल सकते हो। ठीक है, दोनों में से जो भी आप ऐसा रखना चाहो एक ऐसा लगा के रख लो। बाकी क्या रिकवरी आ सकती है, देखो अब सपोर्ट एरिया है, सपोर्ट एरिया से रिकवर कर सकता है। ऊपर जाएगा तो ये डे हाई के आसपास यहाँ तक एक जाने के चांसेस है। अगर ये रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक हो जाता है 15 मिनट में तो फिर थोड़ा और ऊपर जा सकता है 278 79। बट प्रॉब्लम वही है कि कब तक जाएगा। पूरा दिन ही लगा दिया जाने में तो लॉस और भी ज़्यादा बढ़ जाएगा बिकॉज ऑफ द थीटा डी के। थोड़ा सा इस तरह से सोचो वहाँ पे। मिनी सेल किया हुआ है क्रूड ऑयल में, ठीक है, बढ़िया है। ज़्यादा बड़ा एसएल नहीं है, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आता है तो यहाँ तक पुल बैक प्लान कर सकते हो। ये मैंने बता दिया, कल वाला ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है जहाँ से कल सेलिंग आई थी, मल्टीपल टाइम रेजिस्टेंस मिला था। थोड़ा बहुत वहां पर भी रुक रहा है और ये सीधा मोमेंटम आया है तो डायरेक्टली तो नहीं जाएगा यहाँ पर, या तो ये साइडवेज जाना चाहिए या फिर थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक होना चाहिए और उसके बाद जाए तो बेटर है। बट ब्रेकआउट हो जाए तो बेटर रहेगा क्योंकि ऊपर भी एक रेजिस्टेंस है, वहां पर भी प्राइस मुझे लगता है आना चाहिए। काफ़ी टाइम से आया नहीं है, अब आ जाए तो बढ़िया है। तो यहाँ पर जिन लोगों ने सेल किया है थोड़ा बहुत ही पुल बैक एफईजी के एरिया तक मिल सकता है। थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखना, रिस्की ट्रेड है बिकॉज वो। और जो लोग बाइंग में हैं दे कैन ट्रेल योर एसएल हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके। सेम नेचुरल गैस इसमें भी कोई सेलिंग में है तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करो। ये एफयूजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो ये थोड़ा रीटेस्ट लेवल तक आ जाएगा एग्जैक्टली, वहां से वापस बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे। और अगर नहीं आता है एफयूजी के नीचे ब्रेक नहीं करता है तो फिर ये वापस रिटर्न कर सकता है यहाँ से। फॉरेक्स में आया है, एमसीएक्स में तो नहीं आया, एमसीएक्स में तो रह गया थोड़ा सा ये। फॉरेक्स में आया होगा होप सो। 0.6 टू 0.8 का डिफरेंस रह गया, नहीं तो ये बाइंग का ट्रेड भी यहाँ से डेफिनेटली बन जाता। देखते हैं, 5 मिनट रह गए। कैंडल अगर एक क्लोज कर गई एफयूजी के ऊपर तो फिर ये नेचुरल गैस सेलिंग के ट्रेड से तो निकल ही जाना पड़ेगा, फायदा नहीं है। फिर ये मुझे लगता नहीं ब्रेक कर पाएगा, रिटर्न कर जाएगा यहाँ से वापस उस केस में। अगर एक क्लोजिंग एफयूजी के नीचे ही आती है या फिर एफयूजी के नीचे क्लोज कर दे या फिर इवन एफयूजी के अंदर भी क्लोज कर दे तो थोड़ी होप रहेगी कि नीचे ब्रेक डाउन कर सकता है। तो क्लोजिंग देखते हैं कहाँ आती है, लेट्स सी। 30 likes are done. लाइक करते रहो गाइस, 50 people are watching. बाकी लोग कहाँ हैं? ओके, थोड़ा बहुत आगे. नहीं, डेटा तो नहीं है. यूएस से कोई डेटा नहीं है, किसी और कंट्री का मुझे पता नहीं. यूरोप तो मार्केट वैसे ओपन है, बट वहां से भी अब कोई डेटा इवनिंग पे तो नहीं आता. खैर, नहीं है. जर्मन प्रीलिम सीपीआई का डेटा था, वो ऑलरेडी आ चुका है, तो अब कोई खास डेटा है नहीं मार्केट पे. यूएस मार्केट बैंक हॉलिडे है वहाँ पे. कि यूएस मार्केट भी क्लोज ही होगा शायद. थैंक्स गिविंग से आज ही बनाते हैं ना ये लोग, कब बनाते हैं? थैंक्स गिविंग्स डे ही है आज, थर्सडे नवंबर 28. इंडिया में तो हो गया नवंबर 28, वहाँ अभी हुआ नहीं होगा शायद. 2024. ओपन तो रहेगा मार्केट शायद, मुझे लग रहा है अर्ली क्लोज हो जाएगा. यस, ईच मार्केट विल क्लोज अर्ली एट 1 p.m. 1:15 p.m. for eligible options on Friday, November 29th, 2024, Friday, November 28th, 2025, and Friday, November. हैप्पी थैंक्स गिविंग्स टू ऑल ऑफ यू. इंडिया में तो बनाते नहीं है ना शायद. आज यूएस हॉलिडे है, यूएस मार्केट में. हाँ, वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, शायद है ना शायद. व्हाट डे इज हैप्पी थैंक्स गिविंग? लुक एट द नेचुरल गैस कैंडल स्टिल क्लोज, नीचे क्लोज नहीं हुई, बट स्टिल एफवीजी के अंदर ही क्लोज हुई है, तो अभी भी होप है कि ये नीचे गिरे. नेचुरल गैस, अगर ये ऊपर क्लोज हो जाता है एफवीजी के, तो फिर चांसेस बहुत कम थे कि ये रिकवर करता, नीचे वापस आता. आगे थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आ चुका है क्रूड ऑयल में। जिन लोगों ने सेल किया है फ्रॉम द रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड था, एक्सपेक्टेड है थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक फ्रॉम एफईजी। नीड टू सी उस एफईजी पे कैसे रिएक्शन देता है, क्या होल्ड करेगा, होल्ड किया तो रिकवर करके वापस नेक्स्ट टारगेट जोन तक जाना चाहिए। ब्रेक हो गया तो फिर वापस नीचे। तो फिलहाल के लिए इतना ही टारगेट है ये एफईजी तक, फिर देखते हैं इसके नीचे सस्टेन करता है नहीं करता है। सलीम जी अभी तो देखो कैंडल क्लोज हुई नहीं ऊपर, जब तक एफईजी के ऊपर है तब तक थोड़ा बहुत चांसेस हैं, जा सकता है ऊपर। एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हो गई तो फिर मुश्किल हो जाएगा। 23 दिसंबर एक्सपायरी है, क्या तब तक भी रिकवर नहीं करेगा सर? लाइक इट विंटर सीजन सो हैज टू टेक हाइक। सर तब तक का मुझे भी क्या नहीं पता, तब तक मार्केट कहाँ जाएगा? 23 दिसंबर टाइम काफ़ी है, आई नो इट, बट मार्केट तब तक कहाँ होगा, कैसे कह सकते हैं? अगर आपने कुछ कॉल या पुट भी सेल करी होती तो थोड़ा सा हम एक आइडिया लगा सकते थे, आप फ्यूचर बाई सेल किया होता तो। ऑप्शन बाइंग में देखो प्रॉब्लम यह है, मान लो रिकवर कर भी गया बट यहाँ से 100 पॉइंट नीचे गिरने के बाद रिकवर कर रहा है वो क्लोजिंग होते होते वापस आपके कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पे भी, तो प्रीमियम तो जीरो हो जाएगा ना। वो 14 रुपीज़ का जो प्रीमियम लिया हुआ है वो जीरो हो जाएगा। थीटा डी के भी तो होता है। देखो रुकना चाह रहे हो तो, क्योंकि लॉट एक ही है, या तो उसको हैच कर लो अगर आप पूरे मंथ होल्ड करना चाह रहे हो। वैसे ऑप्शन बाइंग को इतना होल्ड करना नहीं चाहिए, बाकी अगर आप होल्ड करना चाह रहे हो तो उसको हैच कर लो। कॉल ऑप्शन बाई किया है तो एक मिनी सेल कर दो, नेचुरल गैस मिनी। मार्केट अगर डाउन भी आया तो एटलीस्ट लॉस कम हो जाएगा थोड़ा बहुत आपका। और फ्यूचर सेल करोगे तो आपका थीटा डी के उसमें होता नहीं है। मान लो मार्केट रिकवर कर गया अभी इसी वक्त यहीं से, तो प्रॉफिट जहां आपको मान लो एग्जांपल के लिए 10K का होना चाहिए था, वहां 5K का ही होगा, ये चीज हो जाएगी। बाकी जो लॉस होगा अगर मार्केट गिरता ही रहा तो लॉस थोड़ा रिकवर हो जाएगा, उतना नहीं होगा जितना होना चाहिए। तो अगर आप पूरा होल्ड करना चाह रहे हो तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो हैच कर लेना चाहिए एक मिनी फ्यूचर सेल करके, अगर आप पूरे महीने होल्ड करना चाह रहे हो तो। बाकी नीचे अगर अभी भी सिर्फ हैज नहीं करना चाह रहे हो, फिर भी रुकना चाह रहे हो, तो ये एसएल है आपके 266 और 257 दिसंबर फ्यूचर चार्ट में। तो विंटर के टाइम पे मार्केट थोड़ा बहुत नेचुरल गैस का अपसाइड जाता जरूर है, पिछले टाइम को अगर आप देखोगे, बट जरूरी नहीं है ना कि वो जाता ही रहे अपसाइड। अभी जनवरी में वी डोंट नो डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प जब वापस आएंगे पावर में, उनके डिसीजन क्या होने वाले हैं। ठीक है, उनके डिसीजन भी बहुत सारा इम्पैक्ट करेंगे एनर्जी सेक्टर को, क्रूड ऑयल, नेचुरल गैस को। और यूएस में कंडीशन कैसी है, वेदर की आने वाले समय में कैसी होगी, वी डोंट नो, बट नॉर्मली तो यार ठंडा होता जरूर है। चार्ट अगर आप देखोगे, पिछले काफी सालों का, तो दिसंबर जनवरी के आसपास 2020 से उठा के देख लो जब तक हमारे पास ग्राफ है। आज तो काफी पीछे का ग्राफ दिखा रहा है, इसके पीछे नहीं है क्या? तो यहाँ से देखो, ये 2019 का चार्ट देखोगे, 2019 दिसंबर और जनवरी मार्केट गिरा ही था। ठीक है, फिर रिकवर कहीं मार्च के बाद किया था, 2019-20। 20 में फिर कोरोना वायरस आ गया। कोरोना वायरस में भी देखोगे तो ये दिसंबर और जनवरी में मार्केट थोड़ा बहुत गिरा ही था, नेगेटिव ही था। जनवरी से फिर रिकवर करना स्टार्ट किया, जनवरी फरवरी के बाद। 2021, 2021 में भी देख सकते हो, दिसंबर में तो सेलिंग ही आई थी, जनवरी में थोड़ा बहुत रिकवर करना स्टार्ट किया। 2021, 22, 22, 23 में देखें अगर, 22, 23, 22, 23 में तो मार्केट गिरता ही चला गया था। दिसंबर में भी सेलिंग आई थी, जनवरी में भी सेलिंग आई थी। 23, 24 में अगर देखोगे लास्ट ईयर, यहाँ भी वही हाल है। दिसंबर और जनवरी मार्केट गिरता ही चला गया था, फिर वही आपका मार्च के आसपास रिकवर किया था। तो हिस्ट्री उठा के देखोगे तो दिसंबर में तो पिछले 4 सालों में सेलिंग ही आई है। तो दिसंबर स्टार्ट हो जाएगा कब? अगले 2 दिनों में। पिछले 4 सालों में दिसंबर में ओवरऑल मंथली वाइज जो कैंडल बनी है, तो किसने अगर मंथली मंथली मंथ की जो कैंडल है ओपन होते ही सेल कर दिया होगा तो प्रॉफिट में ही रहा होगा। ठीक है, ऐसा चार्ट दिखा रहा है, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ। हो सकता है इस बार बाइंग आ जाए, नो, बट नोबडी नोज। बट फिलहाल के लिए तो ये दिखा रहा है चार्ट। उससे थोड़ा और पीछे अगर जाओगे तो 18, 19 में, इसमें दिसंबर का चार्ट ही नहीं है, नवंबर के बाद दिसंबर का चार्ट ही गायब है। जनवरी में सेलिंग आई थी, फरवरी में भी सेलिंग आई थी, 18, 19। 17, 18 में भी देखोगे तो 17, 18, 2017 और 2018 दिसंबर जनवरी सेलिंग ही आई है। 16, 17 देखोगे, 16 में बाइंग आई है बस दिसंबर में, जनवरी में तो वहां भी सेलिंग थी। 15, 16 में देखोगे तो 15 में बाइंग है दिसंबर में, लेकिन जनवरी फिर 16 में वो आपका सेलिंग ही आ गई थी। तो मिक्स ही है थोड़ा बहुत, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि बाइंग ही आती है। सेलिंग भी आ सकती है, बाइंग भी आ सकती है। बाकी मुझे लग तो नहीं रहा ये, अगर फॉरेक्स चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग देखोगे, जितना मुझे दिखा रहा है चार्ट, ये स्विंग को ब्रेक कर पाएगा इस मंथ, बहुत ही मुश्किल है। मुझे तो कहीं से नहीं लगता ये स्विंग ब्रेक होगा 3.66 का। कुछ अलग ही हो जाए तो बात अलग है दिसंबर मंथ में, अदरवाइज इसके ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज होने का मुझे चांसेस तो कम ही लग रहा है। बाकी नॉर्मली जितना देखा गया है ना, दिसंबर में मोमेंटम थोड़ा कम ही रहता है मार्केट में, स्पेशली 25 दिसंबर के बाद देखना, मार्केट थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम ही कम करता है। रीजन बिहाइंड दैट, हॉलीडे स्टार्ट हो जाते हैं और एफ आई आईज एंड डी आईज तो नहीं, एफ आई आईज नॉर्मली थोड़ी लंबी छुट्टी पे चले जाते हैं एक्चुअली। अपनी नेचुरल गैस सडनली कौन सी न्यूज आ गई नेचुरल गैस में? ट्रेलिंग असल चला गया नेचुरल गैस, ध्यान रखना। यूएस मार्केट क्लोज है, ट्रेलिंग असल जा चुका है सेलर्स का। डोंट नो कौन सी न्यूज आ गई है। अब वापस नीचे नहीं आना चाहिए, ट्रेलिंग असल लेके चला गया। होगी कुछ न्यूज, पता नहीं, पता चलेगा अभी थोड़ी देर में। अब तो आगे हो गए कॉस्ट में, क्या नाम है इनका, सलीम जी, अब कॉस्ट में आ गए हो तो निकल जाओ। सपोर्ट पे आएगा फिर से बाई कर लेना। मार्केट क्लोज है, यस, यूएस मार्केट क्लोज ही है। नहीं नहीं, बाकी जगह तो कहीं कुछ नहीं हुआ है, न क्रूड ऑयल में कुछ नहीं हुआ है, गोल्ड और सिल्वर में भी कुछ नहीं हुआ है, सिर्फ नेचुरल गैस में बड़ी है, बनी है कैंडल। वापस सेलिंग ना आ जाए अब। वाह, तरुण ऑप्शन ट्रेडिंग जी, गुड इवनिंग। ये ऊपर वाले रेजिस्टेंस का ध्यान रखना, ये रेजिस्टेंस में थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन है। ऑन दिस रेजिस्टेंस सम कंफ्यूजन इज देयर, ये एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस है या नहीं है, थोड़ा सा पता नहीं है, लगाया जरूर है कैंडल थोड़ा सा जो एक क्लोज हुई है वो दिस वन, ये थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन दे रही है यहाँ पे। जिन लोगों ने सेल किया हुआ है, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक, ज़्यादा नहीं। फिर अगर ये सपोर्ट लेता है तो वापस ऊपर, अगर ये एफईजी ब्रेक कर दे तो वापस नीचे। कल वाली लेवल है, कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लेवल्स में। तो कल वो एक रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक डाउन हुआ था, रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है 30.30 के अराउंड। वो रीटेस्ट किया नहीं मार्केट ने, वहां पर एक रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है, उसके अलावा ऊपर 30.56 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस कल वाला ही बना हुआ है। नीचे सपोर्ट 29.77, बट अब मुझे आया तो नीचे आया तो मुझे लग रहा है वो ब्रेक हो जाएगा शायद। 4 टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है नीचे सपोर्ट। देखोगे तो गोल्ड में भी नीचे आपके पास सपोर्ट है, ये भी टेस्ट 3-4 बार हो चुका है 2620 के अराउंड। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो अभी ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए। नीचे आएगा तो देखेंगे। ऊपर कल वाला ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है एक, 2653 से लेकर 2663 के बीच में, और ऊपर फिर 2680 से 90 के बीच में। कल यहाँ से सेलिंग आ गई थी वैसे, देखते हैं आज भी आती है तो। थोड़ा रेजिस्टेंस बड़ा है तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। लुक एट द नेचुरल गैस, एक कैंडल ऊपर बनाई वापस नीचे। अभी क्या था इस एफईजी में जो मार्केट में इतनी बड़ी कैंडल बनवा दी। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन तो ओपन होगा, बिल्कुल होगा, बट वॉल्यूम तो नॉर्मली यूएस से ही आता है ना न्यूयॉर्क सेशन का, तो यूएस मार्केट बंद है तो न्यूयॉर्क सेशन में भी आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट करोगे, वॉल्यूम कितना ही आएगा। थोड़ा बहुत जितना आना था लंदन सेशन से वॉल्यूम आ गया है। ये मॉर्निंग सेशन देखोगे लंदन सेशन से 1 बजे के बाद थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम जो आता है 3-4 बजे तक वो हो चुका है। अब आ जाए मोमेंटम वही काफ़ी है। मैं न्यूज़ देख रहा हूँ, कुछ दिखा तो नहीं रहा नेचुरल गैस में, क्या हुआ है पता नहीं सडनली। आईबीआई ग्रुप रिटर्न टू प्रॉ Putin says Russia could strike decision-making center in Kyiv, in the sense of in their capital right now. BNP BNP Paribas Exane cuts Saudi Aramco PT, keeps at neutral. India to auction first offshore mineral trenches worth more than $17.8 billion. फिलहाल के लिए ऐसी कोई न्यूज़ तो नहीं दिखा रहा, सडनली ऊपर क्यों चला गया, होगा देखते हैं। Putin wants Russia may strike Kiev with new ballistic missile. अच्छा हटाने के ना। मैं ऐसा क्या हो गया अडानी के स्टॉक में? डबल अपर सर्किट पे ओप क्लोज हुआ है। 15.82%। वाह। क्रूड ऑयल भी पहुंच गया अपने एफईजी एरिया तक, जिन लोगों ने सेल किया हुआ है ध्यान रखना, एफईजी पे अगर सपोर्ट लिया तो रिकवर आ जाएगी, रिकवरी आ जाएगी वापस। अगर एफईजी के नीचे क्लोज कर गया तब वापस डे लो पहुंच जाएगा मार्केट। नीड टू वॉच दिस लेवल। जिन लोगों ने सेल किया थोड़ा सा पुल बैक के लिए, थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड था ये सेलिंग में, वो लोग चाहें तो बुक कर लेना, या फिर एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लेना। इस लेवल को वॉच कर सकते हो, अगर ये एफईजी ब्रेक हो गया, ब्रेक इन द सेंस ऑफ कैंडल क्लोज हो गई नीचे, तब थोड़ा और एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे डाउन जाना चाहिए, नहीं तो फिर रिकवरी आनी चाहिए यहाँ से ऐसे। लाइक्स आर डन, 90 people आर वाचिंग। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया वो लाइक करो सबसे पहले। 6:30 होने वाला है, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग है, ध्यान रखना। नेक्स्ट 15 मिनट में मार्केट थोड़ा सा वॉलेटाइल होगा क्या। देखो फॉरेक्स मार्केट वैसे ओपन तो है, बट जब हम न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की बात करते हैं तो मतलब यूएस से ही आता है वॉल्यूम वो। यूएस मार्केट तो बंद है एक्चुअली में, तो आई डोंट नो वॉल्यूम कितना रहेगा।
your ETF to help accomplish some of these goals?
You know, the Bitcoin is highly volatile. It can go
फिफ्टीन मिनट लेफ्ट, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो जाएगा। क्रूड ऑयल भी आ गया ऑलमोस्ट एफईजी एरिया के आसपास। देखते हैं ये होल्ड करता है एफईजी को या ब्रेक करता है। नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे सडनली एक कैंडल बनी, यहाँ पर बाइंग बनी नहीं थी एक्चुअली में नेचुरल गैस, बिकॉज ये जो कैंडल थी वो लेवल के नीचे क्लोज हुई थी, सडनली अपसाइड चला गया प्राइस। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक ही आया है नेचुरल गैस से। अगर एफईजी ब्रेक हो जाता तो नीचे एग्जैक्टली आ जाता ये अपने रीटेस्ट लेवल पे। देखते हैं कुछ। strike by aircraft of the Russian and Syrian air forces this morning against the Aleppo countryside of northern Syria as opposition forces led by Hayati are continuing to advocate managed to successfully capture and
$980 billion this season.
Picked up a couple of extra shifts, hoping to set aside around $500 for gifts for families, friends.
I'm budgeting around $400 for this holiday season.
Probably about maybe $3 to $5 grand.
The National Retail Federation expects a 3.5% bump in spending online and in store. That growth would mark the slowest rate in 6 years, despite improved consumer sentiment tied to cooling inflation and lower interest rates.
Like everything's too expensive. Prices are crazy.
Definitely leaning more into the promotions. If it doesn't have a promotion, I'm really not interested.
With Black Friday falling later this year, retailers began slashing prices early, rolling out promotions in October to make up for a shorter holiday season. Adobe expects stores to discount up to 30% off listed prices.
I'm just trying to budget and save money. Hours are getting cut a little bit, so trying to save and budget. So I'm just trying to use my Afterpay. I'll just pay it weekly or just pay it monthly.
Some of the steepest discounts are online, with mobile phone orders expected to account for more than half of all online buying. Electronics, apparel, and home goods among the top-selling categories. But retailers warn about potential downsides, with consumers still reeling from higher prices. Target forecasts flat sales during the holiday quarter, while
Well, Thanksgiving is tomorrow, so why not do our chart of the day on the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade? Yahoo Finance's Julie Hyman joins me now. I don't, but I'm looking forward to this presentation, Julie. Maybe it'll spark my interest.
You're one of the few people who don't then, apparently, because this has been really one of the top-rated, if not in some years the top-rated, live events still on linear television in the entertainment category, and specifically, and in some cases, have even surpassed some of the big sporting events. The Macy's Day Parade last year drew 28.5 million viewers. That was a record. It is one of the most remarkably consistent draws now for many decades for live TV viewership. And there's also a lot of money attached to the showing of the parade. Even if folks just have it on in the background, they tend to have it on as they're preparing their Christmas meals or Thanksgiving meals or gathering with their families. NBC has had the rights to show the parade since 1953, but reportedly now Macy's is trying to renegotiate. NBC pays $20 million for those streaming rights, and the reported price that now Macy's is asking is closer to $60 million. But fear not, NBC brings in some cash for that, too. According to reports that cite Guideline, which is an ad data firm, NBC last year charged sponsors an average of $865,000 for a 30-second spot during the parade. This year, it's closer to $900,000. And according to the New York Times, the company took in $52 million in advertising on the parade. So we'll see if they end up getting that renegotiated price for Macy's. And Josh, you gotta turn it on.
I think you sold me. It was interesting, though, in our morning meeting, Julie, question was raised about it. I mean, it sounds like a lot of eyeballs, although, there's different kinds of watching. There's different kinds of viewing. I mean, I wonder how focused those eyeballs are.
It's a very good question. Again, whether it's in the background and you kind of like tune in and tune out, depending what's happening. You might have your favorite floats,
Which
for
float
example.
catches your eye? Sure, that makes
favorite
sense.
balloons. There are always balloons that you wait to see. What are the new balloons each given year? Who are going to be the celebrities who come around the parade, and who's going to perform? These are the things that people watch for and maybe come back to the TV. I have to say, I was also telling the team that I used to go to a parade watching party where you would watch it in actual real life from someone's apartment. But guess what? They still had it on the TVs in the apartment, even so.
And then you got the National Dog Show, another staple.
Yeah,
right?
That's a good one, too.
TV all
Love
day.
it.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate it.
Dana, then who is best positioned this holiday season, given some of the trends that you were just mentioning? I know you're positive on A&F, but what are some of the other names that you think are going to work this holiday season?
I think innovation and value is what works. I think companies like Birkenstock, check out the new closed-toed shoes. I think Ralph Lauren, who has a wider appeal to other age groups. I think Deckers, continuing with UGG and Hoka. I think that'll be a winner too. And value. Look at the off-pricers. TJX, whether it's their home goods concept or TJ Maxx. And you know what else? Take a look at Tapestry with the Coach brand. Their average unit retail selling price continues to increase. And the reason why? They've got newness in goods that people want.
Is newness enough for the resiliency narrative for the consumer to continue forward?
It is. Newness is what matters the most, but you know what? You need to marry it with something. Almost every retailer and brand has increased their marketing. Social media marketing is effective. The awareness is extensive. And I think marrying that with keen product.
न्यूयॉर्क सेशन 3 मिनट लेफ्ट. मुझे लग रहा है नेचुरल गैस ट्राई कर सकता है वापस अपने सेकंड रेजिस्टेंस तक रीच करने का. एफईजी तो ब्रेक करने से रहा ये. 630 देख लेते हैं. एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है. क्या होता है 630 पर. इस कैंडल ने सब कुछ खराब कर दिया यहाँ पर. कोई ओपन पोजीशन चल रही है, थोड़ा संभल के ट्रेड करना. इज लेफ्ट, देखते हैं न्यूयॉर्क सेशन में क्या होता है.
Is what boosts awareness and drives sell-through.
Welcome to a new episode of Opening Bid. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. This, of course, the podcast I hope that will make you a smarter investor. Actually, I just know it will make you a smarter investor. Before I get to our big interview of the episode, have to hit on our stock of the day, and I'm back at talking all things Target. Oppenheimer putting the stock on its top pick list after a full-on earnings drubbing a week ago. Stock fell more than 20%. Company missed on sales, earnings, margins, cut the outlook. There was nothing good in this report at all. But Oppenheimer is seeing three reasons to get optimistic on the stock. Reason number one, thinks the holiday guidance from Target fully captures all the holiday risks. In other words, maybe all those 50, 60, 70% promotions that Target may offer is already priced into the stock. Number two, still upbeat on the long-term prospects for Target, thinks the business can get back to producing same-store sales gains. I would add, for that to happen, the economy probably has to get a little bit better, and Target probably has to sell more fresh food. Target needs more food. And last but not least, Oppenheimer making the point that investor sentiment remains very negative. Well, yeah, it really can't get any worse than what you saw from Target a couple weeks ago after earnings. So investor sentiment very negative there. Target, my stock of the day. But on to our really big interview. It would not be a holiday season for me without talking to Mickey Drexler, CEO of Alex Mill.
No, not CEO.
Not the CEO.
Chairman.
Chairman of Alex Mill. It's good to see you.
You too.
I haven't seen you like in a year. I saw you with Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah, invite me more often.
Okay.
I had to go to a sister network.
No, we will not name them. You know, I've talked to you a lot through the years, and I never know what to wear when I talk to you. Like I'm like,
Guys, New York session open now. Let's see क्या impact होता है. Candle open equal to low in natural gas again. Can it break this resistance? या फिर थोड़ा नीचे आके ऊपर जाएगा? कैंडल जरूर ओपन इक्वल टू लो है. फंस गया है इस रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे लग रहा है. Trying to take the rejection. Let's see. जैसे देखोगे तो सपोर्ट तो कुछ बना नहीं है, खैर 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे भी एफईजीसी रिजेक्शन ले रहा है सिर्फ। टाइम फ्रेम पे भी एफईजी पर ही रुका है, 15 मिनट में भी एफईजी पर ही रुका है। क्रूड ऑयल में ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है क्या? हाँ, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है इसमें। क्रूड ऑयल में ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, नेचुरल गैस में ओपन इक्वल टू लो। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आता है यहाँ से, फिर एफईजी पे क्या ये भी रुकता है या फिर एफईजी ब्रेक करता है? एफईजी रुका तो वापस ऊपर, अगर एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज कर गई तो फिर ये यहीं से घूम जाएगा पूरा। ये कल वाला ही रेजिस्टेंस है छोटा सा। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक तो एक्सपेक्टेड है। लेट्स सी एफईजी के नीचे जाने की पावर रखता है या नहीं रखता है। जो लोग बाइंग में है फिर रिपीट कर दूं, नीचे से अपना हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना। एफईजी के नीचे क्लोज हुआ तो ट्रेलिंग एसएल में निकल जाए ना। जिन लोगों ने यहाँ से थोड़ा सा पुल बैक के लिए सेल किया, थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड था, मैं पहले ही बता चुका हूँ। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आ चुका है, अगर यहाँ से सपोर्ट लेता है तो फिर वापस बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे, या फिर चांसेस ऊपर ही है। एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि जिस तरह से कल यहाँ पर एक कंसोलिडेशन हुआ था, मार्केट इसको ब्रेक कर दे और अपने नेक्स्ट जो हम कल भी रेजिस्टेंस की बात कर रहे थे वहां तक आ जाए। वहां पर भी सेलिंग ही बनेगी ऑब्वियसली। वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा देखना पड़ेगा, आता है नहीं आता है। यूएस मार्केट भी बंद है आज, कोई डेटा भी नहीं है। फिफ्टी लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम।
Senator Joni Ernst creating the new Senate Doge Caucus. Ernst, who will also chair that caucus, sending a letter to the heads of the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, with her own proposals on how to cut $2 trillion in stuff. Iowa Senator Joni Ernst, the chairwoman of the Senate Doge Caucus, a member of the Senate Armed Services and Agricultural Committees, and the ranking member of the Senate Small Business Committee. Senator, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, it's great to be with you.
What do you see as the low-hanging fruit in terms
of fruit? And we can simply start with a lot of the
By the way,
it's a shame we have other governors and other mayors who are right out of the gate. I said they're going to push back on President Trump. Let me be clear. There is going to be a mass deportation because we just finished a mass illegal immigration crisis on the border. And I'm sending a message for the people that said they're going to get in our way. They're going to stop us from doing what we're doing on interior enforcement operation. I've said 100 times in the last week, don't cross that line. It is a felony to knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. Don't test us.
Don't test us. Arizona Border Sheriff Mark Daniels joins me now. Sheriff, I
don't know if they're going to go to jail, Ashley, but I will say this. There'll be consequences to them. Number two is just the thought that campaign on the fact he's going to secure this border to do that. The same speaking on a political ideology instead of public safety. secure this country and fix what's been damaged.
You know, Sheriff, I got to imagine this must be a huge morale boost because
Well, you know.
You do?
I watch your shows for the past 2. Of course, I've seen them together, but very shortly. You know, I live in New York, and they're in Mar-a-Lago or SpaceX launch. They just seem to be having fun, a lot of fun, and it's nice for both.
So if you ask questions, if you push back from the standard narrative, now, great to see you, Democrat, which is why I think they're coming after her. The Independent goes as far to say that she's a prolific peddler of Russian propaganda. And there's absolutely no evidence of it, except for, as I said, that she questions.
I think if you look at who's accusing her, it's left-wing loons like Tammy Duckworth and Debbie Wasserman. You know, her views are a lot closer to President Trump's than the Democrat Party, which is why she left to join the right team. The thing she has that they hate is she refuses to become part of the military-industrial forever war complex and believes that maybe we shouldn't start a fight with every bad guy in the world.
Well, that's amazing. I'm glad you brought that up, because also in that same Independent piece that I referenced, they said that she made a journey as an
न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की कैंडल भी क्लोज होने वाली है, कुछ खास हुआ नहीं। नेचुरल गैस वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है, क्रूड ऑयल भी जस्ट स्टक ऑन द सेम लेवल।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Scott Carr. People familiar tell Bloomberg in a Bloomberg exclusive the Biden administration's weighing additional curbs on sales of semiconductor equipment and AI memory chips to China. That would escalate the U.S. crackdown on Beijing's tech ambitions, but stop short of some stricter measures previously considered. Those familiar say nothing is final, but the restrictions could be unveiled as soon as next week. This after intense lobbying by American chip equipment makers who've warned that the tougher measures would bring catastrophic harm to their business. Mexican officials say Donald Trump's threat of 25% tariffs on goods from Mexico and Canada would cost the U.S. economy as many as 400,000 jobs and increase prices for American consumers. Mexico's economy minister Marcelo Ebrard, a veteran of confrontational North American trade talks during Trump's first administration, laid out the warning to the president-elect Wednesday during a news conference alongside Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. Ebrard said the new tariffs would mainly hit U.S. auto companies active in Mexico, including GM and Ford, which produce 88% of the pickup trucks sold in the U.S. The French finance minister says the country risks losing control if it doesn't pass a budget. Antoine Armand was speaking to France's BFM TV as the country has seen its borrowing costs rise over the looming crisis. The government faces a potential no-confidence vote over the budget, which could oust Prime Minister Michel Barnier within weeks. Our Paris bureau chief, Alan Katz, says far-right leader Marine Le Pen is the key figure to watch.
Is she going to vote to overthrow Barnier's government or not? The trend has been, at least in her rhetoric for the last couple of days, a week or so, has been more and more strident and seems more and more likely that she would vote for that. That said, it could all just be political brinksmanship, and she's just trying to extract some concessions from him, and she might sort of veer away at the last minute. And we really don't know for the moment what's going to happen.
That's our Paris bureau chief Alan Katz speaking after the French finance minister said he's prepared to make concessions on the budget to avoid the government being toppled. Barnier faces another hurdle today when left-wing parties have called a vote in the National Assembly to repeal major reforms to the pension system, which were passed last year. Reports say former Philadelphia 76ers executive Scott O'Neill is set to replace the outgoing CEO of Live Golf, Greg Norman. According to The Athletic, Merlin Entertainment says in a statement that O'Neill, who was the head of the company, has stepped down from his role to pursue another opportunity. To the many holiday retail forecasts, you can add KPMG's, which is predicting 4% spending growth over last year. KPMG's Dilip Rodrigo says the number one takeaway from recent firm surveys is that shoppers expect to find inflation-busting deals on Black Friday.
More than half of our consumers are expecting deals that are even better than what they have had last year. So they're expecting to go into Black Friday, expecting more promotions, more doorbuster deals coming in. I think retailers are certainly recognizing that.
Dilip Rodrigo is a consumer and retail sector lead at KPMG. 18.3 million is the number of travelers the TSA expects to screen at airports this Thanksgiving holiday period, a record number. Brian Kelly's founder of The Points Guy. He says that, combined with a shortage of air traffic personnel, will likely slow down some air traffic.
Air traffic controllers, there is a shortage. We've known there's been a shortage for years. The Department of Transportation has said they're in the works towards backfilling those positions, but there are certain places like Newark. Yesterday, Newark had a ground stop, not because of weather, but largely because of air traffic controllers and staffing issues.
Brian Kelly, the Points Guy, who was a guest on Bloomberg Television. Amid some hope that U.S. curbs on chip equipment sales to China might prove lighter than feared, European stocks have now snapped 2 days of declines, with tech stocks leading the advance. Checking markets overseas, the FTSE in London is higher by around 0.4. The CAC in Paris is seeing gains of around 0.5%. The DAX in Germany higher by around 0.6. The Nikkei in Japan closed higher by 214 points, or 0.5%. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong closed lower by 1.2%. China's CSI 300 lost 34 points. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Scott Carr, and this is Bloomberg.
Wings, nuggets, eggs, no matter the form, Americans love their chicken.
ओके गाइस, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन है. थोड़ा बहुत ही मोमेंटम हुआ. नेचुरल गैस में क्रूड ऑयल बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज हो चुका है. लेट्स सी ये नेचुरल गैस नीचे आता है या नहीं आता है. एफईजी ब्रेक करके नीचे हमारे पास एक रीटेस्ट लेवल है, वो रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है. अभी भी एग्जैक्टली रीटेस्ट नहीं हुआ है वहां पर. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस. 60 लाइक्स आर डन. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं. यूएस मार्केट क्लोज है तो थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम कम है ऐसा लग रहा है. थोड़ा नहीं, काफ़ी वॉल्यूम कम है. एक बार थोड़ा सा मूविंग एवरेज देख लेते हैं अपने वॉल्यूम बेस पे कितना चल रहा है. ओके, वॉल्यूम देखोगे फिलहाल के लिए अगर नेचुरल गैस की बात करें तो ठीक ही है अभी. लाइक अपने मूविंग एवरेज से तो ज़्यादा ही चल रहा है. एक दो कैंडल और देखते हैं इसमें. वॉल्यूम ठीक ही है. लाइक लास्ट कैंडल भी ऊपर ही है. करंट कैंडल पे भी वॉल्यूम, अभी तो कैंडल ओपन ही हुई है तो मुझे एक्सपेक्टेड है एवरेज के ऊपर ही है. तो नेचुरल गैस वॉल्यूम ठीक है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. लेट्स सी द क्रूड ऑयल. क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा डाउन है. आफ्टर 4 PM यहाँ पर जब मार्केट आया था एक कंसोलिडेशन एरिया में, इसके बाद बिल्कुल ही डाउन हो गया. अपने मूविंग एवरेज से भी कम चल रहा है. जितना वॉल्यूम नॉर्मली होना चाहिए उससे भी डाउन है इन क्रूड ऑयल. सडनली कोई कैंडल बनी तो देखना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो यहाँ पर भी एक एफईजी बना हुआ है नया, दिस वन, ये जो अभी पुराना एफईजी है उसके जस्ट अबव साइड पे।
Ну, у нас есть много пословиц, которые отражают характер нашего народа. 7 раз отмерь, 1 раз отрежь. Господь терпел и нам велел. Но терпение обязательно, если его испытывают бесконечно, оно завершается. Еще одна пословица, которая должна в данной ситуации быть в мозгах у западных чиновников.
Встал. Что, рассказывай, сковородок.
Меня ранило, я полностью довольный.
Куда пол?
Меня ранило, честно, я отошел.
Давай без пиздежа.
Я, честное слово.
Куда отошел? До деревни сколько?
Я дополз, честно говоря.
Ты 300-й дополз до деревни узкоглазый, блядь? Да? Рассказывай правду. Я тебя сейчас обнулю здесь.
Я, честно говоря, меня ранило много, я до деревни, до дома.
Сколько до
I'm a little stressed out.
Аккуратненько.
Леха, махай привет. Рынки, блядь. Ёбаный в рот. Пидорасы. Розтрощили нахуй, все повністю. Надо бігти. Давай побігли, Дімон. Назад. Дружні. Хто таких? 505. Зайшли, можна сказати, в перший день штурму підером в тил. Чисто случайно зайшли, не знали, куди йдемо, і так вийшло, що ми обійшли їх і вийшли прямо на їхні окопи. І вони там охерели так нормально, звідки ми там намалювалися. Ярик?
Стоимость рубля. Он немножко обесценился.
Ну, на треть.
На 30%. Вот смотрите, мы раньше продавали товар, который стоил...
Противник, якщо він на території України здебільшого прийняв бій і відступав, то тут він огризається і чинить супротив. Скажімо.
Збиття шахіда.
Було знищення.
После СВО оказали хорошую военную медицинскую помощь. Тебе дали деньги. Ты все это раскинул.
Мне ничего не дали. Пидорасы они.
Но вылечился. Почему ты ушел с больницы, пока ты до конца не вылечился?
Меня нахуй выписали оттуда.
Красногорский?
Меня выкинули нахуй отсюда.
Ты не наговариваешь случайно?
Я на что меня выкинули меня с больницы, нахуй перевязанный вот такой нахуй.
Это когда было? Мая месяц? Вчера ты говорил. Ноябре?
Здесь погибло.
Тяжело Авдеевка далась.
Да, очень тяжело далась. Самый первый командир у меня погиб здесь. там как раз он разрушил мост. К сожалению, даже тело не нашли. Вместе с ним малыш, мы его сын отряда называли, 19 лет пацану. Срочку не служил, добровольцем приехал. Через полгода погиб. Сам командир отряда у нас погиб здесь тоже, там на мосту. А носа как зовут еще, Таир? Слава.
В ахуе. Вот завезли гамбургского петуха. Боец легендарной 114-й бригады, блядь. К нам, нахуй, прикомандирован. Вояка, я ебешь, нахуй. Вояка, рыгни что-нибудь, нахуй. Позывной башлык, блядь. А по факту петух, нахуй, блядь. Пьет, нахуй, хуярит на передних позициях, нахуй. Сейчас мы его вытрезвим, нахуй. И что-нибудь придумаем еще. Пидорас, блядь. Ну, вообще здесь, ну, куриц держим, они.
Вон еще там, вот он стоит. Да. Он тоже, они их вот только, видать, они их спалили где-то, и он разлетелся он напополам.
Виновным в совершении преступления, предусмотрено статьей 276 Уголовного кодекса Российской Федерации в редакции Федерального закона 12 декабря 2012 года номер 190 ФЗ назначено наказание в виде лишения.
Мати герой! Свята мати герой! Зійди до серця мого! Зійди до серця мого! Щоб віра моя була гранітом! Щоб віра моя була гранітом! Щоб зросла завзяття міць! Щоб зросла завзяття міць! Щоб сміло йшов я в бій! Щоб сміло йшов я в бій! Так як ішли герої за тебе, свята! Так як ішли герої за тебе, свята! За твою славу! За твою славу! За твої святі ідеї! За твої святі ідеї! Щоб помстити ганьбу неволі! Щоб помстити ганьбу неволі! Потоптану честь! Потоптану честь! У граху нехай не знаю я! Страху нехай не знаю я! Не знаю, що таке вагань! Не знаю, що таке вагань! Скріпи мій дух! Скріпи мій дух! Загартуй волю! Загартуй волю! У серці замешкай моє! У серці замешкай моє! Зрости мене до ясних чинів! Зрости мене до ясних чинів! У тих чинах хай знайду я смерть! У тих чинах хай знайду я смерть! Солодку смерть у муках за тебе! Солодку смерть у муках за тебе! І розпливуся в тобі я! І розпливуся в тобі я! Та вічно житиму в тобі! Та вічно житиму в тобі! Відвічна Україна! Відвічна! Є поранені?
Є поранені.
Де?
Ні, нормально, нормально.
Сетки торчат, бля. Изнутри аж крышу вздуло. В осколках. Сзади прилетело, видишь, крышу вздуло полностью. Ну и вон, танчики.
Ебать, там хуярит, блядь.
Ебать! Твою мать, блядь! Пизда нахуй! Пизда нахуй!
Пиздец, ебать, там хуярит, блядь.
Ебать!
Второго механизированного батальона 3-й отдельной штурмовой бригады. Вы с какого все подразделения? Разделения. Первая танковая. Это ж хваленая первая танковая армия. Теперь хотелось бы услышать вечную вот это нытье, почему вы попали сюда. Расскажите, как...
Не работает?
Не работає. Ну ви що, ви гляньте. А ви в СНАП прийшли чи куди? Да? Та ну ви що? Та сьогодні.
Хуярит летящей походкой воин. Штурмовик, нахуй. Спецназ ХМАО. Спецназ ХМАО, блядь. Вот он. 49 лет, блядь.
Скинь, блядь.
Ну,
крикни, блядь, разойдись.
Вот он.
Вот твои.
Спецназер, ты откуда приехал?
Ну, я забыл.
Да как спас?
Где там, внутри, да?
Бля, нас 5 литров воды всего.
Это резина стреляет.
गाइस यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है 8 पीएम पे। सॉरी, यूएस मार्केट तो क्लोज है, कहाँ से ओपन होगा। नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे वही रेजिस्टेंस पे ही रुका हुआ है, ना ऊपर जा रहा है ना नीचे आ रहा है। ऊपर भी एक रेजिस्टेंस है 276 77 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली, उसमें थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन है, ध्यान रखना। नीड टू सी कि वहाँ पर किस तरह से मार्केट रिएक्शन दे रहा है इस वाले लेवल पे। बाकी एफईजी तो ब्रेक हो नहीं रहा, ब्रेक होता तभी नीचे आता। आई डोंट थिंक सो इट इज़ गोइंग टू ब्रेक नाउ। यूएस मार्केट ओपन नहीं है तो क्रूड ऑयल में भी वॉल्यूम डाउन है, कुछ ज़्यादा ही डाउन है। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक ही आया है बस। ब्रेक होता है तो ये अपने सेकंड रेजिस्टेंस एरिया तक जाएगा। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखोगे वो भी साइडवेज हो चुके हैं, मोमेंटम बड़ा स्लो है, ध्यान रखना। नेचुरल गैस में ही थोड़ा बहुत वॉल्यूम है अपने एवरेज से ऊपर, इसलिए मोमेंटम हो रहा है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम।
Going to be that transformative technology that's going to exponentially change the way we use technology to resolve the most relevant challenges on the continent and beyond.
Well, that was Google's director of EMEA Android partnerships, talking about the opportunities, the challenges around artificial intelligence. Some lines crossing right now. We're hearing from the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, in a conversation with the state-run news organization IFX. You can see live pictures right now, in fact, of the Russian president making these comments to IFX, saying, on one hand, that the Bank of Russia will decide on the inflation control measures. This after the ruble, of course, has come under pretty significant pressure in the last day or so. Also referencing that phone call he had with the German Chancellor Scholz, saying that dialogue is possible in the future too. Again, that is in reference to that phone call that he held with the German Chancellor Scholz. Putin saying that he and Scholz did not change their minds after the call, but saying that possible to have dialogue in the future. Just wrapping some of those lines coming through from the Russian president. We'll keep across, of course, that for you as he, of course, continues to take questions, largely, you would have assumed, from his own domestic media. Coming up, the UK regulator revising its plan to name and shame companies under investigation. We'll bring you the details. Stay with us.
Marco, thank you so much for joining us here at the Bloomberg office.
Great to
now,
be here.
You've been in charge for a little over a year.
1.5 years by now.
1.5 years. I mean, there's been a lot going on. What's the most difficult thing? Is it setting strategy or then making sure that it gets executed on?
Well, you need both. Strategy, structure, and then people. And that's sort of how I think. You want to get the direction right. And when you have it, make sure that the organization is well structured, that we take any blocks out of the way, that we make life a little bit easier for our people. And then, of course, having great teams to execute on it. So, I've been really working all three of it.
I mean, you've also announced quite a lot in terms of divesting certain assets, combined $1 billion in sales. How do you make sure that the cost is worth it, that you're not paying for it more than you get back?
Right. Yeah, I mean, we have really reviewed our portfolio very thoroughly. So I'll take just a quick step back. In January of this year, with the new leadership team, the new CFO in place, we took a very thorough look at our portfolio. And we decided at that moment in time that it was best for the ice cream business to be demerged, and that our shareholders would, have two shares, one in Unilever and one in an ice cream company that we believe on a standalone basis will really fly and is better off on its own. And at the same time, for the remainder of the business, we are really looking, to organize ourselves behind scalable brands that can travel, where we can innovate behind with multi-year and scalable programs. So that's what we're really looking for. So when we're transforming Unilever, we want to transform it into a higher growth, a simpler business. And since we have that scale with brands that through which we can actually leverage that scale for the better. So that has been really the background for the change.
So where does the high growth come from? Again, partly I guess it's premiumization, partly is it getting rid of brands that are underperforming in their home countries?
Yeah, I mean, we want to be quite strategic about it on brands, you know, because it's indeed about scaling. And we see that bigger brands, when you have great ideas and big innovations, it just works better with big brands. I mean, just give you one example. I mean, Dove is our biggest brand in the portfolio, and it's close to 7 billion euro, and it's been growing double-digit this year. So, you know, if you're smart about it, you can do big things with big brands. And I think, you know, the part that you're referring to, and which I've been alluding to recently, which is, can we transform our food business into a more focused food business? And that's what we're doing. So we're looking at transforming a fairly eclectic food business to a food business that is higher growth, and that has global reach. And that is behind two verticals. One is condiments, and that is led by our Hellmann's power brand. That's about 2/3 of it. And the other one is cooking aids, and that's led by Knorr, which is also about 2/3 of that category. And Knorr, you know, this is a 5 billion euro brand. Hellmann's is a very significant brand, and we believe that by putting your resources behind fewer brands, coming up with better and bigger ideas, that's really where we can make a difference at Unilever.
So what are you selling off? How do you choose what you sell off? And again, is it smaller brands that are less known worldwide that have just not been doing so well?
Yeah, I mean, we've done a couple of divestitures already this year since I've been in the role. So we've divested Dollar Shave Club, we've divested a number of more mainstream brands on personal care, and we are now looking once again to transform part of that foods portfolio. And you know, I like local brands when they're scalable, when they're in big markets such as the US or such as India, for example. That's all good. But I think where we can add real value through our global reach, through our global network, through our significant R&D base, I think we can really add value if we can scale it and make them a lot bigger. So that is just one of the criteria that we're looking at.
Is Marmite safe?
You know, I wouldn't provide running commentary on very particular brands because you obviously will hold me to account on it. I like our UK business a lot. Marmite is an absolute icon, and I completely recognize that. At the same time, we are looking to transform our global foods business into condiments, cooking aids, and making sure that we put most of our resources behind all of that.
So are you telling me that everything's on the chopping block, or that do you already have a precise idea of what you would get rid of, but you just don't want to tell us yet?
Well, we're working our way through, but I think for me what's more important, rather than saying, hey, what would we chop off? And hey, all of these brands, we have good brands now. You know, we have drawn a line. I am not in a fire sale process. We are looking to transform our portfolio into a higher growth and attractive category business. And I feel that we're well on the way. And look, a part of that is just by putting more resources behind those things that really work. And sometimes you come to the conclusion that it's better to, that someone else is in a better place to manage a brand than we would be.
So if you're on a fire sale, does that mean you want to get a good price? Like, what are your parameters before you decide what to sell and to whom?
Yeah, I mean, a fire sale would be, look, that it's really performing that bad, or you're like, oh my, you know, we cannot fuel the brand because we don't have the technical expertise anymore, we can't do anything with it. That's not anymore where we are. You know, we had a few. I really didn't feel that we were the right owner of, for example, of Dollar Shave Club. We were not the right owner of water and air purification that we sold off. And, you know, there I really felt, hey, let's move quick, which we did. But I've now come to a point that I say we're going to evolve our portfolio into those higher growth areas with the scalable brands. And we're going to get there, but it's not going to be overnight.
Talk to me about prestige beauty. So that's not going to, you know, as well as expected in the US. What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's prestige beauty has become an important part of what we do, and as you already said, you know, premiumization is a global trend, and I believe that we are a bit under-indexed in our premiumization, in our premium portfolio. So I'm very keen to fuel that, and our prestige beauty portfolio plays a role in that. We have acquired digitally native brands in the US in the last couple of years, whether it's Dermalogica, Living Proof, Hourglass, and so forth. And we're now looking to scale these, and we're bringing them to Europe. So if you're looking for Christmas, some great stuff going on here in the UK for a few of those brands. But we're also bringing them to China as well as to India and a few other places. So scaling them and making them international is an important part of that idea.
We've seen huge inflation. We've seen a pandemic. Is there a concern in the US, but also China, that customers and consumers are trading down?
You know, the trading down, it's super interesting, and I wouldn't say it's a global phenomenon. And please stop me if I answer, because it is not a one-size-fits-all. So just I want to take you through a few big blocks. I mean, first of all, on the US consumer has shown to be remarkably resilient after COVID. Now, US savings levels are a bit lower, and when inflation comes in and so forth, you see that it's slowing a bit on the upper end. But overall, the US has been growing pretty well. If I look at China, on the other hand, where the luxury market has flourished for a number of years, there I see a significant trading down in China. And I believe that's going to last for at least 2 to 3 years if I look at the fundamentals of the economy. And we are less exposed in that, but we do see headwind also in our categories. For example, we're a market leader in hair care. We do see pressure on the higher end brands and products. If I look, on the other hand, at Southeast Asia and India, hey, it's a positive story. And I want to conclude on that. If you look at Europe, Europe has been the big surprise for many companies this year. You know, the European consumer, contrary to the US consumer, has actually saved quite a bit. And we Europeans, we continue to save. And that means that our ability to buy premium products and something that we really like to have is pretty big. So we've been growing actually very successful in Europe for this year, high single digit in quite a number of categories. And it shows that if you come with the right ideas, bigger innovation and good products that are on the premium side, there is a great market in Europe.
But so why is there a little bit of weakness in beauty premium in the US? Is it the product mix, or is it just that consumers are trying to adjust to the new reality?
Yeah, I think consumers are adjusting a bit to that new reality. As I said, I mean, savings have been depleted a bit after COVID. So you can see that, that's number one. I think at the same time, you know, the masstige segment in the US has grown quite a bit. So if you think of the tiering in the market, there's that prestige beauty part, then the part that we call masstige, which is that, you know, sort of price tier just below, and we're seeing that grow very fast. So, you know, the consumer in the US overall is continuing to trade up a bit, but probably not so much more at the very high end at this point.
Talk to me about India. So this is one of your big growth plans for India. You have a delisted company, and then you'll have another part of that, right? That's also delisting. So you'll basically have two entities in India.
We have two entities, but they're both listed in India, and we have a majority share, and therefore it is a subsidiary of Unilever, and it's a phenomenal asset. You know, if you think about it, we are the number one in all our categories in which we play. We're in 85% of Indian households. You know, we've in the last couple of years we've gained quite a bit of market share, and you know, even now, whilst the Indian market in the last couple of quarters was a little sluggish, we've held on market shares and we gained a bit. And we believe that the mid-term opportunity in India and the long-term opportunity in India is arguably, it is the number one opportunity globally. Just because of the size of the market, the number of people participating, but also given the GDP development. You know, we believe that currently GDP is around 2,500 per capita. We believe that's going to grow to approximately 4,000 in the next 8 to 9 years. Only that increase, you know, if you leave everything else constant, it means massive opportunities in our laundry business when people move from hand washing to machine washing. It means big opportunities in hair care. It means big opportunities in shower gels and the way people take care of personal hygiene and so forth. So I'm very excited about that opportunity, and I can talk about it for a long time, but yeah. But
so these are basically two listed entities. Does it mean that you could also buy more? Some of the local competition is actually, you know, quite powerful. They're quite amazing. So could you buy any of them?
Well, look, I mean, we have actually made acquisitions in India in the past, and we will always look in India because it's such an important market for us. But at the same time, you know, we have a phenomenal portfolio of brands, and I want to be careful that we're not fragmenting stuff further, but that we actually grow what we own. And I think we are playing now in India essentially in all price tiers. You know, if you look at hair care, for example, we're 4 or 5 times the next competitor, and we play the whole price piano with Tresemme, with Dove at the higher end, with Tresemme being there, with you know, with Clinic being there more on the value side. So we believe we can serve the Indian consumer with our current portfolio extraordinarily well, and that's what we want to do.
What about Indonesia?
Indonesia has been a long-standing issue for the company. It's very different than India. We're also listed in Indonesia, but it has been a long-standing issue. And I believe if you really take a bit of distance, the company was surprised by a local competitor coming in at cheaper prices, and we did not innovate fast enough, and we did not market our products and our brands sharp enough to justify that price difference with, you know, with cheaper priced products and brands. And that's something that's been going on for quite a while. We are resetting that company, and because I'm a big believer in the long term and in the midterm and the long term future of Indonesia, for us, we're definitely not giving up, but we need to take a significant step back, make a significant reset to make Indonesia work for us going forward. And that's what we will do.
Do you worry about tariffs around the world under President Trump come January 21st? And what does that mean for your pricing and actually also where you make some of your goods?
Yeah, I mean, tariffs and protection is always disruptive for businesses that operate globally. And, you know, I recognize that. But, hey, if it's a reality, then it's a reality. I think what we have been doing over the last few years is, in general, after COVID, we have made our markets, in general, more self-sufficient.
Hold up. We're looking at a record small majority after the Novembers in the last 90 years. You have to go all the way back since the Herbert Hoover administration to find an even smaller majority after the November elections. We're talking about the Republicans with 220 seats, Democrats with 215 if the current House results hold. And keep in mind that this will drop lower if Stefanik Waltz or others like Matt Gaetz leave the Congress.
Yeah, talk to me. This is sort of the best case scenario for Republicans, at least for the next few weeks or months. Where could it go?
Where could it go? It could shrink even further. So let's say Gaetz, Stefanik, and Waltz resigns. We could be looking at, get this, Republicans at 217, the Democrats at 215, and I went all the way back. Look, this is crazy. This is crazy, right? Because all it means is Democrats at 215 plus 1 GOP seat could tank the entire thing, because then both sides would be at 216 seats, John.
One Republican vote for the first few weeks, maybe months of the administration could be enough to sink a measure. I mean, how historically unprecedented is this?
You might have noticed in my last answer, I was so excited. I nearly got ahead of myself, How historically unprecedented is it? I love history. So times just one majority member could sink a bill by voting with the minority in the last 100 years plus. This, possibly 2025, with the likely resignations from the House. And that's it. It's literally the only time in the last 100 years, assuming, of course, all members vote. So the bottom line is, look, the results from the November elections weren't exactly good for Democrats, but this is a shining light for them. They really did hold the Republican majority down, and given the likely resignations that are coming, that House of Representatives for the Republicans, that House majority is going to be record small.
Just to be clear, that only holds until they fill the Gaetz seats, which is safe Republican,
Correct.
Fill the Waltz seats, safe Republican. Stefanik, a matter for another time.
Yes.
We'll talk about what could happen there. Yeah. Harriet, great to see you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
So if you look at, for example, our China market, it's essentially self-sufficient. India, for sure, is. The US is mostly self-sufficient, with some imports, though, from Mexico, but that is not material to the group. It's not significant. And we have a fairly agile supply chain that, you know, if the situation, if it comes to that point, that we could reallocate our production from those factories to other parts in our network and make the US probably even more self-sufficient. So, hey, we are adapting fast, we're agile. It's not of material impact to the group, but we're obviously watching it very, very closely.
I mean, does it influence your decision on where to cut jobs?
No, at this point it doesn't. No, we have made an announcement on a restructuring program that you're probably referring to in March. 7,500 people, because we felt that was for two reasons. One, we are making the organization ready for a Unilever without ice cream, and that needs to be a lighter organization. And we wanted to be ahead of that demerger and take measures now. So that was reason one. And reason number two, we have changed the structure. I talked to you about strategy and structure. We've changed the structure to be faster, to be able to scale these brands faster across the globe. And when you do that, you need to take the consequences that, hey, it can be a bit, we can be more efficient. And that's what that's what we're doing.
But you worry about unfair advantage for some of your competitors that are based in the US.
Yeah, our competitor, we are based in the US. The US is our biggest market.
But you're not headquartered there. So someone like Pepsi, do they have an advantage under Trump if he puts America first?
No, I don't think so. I think we have been in the US for decades. We can, it's our largest market. We have phenomenal US-centric brands. I talked about the prestige beauty, but also brands in well-being such as Liquid IV, such as Ollie on the VMS side and on the well-being side. So, we are in many ways, in that market, we are an American company, and I believe that the US government has every interest to work with companies from overseas who are active in America to promote investment in North America, to care for jobs, to do the right thing for that market, and that's what we're doing.
So you also divested, of course, what you had in Russia. Maybe some of your US competitors won't have to going forward. Was it a mistake to get rid of it?
Russia was something that was a very difficult decision to make. I found that in my last 1.5 years, it was arguably the most difficult decision to make. But I did make it quite soon, in the sense that I wanted to create optionality for us to exit that market, and that was a tedious process. So it took us more than 12 to 14 months to come to that point that we were able to exit. And at some point in September, I felt I had the optionality on the table, and it was difficult, but I made the decision to go, not because of the war that's going on right now, but because I felt that the control on our business was coming down. I feel that ultimately, if you're a global company, you need to have control of your operations. We need to be able to review results. We need to be able to get the cash out of the country ultimately. We need to be able to make sure that we live up to potentially international sanctions. We need to be able to control our brands and where our brands travel. And that was something that I felt wasn't enough anymore. And I didn't see a window into the near future where we would regain that control. And that drove the decision to exit.
And talk to me about Ben & Jerry's. So the way that Ben & Jerry's was set up was also having an independent board. Will that still be the case going forward, given actually, a lot of the questions that you've just been telling me about?
Yeah. No, Ben & Jerry's has an independent board, and that independent board that looks after the social mission of Ben & Jerry's only. So it's not a board that looks at the business side of Ben & Jerry's, because that's what we do, but it looks after the social mission that's there. That was agreed at the time that Unilever acquired Ben & Jerry's. It's in the merger agreement, and we absolutely respect that merger agreement. And therefore, the new ice cream company that will be demerged will respect that merger agreement.
Is it tough when the politics gets into selling products?
I think, in the case of Ben & Jerry's, look, that brand, we acquired it, I think, at a sales level of 120 million or something like that, and we've grown it to a more than $1 billion brand. It's been growing very successfully, and part of the success of Ben & Jerry's is a social mission, and the way they speak out and the way they speak up, and as long as that fits, the brand, peace, love, and ice cream, I'm all for that. It's a wonderful thing to do. You need to be careful that, as a company, that you don't take political sides when that's not necessary. Sometimes that brings a certain tension, but I believe it's a healthy tension. They keep us on our toes, and it's a great brand. I love it, and I'm sure it will be successful going forward.
Hein, over the last 18 months, what have you learned about yourself, and what have you learned about Unilever?
Wow, that's a very good question. I think I learned myself that, that if you want to, as I said, if you really want to move a ship like this, you need some time to think it through, and that was the reason that last year in October we came with a tactical intervention plan, but only last Friday we talked to our investors and our shareholders in the Capital Markets Day, in which we revealed a longer-term strategy. Also a new purpose of the company, and the purpose of the company goes to the heart of what kind of company you actually want to be. And I learned that sometimes it's good to take a little bit of time whilst keeping the foot on the pedal on performance. But don't rush. Make sure it works. Because of course I'm impatient. You want to move forward. You want to keep people moving. You want to have that success that this company was looking for. But at the same time, before you come to those.
Good morning from London. I'm Anna Edwards along.
And we've also, Anna, got to price in a ceasefire in the Middle East. Though judging by the market reaction this morning, I would say that looks already priced.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we've got a nice chart that shows gold and oil over the last few days, and you can see that the market saw this coming. Still, no downplaying the good news that it is that we have now, I think 5 hours ago, started this ceasefire. So will it hold is one of the key questions, of course. Hezbollah is required to remove its troops from an area of southern Lebanon that it was supposed to remove them from back in 2006. What kind of support can the UN and the Lebanese military provide there? This has been welcomed by Iran, of course. Anthony Blinken talking about how this might help to make progress in Gaza. Other voices seem much more sceptical on that front, though.
Is this basically just getting the deal done before Trump comes in? That kind of feels what it is right now.
I was only going to say that. It's a 60-day ceasefire. 60 days gets us to the first week that President-elect Trump takes office. So January 20th, he takes office, and the next week, the ceasefire expires. So this was something that we know that Benjamin Netanyahu had spoken about, making kind of an early policy gift to Donald Trump. That's a direct quote as well. So we'll see what happens come January.
The Biden administration obviously hoping that this turns into something more lasting, and so perhaps wanting to make this one of the first foreign policy tests for a new president.
One area we may see some reaction in this is the airline sector. So the airline sector, particularly the likes of EasyJet, which is reporting numbers this morning, those numbers just dropping onto the tape as we speak, have been impacted by the fact that they haven't been able to fly into the region, and it's therefore affected their numbers over the last few quarters. If we do see a deal getting done, does that start to have an impact? Gaza was obviously the initial impact, but the war with Hezbollah has had a more lasting, or has had a further impact in terms of the numbers. So we'll speak to Johan Lundgren. We'll get his take on that very shortly.
And we were speaking about, of course, the Trump effect, and that's showing up potentially around these Middle East conversations. Also showing up, of course, in this tariff overhang. That was really the last story that kind of dominated the markets, or at least the sentiment in the last 24 hours or so. Since then, we've got feedback coming from the Mexican and the Canadian presidents as well, and Prime Minister, I should say, for Canada, talking about what this could actually mean, what they could offer in return. Some of that includes reciprocal tariffs. But I thought it was interesting. You're starting to see a lot of the Wall Street banks come out with research suggesting this is ultimately, surprise, inflationary. Things that, like gas prices, for example, in the U.S. could go up. Gasoline prices, I should clarify, by as much as 75 cents. That is a big deal for an American consumer. Does that change the thinking at the Fed?
Yeah, that's the Goldman Sachs line, isn't it, when referencing imported fuels coming through from Canada. Really interesting. Yeah, I mean, this just the fact we've had the conversation already about retaliatory tariffs, both from the Mexicans and the Canadians, does play to the bigger concern here that if everybody else in the world follows the United States lead, then that's when you get into that real sort of inflationary spiral, perhaps. Really kind of almost quaint that the Mexican president talking about wanting cooperation and not hostility, which this is going to be a new era.
Haven't you read the book?
Yeah, we have a playbook to go with here, and cooperation is not the name of the game.
But does that price mechanism limit the White House's desire to do some of these deals, or not put these tariffs on? Lumber prices are also sharply higher as well. That's another area you could be seeing the Canadian impact coming through. If gas prices do rise, does the White House rethink?
So that's the gas prices. We talked about cars and the impact there yesterday for some of the European players as well. Then there's alcohol and there's avocados. And for me, I always like to talk about Chipotle stock when talking about avocados, because that's the one that's very aggressively exposed to it. And Chipotle stock actually rallied yesterday off of the back of this. And I thought that was interesting. Is that a potential play? Either that's complacency in the trade, or there's a potential play in the ability for consumers to eat those additional costs.
Have we reached peak avocado?
No.
Never.
Definitely not. That we probably should. I joke. Let's talk about what's happening in France. Critty, you were talking about this with Tom just a few minutes ago. So there's reporting out from the Parisian, the newspaper, saying that Macron has suggested that actually he expects the government of Barnier to fall. Now, the Elysée has pushed back quite hard on this. Le Parisien is standing by its reporting, but Barnier was out yesterday warning that we could potentially see a storm coming if this budget is voted down, and his government, by extension, is therefore voted down as well. Spreads have been widening out. We're at 85 bips over Germany right now. How much higher do we ultimately go? We've also got this court case coming to a conclusion today. We don't get a verdict in terms of Marine Le Pen's political future. So all of this kind of coming together. The market is clearly very nervous. How much more nervous does it get?
Yes, I wonder how the court case plays in. I understand we might not get firm news on that in January, but this might all come to a head before then in December. How high the spreads go is one that many have been weighing in on. I know our stories have quotes from Citi talking about it going to 100 basis points. As you say, it's 85, 86 right now, which is the highest close since 2012. And we all remember where we were in 2012 and what spreads were doing then. But we have other voices in the mix. Allianz saying it could go as high as 125, which would put it on a sort of level pegging in terms of spreads with Italy.
Yeah, that's a scary metric. That suddenly there is a risk that people are even talking about this. The likelihood is that the French premium could actually exceed that of Italy's or be on par with it. To me, is wild given how much liquidity there is in the yacht market.
What we don't know is what comes next. If the government falls, what
just another try? I mean, quote unquote, just, but another attempt to cobble together a budget that's more palatable to Le Pen.
No, new government. Who do you bring in as prime minister? You start the whole process again. Do we get another government that's lasted the last 2 or 3 months? What happens
but
in
all
the
under the
interim?
same president?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
In theory, we'll wait and see. But it is going to be a real challenge, and you don't know how the mechanics are going to work in this kind of scenario in France, how the budget would work, how a prime minister may be able to function in that kind of space. Anyway, we've got plenty to talk about on the show. We've already mentioned what might be happening with some of the airline stocks today. Another factor that could weigh or impact that area this morning could be the EasyJet numbers, which are dropped on our screens. They look like they've met expectations. Johan Lundgren, the outgoing CEO of EasyJet, is going to be joining us for the last time. Caroline Shaw, multi-asset portfolio manager at Fidelity, will be joining us around the open. Jim Reed, head of global economics and thematic research at Deutsche Bank, joining us, Crudy, in the second hour of the show.
He's got some interesting takes on the markets and technology as well. We're excited for that conversation. Let's talk about what else we're going to be watching out for today as well. As Guy was saying, that we do have a little bit of a data dump throughout the rest of the day, but it kicks off at about 9:30 a.m. right here in Europe. German consumer confidence numbers are going to be hitting the wire. And then at 11 a.m., an approval vote for the new EU Commission. Can they get to work before December 1st and certainly get ready for the new year as well? And then, of course, like I said, that data dump, we've got U.S. third quarter GDP, 1:30 p.m. That is the second print there. Initial jobless claims at the same time. And then just 90 minutes later, U.S. core PCE numbers coming in at about 3 p.m. UK time.
Yeah, and amongst that, yes, the PCE data, and expecting that to tick up slightly. Bloomberg Economics describing this data point as another reason why the Fed could be careful in December. What does careful mean? I mean, there are some, and Bloomberg Economics is amongst them, who are thinking about maybe there's a pause in December.
The market is basically pricing a pause. We're almost there in terms of what the market is signalling. We've significantly downgraded December in terms of the pricing. Low conviction, I think. And then what happens? What happens into New Year when you start to gain clarity? The minutes didn't really give us much, and they certainly didn't give us much in terms of the Fed anticipating that we're going to be seeing sort of proactive action, proactive decision-making around what Trump is going to do. They look like they're going to wait and see.
I'm confused about these markets, though. What are the markets trading off of? It feels like the volatility around some of these data points has come down a little bit. Are you then just looking ahead to your point about the further impact? But then how do you price that in? I would love to get a quant on the show and explain the math.
I have one word what markets are trading off at the moment. Isn't it Trump?
Oh, I was going to say vibes, but, sure.
Trump vibes.
Trump vibes.
We'll go with both of those. What else do you need to know this morning? Let's work our way through what we should also be looking at. The Netherlands has accepted changes to its budget after consulting with the Commission in Brussels. The initial submission by The Hague exceeded the fiscal spending growth limits set by Brussels back in June. CrowdStrike shares slumping after hours following weaker than expected earnings forecast from the cybersecurity company. The numbers disappointing investors watching for signs that the firm has recovered from its flawed update that, remember, crashed computers around the world last summer. That outage, which I think was back in July, disrupted industries including air travel, banks, healthcare, etc., etc., etc. And Bloomberg has learned that BYD is asking suppliers to accept a 10% price cut starting in January, signaling the car company is itself positioning to weather an intensified price war in China's auto market. BYD has so far come through some of these price pressures relatively unscathed, leading a round of industry-wide price cuts earlier this year, delivering record revenue and income on the back of it. The Chinese are going to become more competitive. That's music to the ears of European automakers.
I know, I was going to say, we spend a lot of time when we think about Chinese manufacturers talking about their impact on Europe, and no doubt that will come, and that stems from what we're discussing here. But this initially within the Chinese market, very much worth reflecting on, the weakness in pricing in China and reflective of the wider concerns about the Chinese consumer.
Yeah, it's fascinating, though, that it just brings back memories of the idea of the kind of pricing cartel that the Chinese had with 16 EV makers, including Tesla. And I'm curious if that's where you go back at some point when it comes to this kind of international competition. It didn't, but I'm curious if this kind of creates that incentive, if everyone cuts their prices.
Guys, New York session के बाद US market opening का time था, but US market आज close है. तो 8 PM पे देखना है, थोड़ा मोमेंटम आता है नहीं आता. नेचुरल गैस अननेसेसरी ऊपर चला के वापस नीचे आ रहा है. बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज हो गया मार्केट. देयर इज वेरी लेस वॉल्यूम राइट नाउ. क्रूड ऑयल भी थोड़ा बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड था नीचे आएगा वो जोन से, वो भी वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है. एफईजी पर भी एग्जैक्टली आ नहीं रहा है फॉर पुल बैक. It is just stuck. करते रहो गाइस. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया. बाइंग का कोई ट्रेड नेचुरल गैस में है नहीं. वो एफईजी से जरूर रिटर्न किया है, बट बाइंग का ट्रेड नहीं था वहाँ पर. वो न्यूज़ की वजह से सडनली कैंडल बनी एंड देन स्लोली स्टडीज गोइंग अप.
Valerie Teitel.
Look, there was a repetition of this word gradual when it comes to lowering rates. There was broad support for gradually lowering interest rates. We also saw some quotes about the downside risk to growth moderating. We heard this directly from Powell in his testimony, but interesting to also see that he had a broad support for lowering those downside risks to growth. Maybe a bit niche, but this was a surprise here down at the bottom that they are looking at lowering the rate on the reverse repo facility, a guy that could potentially be the Fed having their eye on the year-end turn, not wanting to have a repeat of what happened at quarter end when we did see a funding spike in SOFR futures. We are still pricing a 50-50 chance of a Fed cut in the December meeting, but perhaps the U.S. data today can take us in another direction. We get growth data, labor market data, and inflation data. This PCE is going to be the most important of the day, Guy. Any upside risk in this inflation indicator could prompt the market to further price out that cut from the Fed when it comes to December. I also want to point out something that I found very interesting from the consumer confidence data we had out yesterday. Not only did consumer confidence hit the highest in 16 months, but we also saw a record high for this stock market optimism index. It's the percent of respondents who think the stock market is likely going to be higher over the next year. It hit a record high, surpassing the previous highs in early 2018, and that was around the optimism of the original Trump tax cuts proposals when it comes to corporate tax. So a lot of optimism out there around what this new Trump administration could do when it comes to deregulation and tax cuts, and it seems like the market is very bullish underlying this equity market sentiment.
Momentum. That certainly seems to be adding further evidence into that momentum story. Valerie, thank you very much indeed. Let's talk more about this. Jumana Salahi, Chief European Economist at Vanguard, joining us around the table. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks
America,
for having me.
nice to see you. America looks great. Europe looks like it's heading in the opposite direction. Is that the basic takeaway from what we're seeing out of the data at the moment?
I think that would be a fair thing to say. And I think if you look back to the evolution of the growth outlook through 2024, the US has become more and more optimistic and Europe has been more pessimistic. You've seen that divergence in growth. And really, this is really important, is the US has faced lucky supply-side shocks. What do I mean by that? Productivity has been better than expected, and labor supply from immigrant labor, 5 million immigrant workers from 2021 have come in, and that's added to the supply capacity of the economy, which is why we saw those Fed minutes saying, you know, we see good news on growth.
Anything going to change this?
Anything, probably, we don't really know. Obviously, we've got, you know, there are expectations of policies coming through with the new president next year. We don't know. There are downside risks.
Is he going to reinforce those moves that we've seen thus far, or is he going to maybe detract from them? Does America stay lucky?
It's definitely going to stay lucky in the near term, right? So some of these forces, these structural forces, the supply side, the workers being their productivity, they don't disappear overnight. And even any kind of new policies will take time to embed. So it's not going to go away immediately, potentially down the line. There are downside risks. And the big question is, you know, to what extent, what is the magnitude of those risks?
And Jumana, good morning. So this sets up big divergence then between the economies of the United States and the Eurozone or Europe more widely. How big does that divergence get?
So it gets, you know, it gets pretty big. Some of that is related, obviously, to domestic factors. Some of that's related to global factors. So trade policy uncertainty, economic uncertainty about policy, that's actually gone up. It's nowhere near the highs that we've seen historically, but it is elevated. So what does that do? When there's policy uncertainty, investors don't invest, consumers don't consume, and we've actually seen in the PMIs and some of the confidence surveys in Europe, it's gone down. So in terms of numbers, what are we looking at? We're looking at euro area growth of around, 0.5% next year, and for the US, more like 2%.
Yeah.
So pretty big divergence. Some of that is structural, though, right? So in a really good time, you wouldn't expect the euro area to be more than 1.5. So the trend growths are quite different.
Yes, but but this is exacerbating what you see in a sort of underlying sense.
Yes.
So that's the picture in terms of the amount of divergence that we're going to see. Where does that take us on the underlying growth story in Europe in terms of the ECB? Because, that could be supportive, ECB cutting rates. We could see higher real wages having more of an impact in parts of Europe. Are those things, as people start to forget the really, really high inflation days, are those things going to be positives for Europe?
Yes, so that will be mildly positive for Europe. I mean, central bank policy can only help through the cycle, right? So you have your trend growth, that's different. But central bank, we do see the ECB cutting rates, and we see ECB cutting rates to below what we call neutral, so much more dovish by the end of next year, below 2%, whereas the Fed, we don't see it cutting rates below 4%. So that's quite a divergence from the growth down to the policy side. The policy will be slightly stimulative, but it takes time. So you've heard of the long and variable lags. It's not going to be that silver bullet.
And the real wages?
The real wages side, obviously, real wages are improving in Europe because inflation is coming down. But, we do see wages still remaining sticky. In real wage space, it probably is going to be a much better story and supportive for consumption.
Jumana, in the States, there's a conversation right now around, obviously, tariffs and what that's going to do to prices for the American consumer, for wages, et cetera. Essentially, inflation could tick up under, even just in the first year of Donald Trump's presidency. How much of that feeds into Europe or bleeds into Europe when it comes to inflation numbers here?
So just like tariffs will, push up on inflation, I mean, that's the theory, and that's what we've seen as well in the U.S. You see the same thing in terms of the channels of transmission. If there are tariffs in Europe, you will see those price pressure, nothing else changed, being higher. But, if we do see a weakness on the growth side, that pushes that inflation down and it broadly offsets each other. So the tariffs push up, weaker demand pushes down. So in terms of the inflation impact, it could actually be very muted.
For Europe.
For Europe, that's
pretty
right.
fascinating. But then how does the fiscal story fall into all of that? I'm just curious what drives kind of European growth. Is it the cuts from the ECB, as Anna was mentioning, or is it, say, fiscal stimulus from some of these governments in France or the Netherlands or Germany? What drives it, the fiscal or the monetary?
So the monetary will only be cyclical, short-term horizon. The fiscal, it depends. If it can actually unlock the structural side of the economy, like the Draghi report talked about, investing in infrastructure, technologies, AI, that can move the dial on the structural growth rate.
You worried about France?
France?
What happens if the French government falls and spreads widen out significantly in France? What is that, a idiosyncratic French story, or is that a Eurozone crisis story?
I mean, if it is to do with French politics, then of course it will be related to a French story, not a Eurozone story. But given that it is part of the euro, depending on the extent of that, depending on the length of that, whether they could actually sort it out, then it could just be a temporary thing and not spread to the wider euro area.
We had some people yesterday say, I think it was Commerzbank advising reducing exposure to France, and it is obviously about the politics, but also saying it's about the macro environment. So the PMI data at the end of last week looking so shockingly bad, surprisingly so, from France.
Yeah, I think some of the French stuff is the post-election down, so the base effects, if you like, so probably not enduring. But, you know, we know that there are some structural issues in France, and we know that the credit spreads and the spreads have been a little bit higher than before those problems came to light.
So that was France. Let's talk about Germany as well. We might have a removal of the debt brake going into next year. What does that do? How much of the growth does that stimulate, as is, of course, the goal?
I mean, I think it really depends on, you know, going back to what we were talking about earlier, how much of that fiscal can be put into those structural.
Guys, crude oil थोड़ा बहुत तो नीचे आ गया है. देखो, ये एफईजी पे अगर रुकता है तो यहाँ से रिटर्न बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे. अगर ये एफईजी के नीचे क्लोज कर गया तो फिर डे लो. तो ये एफईजी थोड़ा सा देखना यहाँ पर मार्केट किस तरह से रिएक्शन दे रहा है, रुकता है या फिर यहाँ से और नीचे जाता है क्रूड ऑयल. थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम होने की पॉसिबिलिटी है 8 पीएम पे. वैसे यूएस मार्केट तो बंद है, बट थोड़ी बहुत रिएक्शन तो जरूर होगी. यूएस मार्केट बंद है तो वहां पर मार्केट ओपन भी नहीं होगा. फॉरेक्स ओपन है, बट फॉरेक्स में भी कुछ खास मोमेंटम नहीं है. पूरा दिन साइडवेज पड़ा हुआ है मार्केट. यूएस का इंडेक्स ओके फाइनली. नेचुरल गैस भी ऐसा हिट करके नीचे आ रहा है. अब देखते हैं क्या करता है ये. नीचे आ जाता है या फिर लाइक कुछ नया सपोर्ट वगैरह क्रिएट करता है यहाँ पे. एट पी एम हो गया है. लेट्स सी कुछ मोमेंटम और आता है तो. बाय मत करना अभी, ठीक है. डायरेक्ट बाय मत कर लेना, थोड़ा वेट करेंगे. ना पड़ेगा, होल्ड करता है नहीं करता, नहीं तो कहीं ऐसा ना हो ब्रेक कर दे नीचे. गैस तो स्टिल ऑन द सेम लेवल, कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है इसमें नया. ट्वेंटी लाइक्स आर डन. करते रहो गाइस. लाइक 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. और सेलर से एग्जिट हो जाओ क्रूड से. थोड़ा पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड था, थोड़ा आ गया पुल बैक. कोई बहुत बड़ा नहीं है, 30 पॉइंट ही है. नहीं, नेचुरल गैस में कोई नहीं है अभी. एक रेजिस्टेंस पड़ा हुआ था बट वो ऑलरेडी उसके ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज होके नीचे आ रहा है. बाकी इसको अब रेजिस्टेंस कंसिडर मत करना क्योंकि कैंडल ऊपर क्लोज हो चुकी है. नीचे एफईजी है, देयर इज नो सच सपोर्ट. गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखोगे तो गोल्ड भी अपने रेजिस्टेंस पे साइडवेज हो गया. सिल्वर अपने रीटेस्ट जोन के अराउंड पहुंचने वाला है.
Into the role, and what do you think he has to do? Is there a way of making the EasyJet holiday business better? Should you be looking elsewhere in the world rather than simply looking at Europe? People are talking about the Caribbean as being an obvious, maybe next destination for EasyJet. What do you think the future holds?
Well, I think, certainly in the airline, we will continue to focus on flying, short haul. But having said that, we see phenomenal growth into North Africa. We launched Cape Verde as an example as well. So, we are flying further distances. That's true. But that's really driven by the demand. But EasyJet Holidays is on a fantastic trajectory. But remember that they still only sell about 7% of the airline's capacity. So there's still a huge number of customers that we can convert into the holiday business as well. And Kenton going to set out today in the presentation we're going to do later on with the analysts and to investors also the exciting things that is ahead of them. EasyJet is in a strong position. I mean, we have the customer satisfaction score that is among the highest we ever seen. We are rated as #1 airline in Europe on ESG, undisputable leader in there. We're ranked as the #1 airline to work for in Glassdoor. It's on the Times Best Companies to Work For big companies list as well. So there's a lot of things that we have done well so far, but there's always things to do. Kenton wants to continue to focus on resilient, providing.
Yes, US market close है आज. US market close है, इसीलिए थोड़ा ज़्यादा मोमेंटम कर नहीं रहा है मार्केट. नहीं तो अभी तक मोमेंटम थोड़ा बहुत तो होता.
I think it's a little bit too grand to kind of write its own legacy. But look, I think, the things that we have, demonstrated today in terms of where the company is and what's clear to read to everybody, that's something that I've been privileged enough to do with a bunch of tremendously talented, ambitious, and passionate people in this organization. So I've had the privilege to lead this company at a certain point in time as well, and now the company is in a very strong position as well. But also, it will be plenty of things for Kenton to do. There's all the things one can do to become a better company, and that's what Kenton going to continue on. But in terms of legacies, somebody else will have to write that for me. But I think the results in today's results demonstrate some of that.
Surviving maybe the total shutdown of the aviation industry during the pandemic, that certainly is maybe one thing we can talk about in the future, as Anna points out. Just quickly, Johan, it looks like we've got a ceasefire deal in the Middle East. Is that going to change your policy towards flying into the region? Do you think that will give the numbers a boost next time round if we can see maybe easier flying in that region?
Well, first of all, it's a good thing, clearly, from a humanitarian point of view as well. And let's hope that this gives some certainty and stability under improved conditions for the people that is in there. And we will evaluate that once we see that stability hopefully be in place if we resume flying into Israel. We want to resume flying into Israel and into the regions overall, but we just got to make sure that there is a stable situation before we consider to do that. But we want to do that, and when the time is right, we will do that.
Johan, it's always been a pleasure. It continues to be a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed for your time this morning and all the times you've joined us to go through the EasyJet numbers and talk about EasyJet's future. It's always been a great pleasure. We look forward to talking to Kenton, and we will look forward to welcoming you when you figured out what you're going to do next around the table next time. Johan, thank you very much indeed. The EasyJet CEO, Johan Lundgren. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what is happening with the markets and figure out what is going on in terms of the story surrounding where we go next. The corporate story is kind of running out of steam a little bit. The earnings season beginning to run out of a bit of pace, but Unilever is still a focus as well. Yeah, we spoke to them. Unilever CEO Heinz Schumacher says that the firm left Russia because it was losing control of the business there. In an exclusive interview with our very own Francine Lacqua, he also discusses the global consumer trends and plans for Ben & Jerry's. Take a listen.
It was a very difficult decision to make. I found that in my last 1.5 years, it was arguably the most difficult decision to make. But I did make it quite soon, in the sense that I wanted to create optionality for us to exit that market. And that was a tedious process. So it took us more than 12 to 14 months to come to that point that we were able to exit. And, at some point in September, I felt I had the optionality on the table. And it was difficult, but I made the decision to go, not because of the war that's going on right now, but because I felt that the control on our business was coming down. I feel that ultimately, if you're a global company, you need to have control of your operations. We need to be able to review results. We need to be able to get the cash out of the country ultimately. We need to be able to make sure that we live up to potentially international sanctions. We need to be able to control our brands and where our brands travel. And that was something that I felt wasn't enough anymore. And I didn't see a window into the near future where we would regain that control. And that drove the decision to exit.
And talk to me about Ben & Jerry's. So the way that Ben & Jerry's was set up was also having an independent board. Will that still be the case going forward, given actually, a lot of the questions that you've just been telling me about?
Yeah. No, Ben & Jerry's has an independent board, and that independent board that looks after the social mission of Ben & Jerry's only. So it's not a board that looks at the business side of Ben & Jerry's, because that's what we do, but it looks after the social mission that's there. That was agreed at the time that Unilever acquired Ben & Jerry's. It's in the merger agreement, and we absolutely respect that merger agreement. And therefore, the new ice cream company that will be demerged will respect that merger agreement.
Unilever CEO Heinz Schumacher there speaking with our very own Francine Lacqua. Coming up on the program, we stick with the corporate stories. Aston Martin looking to raise cash after issuing another profit warning. That and your other stocks to watch coming up next. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the programme. This is the opening trade. 15 minutes then until we see markets open here in Europe, equity markets that is, of course. And we have a mixed picture really for the futures story for Europe. Not a great deal of direction, waiting perhaps for some data, maybe waiting for some more communications from President-elect Trump. With that in mind, let's get into a conversation about where we are on markets. Our Markets Live executive editor Mark Cudmore joins us for 3 minutes on the markets. And negativity around Europe, I mean, not evident particularly in today's futures, but certainly we're nervous about France. Mark, is that negative around Europe narrative making its way to where you are in Asia?
Absolutely. I certainly am getting increasingly bearish on Europe, and it's not like I've been particularly positive for a long period of time. We talked already yesterday about how this week, with the low liquidity, with month end, you wouldn't want to read too much into short-term price action. So I wouldn't want to get too carried away about the recent yield moves in France. But the longer-term story has been there. We knew about this weeks ago. We knew about it even going into the US election. We now know, going up to the budget, which is likely to come to a head in December, that it's going to get much more tense for France. The backdrop here is the Eurozone has suffered 2 years of stagnant, sluggish growth, and it looks like next year will be equally bad. So this is in a multi-year kind of slump, lack of growth. The budget situation is very, very concerning in France, and there seems an inability to impose the fiscal constraint that is needed. And I think the outlet for this pressure, this combination of poor growth and yet rising yields in some problematic cases, which adds to the stress, but a lack of real yields in Germany at the core means that ultimately the outlet will probably be the currency. So I think the euro has more downside in the months ahead.
Mark, let's turn to what is happening in America, because that appears to be where all the action is, or at least the positive action. American consumers are very, very, very bullish when it comes to stocks. Is that a reason for a bear potentially to pause and rethink?
No, probably not. As you know, having been super bullish all year, I've kind of swiveled on US stocks 2 weeks ago. And so therefore, I'm inclined to kind of go, oh, look, this will help my cause. Therefore, it's a contrarian kind of bearish signal that people are so bullish. I had a quick look at the kind of run of the statistics here. It tends to be a coincident indicator. It is shocking how bullish they are. And generally, what you find in these sentiment indicators, at extremes, they can be a contrarian indicator. But I can't claim there's any statistical evidence to back that up. So at the moment, it's a coincident indicator which matches the fact that we just had US stocks close at a record high. So sure, people are bullish right now. It'll probably turn down when the stock market turns down. It may not be a leading move.
Mark, let's talk about the EM story a little bit. We saw the Mexican peso get hammered. We've seen the yuan weaken as well today to some pretty significant records. Do you get exposure to EM right now or for the next 4 years? How are you thinking about that?
In context of that, I thought it was interesting that story out this morning on the Bloomberg terminal about, Goldman's even more optimistic on South African inflation than the government is, and kind of thinks that, the South Africa story is very good and they'll stay relatively insulated to the US story. And I think that reminds that ultimately EM is a very divergent story. I think what's most controversial might be the idea that I'm not as bearish on a lot of Asia as other people might be. I think that a lot of Asia is priced in the more negative story. If US is going to raise the expense of doing trade with America, Asia has an ability to be a little bit more insulated from that to some extent. So I think some other EMs can do well as well.
Certainly something we're keeping a close eye on. Bloomberg's Market Live executive editor Mark Cudmore joining us this morning. You get more up-to-date analysis from him and the team. Just type in MLIV Go on your Bloomberg terminals. Go from the macro to the micro. Joe Easton standing by with your stocks to watch. Joe.
Morning, Critty. So we got some solid numbers out of EasyJet today in terms of both their passengers and also an increased dividend as well, partly due to the holiday business, as the CEO was discussing on the show earlier today. Now, the stock has been outperforming its big rival Ryanair recently, and these trends do look to support that in trading today. It is a really well-liked stock on the street. Not a single sell rating on this one, 17 buys for EasyJet. So looking like a positive outlook for those shares today. Then in terms of car makers, we've got another small downgrade to guidance from Aston Martin. Now this is related to supply issues on one of their high-end Valiant models. That's the reason for the downgrade there. But the more important thing is they've also announced another fundraising, raising £210 million in both shares and debt as well. And analysts analysts over at Jefferies actually say this could potentially be a positive driver of the stock today as it stabilises the capital structure. So they do predict a rise. But bear in mind, at £1 a share, it is priced slightly below where it closed yesterday. Potentially, we could see a bit of weakness at the open. Already lost around half of its value this year for Aston Martin. Then in terms of video games, CD Projekt giving some upbeat commentary on their latest game, saying that they're moving into full production on the latest version of Witcher. That has been a bit of an outperformer versus the big rival Ubisoft recently. Their current numbers in the last quarter also looking pretty strong as well. But it is this latest version of Witcher that everyone's excited about for CD Projekt. Analysts over at BI today saying that this should be the next catalyst for their top and bottom lines. So the video game stock in Poland potentially in focus today. Finally, in rating, some decent moves. We've got some moves on the NatWest is a buy over at Goldman. Now, I'm actually going to backtrack here and say that these might not actually be today's, because the ones I was looking for were Nestle. They've got an upgrade at Morgan Stanley. Meanwhile, Volvo has got an upgrade at JP Morgan, and Total Energies is cut at Exane. So thankfully, my memory is absolutely intact. Those are the ratings you should be watching today.
Very well done, Joe. Excellent, excellent memory test there for Joe Easton from the Stocks team. Thank you very much for bringing us a bit of yesterday's news and mostly today's news. We appreciate it. Let us talk about some of the other stocks that could be, or the other things we're factoring into the session today. I'm drawn to the French November consumer confidence data, not because we normally hit this, because it's only 1 month of data, but when it comes in a little below estimate and you're already primed to find weakness in the French economy because of the PM last week, it does stand out. So the November number coming in at 90 and the estimate was 94. It's interesting, we are seeing a bit of movement on that French-German 10-year yield spread as well, widening to 89 basis points. Once again, the most since 2012. But we'll be in that most since 2012 category for a very long time, because spreads were double where they are now in 2012.
Yeah, 1% feels like it's not an unachievable target, though. If you get any kind of a crisis in France at this point in time, we're 10 basis points away effectively from a 1% yield. How big a wake-up call is that going to be for France? How big a wake-up call is that going to be for Europe? Barnier is talking about a storm coming in the markets. Is France ready for that storm? How does it adjust? What happens if this government falls? So many questions surrounding France at the moment. Makes Germany look kind of reasonably easy to understand.
So what reverses it? Because we talked about this when that spread first initially widened and overtook some of the periphery yields as well, is that the minute you do have a government formed, the minute you have Michel Barnier in place, then maybe that spread will close. And it didn't. It just kind of stayed put. So I'm curious what gets us back to the levels of pre-crisis.
If it can, if it
Presidential election
goes there, yeah.
Do you need that kind of stability maybe to come from the top? But we're going to wait a long time for that.
Yeah, I was going to say till 2027, right?
Yes,
that's a while.
And we've got a lot of German politics to deal with in the meantime, as you say, looking almost stable, which seems kind of crazy when you're heading for an election.
We've got an election coming, but it looks like we know pretty much the outcome of that.
I wonder if expectations there are a bit complacent, though, as well, just given that there's a lot of people saying, Trump and this election could galvanise Europe into some big decisions around the debt brake, for example, in Germany, but wider collaboration and cooperation. Europe will be tested, no doubt.
If you look at the stock market, though, how much of the bad news... is this all priced? Is there more bad news to price? You talk to fund managers, why would I put money to work in Europe seems to be the argument that I hear time and time again, and it's an argument that is being rolled out by pretty much everybody at the moment. What reverses that? Michael Masika on the Bloomberg's got a nice piece on this at the moment. What would turn that kind of sentiment story around? How geared is Europe for any kind of good news, providing a pop when it comes to the stock market?
So two potential arguments to that, which is one, that maybe the valuations get so cheap, you get so undersold, you can't afford not to have exposure. Similar to what we saw with China. There was such a sell-off that it was kind of almost too cheap not to buy.
Last for a long time.
It could. The other one would be if you start to see some more government incentives, right? If you see France or Germany or whatever increase their subsidies, suddenly you have something similar to the U.S. as well. These are all topics that we're going to be talking about, of course, for weeks, months, years ahead when it comes to Europe and the United States as well. Futures a little bit mixed right now. Coming up, it is the opening trades across Europe. We're going to dive into the details. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Wednesday morning, good morning. Last day of the week, effectively the last trading day of the week. The Americans are about to disappear off on their Thanksgiving Day holiday and then go shopping on Friday. So we've got to think about what we're going to get today. We're going to get a lot of data. We're going to get a lot of squaring, I suspect, in terms of positions. This chart here, I'm beginning to wonder what the relationship is between this chart and the futures Creedy's about to tell you. Over the last few days, I feel it's kind of been relatively inexact. In theory, you would expect European futures to be popping this morning. The US market rallied into the close yesterday, but that's not necessarily what futures are signalling this morning, Chrissy.
No, not at all. This American isn't celebrating Thanksgiving or going shopping, but maybe you can bring me a turkey tomorrow. We'll see if you do that. In the meantime, futures are down about 0.2% for Euro Stoxx 50 futures, higher by the same margin of the FTSE 100. Outperformance in the UK. But to me, I think what stands out is what's happening in the French futures story, down about 0.4%. Remember, we were seeing weakness in China, in the currency, in the stock market. Maybe that bleeds into France this morning, Anna.
Yes, absolutely, Chrissy. And some of the individual stocks we're watching then this morning, let's have a look at those. A reminder of some of the ones that could be on the move. EasyJet out with numbers this morning, more than doubling the dividend. Strong travel outlook, talking about strong progress towards their medium-term goals. So that's in focus. Aston Martin, AML, issuing a second profit warning in 2 months. Delayed delivery of its Valiant models in focus there. They're also raising £111 million by issuing new shares. And they're also issuing some new debt. So we'll keep that stock in focus as we look at another profit warning from them. CD Projekt, the biggest computer game maker over in Poland, of course, refraining from giving any time scale for when the game Witcher is going to be released, but they have moved it to full-scale production, so we'll see how the shares respond to that one, Guy.
OK, here we go. Time for the market open. Time for this Wednesday session, as I argue probably could be the last major session of the week as the Americans go on holiday. There's a lot of business that needs to get done today. So here we go. Final session of the week starts off. Well, let's see how the FTSE 100 opens. In and out of positive, negative territory, but negative territory, red on the screen. We're down by less than 0.1%. We're barely budging this morning. Are we already in holiday mode? Maybe the FTSE is. Elsewhere, the IBEX is down by 0.1%. The Stock 600 is down by less than 0.1%. We're not exactly getting an exciting market open this morning. As we think about maybe what is happening here in Europe and some of the political problems that we are facing, we await the arrival of the CAC 40, Chrissy.
And as we get that, we're already getting some of those early prices from individual stocks in the French index. And that looks to be where most of the kind of weight and the pressure is coming from, alongside some of the heavyweights, Anna. ASML, SAP. So you've got that tech underperformance very much built into this market as well. But right alongside it, you have a little bit of luxury, it feels like. LVMH also taking a bid. Total somewhere in there. The story seems to be French underperformance this morning.
Right. And we'll look for the sectors to give us a clue as to what's happening there. Autos and parts is the worst performing sector. Renault is the worst performing stock within that sector. So that gives us a sense of where some of that weakness in Paris is coming from. As you mentioned, technology, an area of weakness. Banks were once again focused on the banking sector, given all the M&A activity that we are at least talking about in Italy. Approaches being made and then being rebuffed. So we continue to monitor that situation. But those are sectors that are lagging today. Basic Resources was the worst performer yesterday and finds itself at the top of the board so far this morning. But we didn't see a huge pop in some of those underlying commodity prices. So we'll see if that's maintained through the session.
Tech was down yesterday, and you saw the CrowdStrike numbers. I do wonder whether that's the feed through into what we're seeing here in Europe this morning. There was actually a fair amount of disappointing tech news from the States yesterday. So maybe that is what ultimately is being priced in terms of why we're seeing the weakness in names like ASML, which is down, SAP, which is softer this morning. The luxury names, are those softer as well? LVMH is down by 0.7%. Some of the oil companies are down too. It does seem as if there's a bit of a safety trade on. You've got Nestle, Roche, AstraZeneca, GSK, all rising. So maybe a bit of defensive bias being priced in to the European market.
Yeah, you're talking about the tech underperformance. Dell and HP also showing that kind of slump in market alongside the CrowdStrike pictures as well. I want to very quickly mention one stock that has crossed the Bloomberg terminal this morning. That's Grifols over in Spain. It looks like they've got a volatility halt at the moment, but right out of the gates, dropping just shy about 6%. It looks like coming off of a headline that Brookfield is said to plan to walk away from that bid. And this is a really big deal because Grifols is, of course, a largely family-owned business. Brookfield is going to kind of input some of the liquidity into that and make it perhaps a little bit bigger. It looks like they are planning to walk away. They had gotten a little bit of kind of government scrutiny on the back of that as well.
EasyJet up 4%. Let's call it circa 4% on the back of its numbers this morning. Probably the dividend, actually, the bigger factor there in terms of the surprise that's come through. Big raise in terms of the dividend being priced into the stock.
Still waiting for Aston Martin to open on the back of the second profit warning in a couple of months and the capital raise, so we'll wait for that, but probably then to the downside. And CD Projekt down by 1.8% on that disappointment about lack of timing guidance on one of their core games.
Certainly something we're going to be keeping a very, very close eye on. Let's get a little bit more insight on how these markets are performing and how you allocate to them. Caroline Shaw, multi-asset portfolio manager over at Fidelity, joins us around the table. Caroline, we have this debate every morning about what's driving the markets. Is it the weakness in Europe? Is it tariffs? Is it China? Is it the volatility around Donald Trump? What is it for you? What's driving these markets?
It's a combination of all the things you talk about.
You got to pick
here.
one, Caroline. Come on. No, you really don't.
I think off the back of Q3 earnings season, we saw such strong earnings in developed markets. It was another strong quarter, but we saw that weakness in energy and materials across the board, and obviously that plays into some of the weakness maybe in the FTSE with the strength in numbers of the stocks that have that exposure to the commodity prices and the oil price. And I suppose what we saw as the same for Q2 and Q3 was that weakness in China. And that does feed into those European stocks you've been talking about already this morning. And it's one of the key headwinds for luxury in Europe is that Chinese domestic consumer weakness. And we see, we've talked to our analysts on the ground in China about what the headwinds are. And when we look at European luxury, they sell almost a third into China. So if you think about that demand falling off or not recovering, the European luxury names are somewhat challenged by Chinese demographics. We've got a lower birth rate. We've got a lower working population with that capacity to spend. And then we've also got this consumer sentiment that's been pretty weak. So for those European luxury names, that's a real headwind to them.
When it comes to that read-through, though, it does feel like Europe is, again, far more exposed to the China story, to your point. But I'm curious if that should flip. Does that make them, do they start to trade, for example, less off the Chinese fundamentals and more out of the tariff threat out of the U.S.? Do you see that bias shifting?
Yeah, it's going to be a combination of both. And I think maybe the tariff announcements this week that have been, I guess, relatively surprising with Mexico and Canada being brought in just leads to a little bit more negativity around the tariffs for Europe. And so I think for Europe, it's facing not just the luxury sector. Europe as a whole is facing these two headwinds. One is tariffs from the US, and the second is the weakness of the Chinese consumer in a sector that dominates European markets.
And within all of that, then, Caroline, what are you looking? What was the best opportunity that you're seeing out there? We talked a lot about the headwinds that Europe faces. Are there opportunities within that, or is it not time to find that granularity?
I think if we're talking specifically in Europe, it's quite tricky at the moment. And I suppose from a bird's eye view perspective, we much prefer the US. I think earnings growth is going to be strong still, and we see better opportunities in certain sectors there. One of the sectors we've been particularly favouring is financials, but again, some of the opportunities are in the US rather than in Europe. There are some opportunities in Europe, but it's just got a much more challenging economic backdrop in Europe.
And does that suggest the higher rates environment is investable in the United States if rates aren't going to be cut as much as maybe we thought they would be 6 months ago? Whereas the M&A story that the banking sector is obsessed with here in Europe, maybe that's not quite so investable right now.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think in the US, certainly the opportunities are not just in the large cap banks either. We're seeing opportunities down into the smaller regional banks. I guess they've got more idiosyncratic stories, those regional banks, but some of those have got really powerful narratives and then also attractive valuations.
Would I buy more bonds than equities if US yields 10 years gets 5%?
I think that the bonds are certainly somewhere where we've not been as heavily invested in the US for obvious reasons. Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
So yes.
Is that a narrative changer? Does that, if we see yields going up and staying up, does it start to change the narrative around an equity market that's had such momentum over the last few years?
Yes, I think there is a change in momentum there, and there's certainly plenty of people who'd be trading that range in yields as things move up and down. Equities are not we're not writing off equities. There's great prospects in the equity markets, and if you look very long term, obviously equity market returns should be stronger.
Even from these levels, you're happy to you think even from these levels that we are at now, there's upside to be gained in the United States.
Yeah, I think earnings growth. What we've seen is downgrades across the board, but those downgrades have been, globally, taking a global view, downgrades across the board, but Europe and the UK have been most heavily hit by that, and China's been particularly weak as well. So the US has not got away with it so much, but there are fewer earnings downgrades in the US, earnings revisions downwards. So in that sense, that's why we prefer the US. Does everything look rosy? No, not everything looks rosy, of course, and certainly from our analyst perspective, when we survey our analysts, and we've got people on the ground across US, but also across Asia and Europe, what they're seeing is we're seeing higher costs. So labour costs are increasing for businesses and non-labour costs are increasing for businesses. So those are the things we're keeping an eye on because, yes, not everything looks completely rosy given where we've moved to.
Is that where the bleed through into some of these European corporates comes from? And I specifically point to, and I know you can't speak to individual names, but I point to numbers like, or companies that say that are in Guy's Core 6, which is his kind of response to the Mag 7, the biggest heavyweights here, ASML, Schneider Electric, among others, Novo, et cetera. So many of those companies have 50, 60% or more exposure to the United States. But if you're talking about a slowdown there, is that where the read-through comes from for the European indexes?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're not talking about a recession, a slowdown. Is not our base case. So to be absolutely clear, we are expecting some rate cuts next year, maybe not as many as we expected. If we talked 8 weeks ago, this is definitely slowed a little. But we think the economy in the US is the one that will be stronger. When you look at economic growth projections, the US looks a lot stronger than Europe. And so I think for Europe, the read is very difficult because the unknown of the tariffs and the impact of that. And I think, we can all speculate on what those tariffs will be, but we don't know yet. Yeah. And, every day there's news flow on that. So the companies are trying to respond in a very difficult environment. At the same point, there is a weakening sentiment in Europe. Economic growth looks challenged. Manufacturing PMIs look pretty grim. And so on that backdrop, with tariffs as that overhang, it's just a difficult place for Europe to be, let alone the need to rally all the countries together to drive the bloc forward collectively.
Yeah, so we'll look to see if we get further signs of that kind of cooperation and coalescing in a crisis. Caroline, when we look at the United States, and there's a lot of thinking about what President-elect Trump will mean, and a lot of people come around to the conclusion that it'll mean that he might mean inflation. I was reading some State Street research yesterday that analysed what happened last time around with President Trump and talked about actually there was limited pass-through into the CPI data from what was happening. So maybe some corporates were just taking it in their margins, some were passing it on, but others weren't. Do you expect, broadly speaking, that we will see Trump be inflationary for the US?
Yes, and I saw the same research yesterday, and it was really interesting to look back. And I think there is an element of this time it could be different. And so whilst it's good to look back at what happened last time, the mechanisms and his ability to come in with knowledge about how it all works is very different this time. And it was rumoured that he's got lots of executive orders ready to go, and obviously there's lots of tariff announcements well in advance. So yes, the tariffs will be inflationary. There's no doubt about that. You might see impact like a demand destruction, which you could argue is deflationary. But over the long term, if you think about the ratcheting impact of tariffs, that maybe you'd expect them to come in and be phased in over a period of time, that will be inflationary. And already the US is struggling to get that last mile of inflation back. So we're already in an environment where you could see inflation sticky where it's at 3%. You could see it re-accelerating, and you could see it in that recessionary type scenario fall, but that is not our base case. Our base case is a reflationary scenario.
Caroline, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us around the table this morning.
Thank you very much.
Caroline Shaw, multi-asset portfolio manager, joining us from Fidelity. Craig was mentioning the Core 6. Let's take a quick look at what it looks like this morning and what we are seeing in terms of the major stocks around Europe. There's only one that stands out to the upside, and that is Nestlé, as I mentioned earlier. Something of a defensive trade maybe into Europe this morning, as you can see. Tech and luxury under a little bit of pressure. Let's talk about some of the other single names we're watching this morning. Joe Easton has the details.
We are going to check back in on Grifols, Guy, because this stock absolutely slammed it over in Madrid today. The Bloomberg Deals team reporting that the Brookfield Asset Management Company is moving away from a potential bid for the firm. These headlines were just hitting, as Critty was explaining. The stock was down more than 10%, coming up very slightly at the moment, down at 7%. Bear in mind, it was subject to a short report, and then we got this deal interest. The stock did recover slightly, but really selling off over in Madrid for Grifols today. Then another stock declining, this one here in London, is Aston Martin. Now, bear in mind, the share pricing in terms of the sale was at around £1 a share. So it's coming down just above that at the moment, and that small downgrade to guidance as well related to the Valiant model, the high-end model. Seen some production issues on that one, so it's a bit of a double hit in terms of AML today, already down by 50%. this year. Then one of the very few green stocks I'm covering today is EasyJet. We've got a dividend increase for the UK low-cost airline. Their passenger numbers looking strong and also getting a boost from that holiday business, which is a newer part of the company, but really helping to push up some profits at that one. So we're up almost 2% for EasyJet in London, continuing to outperform the old rival Ryanair for that one. CD Projekt, meanwhile, slipping very slightly. Now the numbers look decent, and also they do have news on that new Witcher game, very exciting, coming out soon. We haven't got an exact timing on that. Maybe that's part of the disappointment. Also, this stock trades at around a 30 PE ratio. That's more than double where Ubisoft is trading, so coming down off a high valuation for that one. Then in terms of morning calls, we'll look at Teleperformance first. In fact, with Teleperformance, this does actually have a bit of an M&A deal. They're buying a company that does language services, potentially insulating them from the impact of AI in terms of the customer service company that's been hit hard today, but potentially that payout for that new business hitting the stock. Then we'll do that morning call that I wanted to look at is Total Energies. We don't see too many downgrades to this one, but we're falling 1.2% for Total. Now, Exane saying that valuation on Total is looking a bit too punchy for their liking, given the uncertainty in the energy markets. They downgrade that one after being long-term buyers, and that one falling 1.3% almost over in Paris today.
Thank you very much, Joe. Joe Easton with an equities update, some of the movers and some of the ratings changes. Coming up, we'll stick with some of the corporate stories. Flying high then, EasyJet set to more than double its dividend on a strong outlook. Highlights from our conversation with the CEO coming up shortly. This is Bloomberg.
Practically every metric we have been able to report in very strong progress on that. We have had a record summer beating last year's record summer. We managed to reduce the winter losses in the airline, and EasyJet Holiday, as you know, is growing phenomenally and does very well for us. So that's the reason why we're going from the 10 to propose 20% of returns to shareholders.
Outgoing EasyJet CEO Johan Lundgren, last numbers delivered by him. The full year numbers out earlier today, pretty much in line with expectations. The surprise, the dividend pickup that we've seen coming out of the company this morning, the medium-term targets seem to be pretty much on track. Kate Duffy joins us now, our aerospace reporter. Takeaways? The dividend is the one that the bit that stands out this morning in terms of an expression of confidence in where the airline is going next.
It absolutely is, and there's been strong progress across EasyJet this year in comparison to peers. So the dividend, the more than doubling of that, really shows how much growth that they've had in Europe this year in comparison to the likes of Ryanair and Wizz Air, who've had to really deal with some supply chain difficulties along the way with Boeing and Pratt & Whitney engine issues, and that's something that EasyJet isn't experiencing because of the Airbus fleet and the CFM engines that it's got under the wing.
Guy had some fun with that question to Johan Lundgren earlier, suggesting that this was just lucky, Guy, which I think he rightly objected to.
It was a genius decision by the board to select those engines and those aircraft. He obviously foresaw the Pratt & Whitney engine issue.
Well, there you are. That's the optionality perhaps he left himself with. I don't know, maybe there was none. EasyJet, how do they compare to others then, other low-cost airlines? We've heard from Ryanair. They were very outspoken on APDs post the budget. Didn't seem like Johan Lundgren wanted to go there. What other comparisons are you making this morning, Kate?
Well, if you look at their stock price generally, EasyJet's is up at the moment in comparison to Ryanair's, which is down about 5%, and Wizz Air's, which is down about 40%. So there's a big comparison there. But what we're really seeing with EasyJet is that their holidays business is taking a real boom. There's so much growth there. They're also popping up all of these regional bases across the UK, so that's clearly working for them as well. Whereas Ryanair is saying, actually, because of the APD costs, we might remove routes from the UK. So there's a big disparity there, but in terms of EasyJet's performance, yeah, it's been a good one this year.
Very quickly, talk to us about legacy as well when it comes to Johan Lundgren.
Yeah, I mean, so he's been at the airline for about 7 years now, and lots of challenges, lots of successes that he's had to do, such as the takeover of parts of Air Berlin. He's had to steer the airline through the pandemic, and he's also had like a massive Airbus aircraft order, so lots of things going on for him. Yeah.
All right. Bloomberg Aerospace reporter Kate Duffy. We thank you so much. Of course, as you're speaking to Kate, we are getting headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Comments coming from, it looks like Isabel Schnabel, moving the euro, I should say. I'm going to start with the price action here. Euro dollar at about a 105 handle. When it comes to the comments here, it looks like ECB's Isabel Schnabel seeing only limited room for further rate cuts. So you can kind of see how that's going to be moving the market as well. She has plenty of other things to say as well, including that the estimated range for the neutral rate is 2.2 to 3% as well. The ECB may not be so far from neutral rates. There's plenty of other commentary, but kind of moving the market.
So I guess no surprise to markets that she's on the hawkish side of things, is it? But the euro does seem to be reacting to some things. Maybe in the minds of some, it just downplays expectations that the next move we could get would be 50 if you're getting this kind of lobbying from the hawks internally to keep it to 25, perhaps.
There is clearly a debate that is taking place around whether or not inflation has been defeated. But is that really the risk that the ECB is dealing with right now? Is that the challenge that it faces? It doesn't have a growth mandate. It has a single needle in its compass. So inflation is sticky. Even at the margin, maybe the hawks do have an argument. But I find it fascinating this comes out of Germany. This argument comes out of Germany. The economy that is at the centre of Europe and is so troubled right now.
Saying the ECB shouldn't go accommodative on interest rates, as if the backdrop does not warrant accommodative
What else does
policy.
Europe do right now? Where does the relief come from?
She says that, but then she also says that the impact of past ECB tightening is fading visibly as well, and the consumption is stronger than expected, which it almost feels like it's contradictory to the point that you're making.
Let's get an expert view, shall we? Zoe Schneeweiss joins us, Bloomberg economics editor with analysis. Zoe, help us make sense of just how significant these comments are from Schnabel then. I mean, you know, we might have expected her to sound pretty hawkish, and she does, and the euro responds accordingly.
Yes, as you mentioned, Isabel Schnabel is of the executive board members, and again, she might be a German, but she is speaking in her capacity of as an executive board member. She's definitely the most hawkish here. In a way, it's not that surprising, her saying that they should be gradual. What's interesting here is her explanation why, and that simply is her argument that they're quite close to neutral. So she, as you mentioned, says neutral is between 2 and 3%, and if you look at the deposit rate now, it's at 3.25. That means that she just doesn't think that much movement left. The other argument, she says, is if we cut too much now, there's the danger that we just are wasting our ammunition. And she's saying that really what the issue we have here is that they might be cutting because of things that monetary policy can't actually influence. And that then takes away potential cuts in future when it is things that monetary policy could influence.
It's interesting. I was talking to another governing board member of the governing council, suggesting that maybe we just want to wait and see what Trump does and the effect that ultimately we see coming through from the Trump administration. Wage growth is still relative. There are reasons you could argue that maybe there is still an inflationary impulse within the Eurozone economy. But doesn't it get outweighed, things like wage growth, by the labour? Look at what is happening in Germany right now. The layoffs that we're seeing coming through from key sectors are really beginning to mount up and becoming quite significant. Doesn't that outweigh the risks of slightly higher wages that are rear-view mirror, that's effectively a rear-view mirror effect? I know it will have an effect going forward, but nevertheless, the new news is that layoffs are starting to really pick up.
The issue with layoffs in Germany is that German labor law is incredibly complicated. There might officially be layoffs, but all the layoffs we've seen have been over several years. There are job guarantees at most German companies, which means that even if they say they have layoffs, it means more that if people retire, their places won't be filled again. So that's one of the things where you just have to be a bit patient there. The issue overall we have is the uncertainty created by Trump. Now, we just don't know how strong he'll go on tariffs. We saw 2 days ago he mentioned Canada, he mentioned Mexico, he obviously mentioned China. Europe was not mentioned in there. So that's just one of the things, but we know Trump can be fickle. These things from Trump can come any moment. So the ECB going gradual just keeps the ECB from an embarrassing U-turn or from an embarrassing situation where they've done too much and then suddenly, because of these Trump tariffs, there will be some kind of inflationary impulse again.
Well, an inflationary impulse certainly in the United States, but walk us through, Zoe, just kind of the connective tissue between how that may bleed into the European story. And you kind of hit it on there as well. But in some ways, is Europe insulated maybe from the immediate reaction off of those tariffs?
It all depends a bit how much there's going to be retaliatory action from Europe.
So Isabel Schnabel in the interview also said the road to sustainably being at 2% in 2025 will be bumpy. That means that there just are elements here. In a certain way, they're base effects. On the other hand, we know Trump tariffs, in the U.S. will have an inflationary impact. How quickly that feeds through to other jurisdictions is the question. And also, if we last week we had two other governing council members on Bloomberg TV. We had Yanis Stounaras, the Greek one. We had the Portuguese, Mario Centeno. Both of those are more on the dovish side. But they all pointed out that, okay, right now it might meet inflationary at the start, then longer-term deflationary. But really, there are so many variables here that I can understand the ECB's cautious stance.
Zoe, thank you very much. Bloomberg Europe economy editor Zoe Schneeweiss in Frankfurt. Just time to mention that we are seeing the markets pulling back on expectations for how big a cut we get in December. 31 basis points now priced in, down from 38. That was the high last week. So we are seeing a pairing of those rate cut bets. Coming up, almost a quarter of the way through the 21st century. Yes, that is the truth. And what lessons can be drawn for the future? We will discuss with Deutsche's Jim Reed that conversation, that long view, coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
This is the opening trade. We're 30 minutes into today's session. Red on the screen when you look at the European stock picture, but the real action in the last few minutes has really been in the currency space. I want to go right to euro dollar here, looking at a 105 handle, 105.3 when it comes to euro dollar, all coming off comments from the ECB's Isabel Schnabel, saying that she only sees limited room for further rate cuts. The ECB should not go accommodative on the interest rate story, can gradually move rates to neutral, but not lower. Fairly hawkish take as well, saying that some of the ECB tightening is already fading in terms of the past moves that they've had. This is fascinating that we've seen this actually kind of move the markets and is coming up to be a fairly hawkish read. Now back to a 105 handle on euro dollar.
The language is pretty strong, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's really trying to make the case that actually this is there is still two-way action on the governing council, that there is a debate that is live that maybe would suggest that actually the ECB goes more cautiously rather than delivering maybe the 50 basis point cut that some had anticipated. The kind of the economic backdrop dictates, particularly out of France, particularly out of Germany, maybe an insurance cut around what is happening in terms of the political events in those countries. But she's definitely pouring cold water all over that argument.
Yeah, certainly doesn't see, from what we were hearing from Zoe a little moment ago, she doesn't see much reason to go much lower, it seems, on interest rates, estimating that the range for neutral is 2 to 3%, and we're not much above that. Right?
Yeah, a lot of that seems to be in response to Trump. The reversal of globalization will have an inflationary effect. We're already seeing those warnings, of course, flood from the banks in the last 24 hours or so off those comments from President-elect Donald Trump over in the States. Let's get some more insight here. We're now almost 25 years into the 21st century. A new report by Deutsche Bank shows that despite all the recent U.S. stock market optimism, it's actually been one of the worst quarter-century performances for equities since 1800. Let's bring in Jim Reed, head of global economics and thematic research over at Deutsche Bank. How much of that underperformance from that is coming from the tariff story, the reverse globalization story?
Well, I think more of the underperformance in relative to history is from the starting point. So 2000 started with very, very high
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Kriti Gupta in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. The Biden administration weighing additional curbs on semiconductor equipment and AI memory chips sold to China. It's the latest crackdown on Beijing's tech ambitions. Meanwhile, right here in Europe, the French government facing a potential no-confidence vote that could oust Prime Minister Michel Barnier as he attempts to pass the budget, shaking French bonds and stocks as well. Meanwhile, back in the States, the U.S. FTC launching a broad investigation into tech giant Microsoft, looking into everything from cloud computing to AI, even cybersecurity, ahead of a new administration. Higher by about 0.2%. Even the S&P futures and Nasdaq higher by 0.2%. But I wouldn't read too much into that because, again, light volume, light liquidity on this U.S. holiday. The cross-asset story might be a little bit different. I think that's where the FX markets really, really matter. You are going to see a little bit more volume there. When you look at euro dollar, it is weaker, down by about 0.2%. That tariff overhang or potential tariff overhang, not to mention what's going on in France, is kind of overshadowing potential gains in the euro. You are also seeing, by the way, weakness in the Chinese yuan. And that's where the Trump story really shows up. To me, I think what was shocking is that you are seeing a little bit of a revival in the Mexican peso. Dollar Mex actually weaker this morning, a little bit of a kind of maybe retracement of the weakness you've seen in the Mexican peso this morning. Mexican peso coming stronger there as well. And Brent crude maybe reflecting some of that resentment, may simply be a little bit of low volume there as well, trading around a 72 handle, just shy of 73. That's your cross-asset story. Let's see how those Asian markets are faring. Avril Hong standing by in Singapore. Avril.
Hey, Kriti. Yeah, Asia stock gauge is flat because it's a mixed bag. China is down. Japan is running slightly higher, helped along in part by a bit of a reversal in the gains of the Japanese currency of late. And note, it's also partially to do with thin liquidity given the Thanksgiving holiday. But China is really where we're seeing the hit to sentiment. It is spreading a little bit to different parts of Asia as well. And it's against the backdrop of this Bloomberg scoop, right, that the Biden administration is considering fresh curbs to China in terms of the sales of chip-making related equipment, AI chips as well. And while they've pointed out in this report that it might be fewer Huawei suppliers that are in the crosshair potentially, is just a reminder about the geopolitical risk, the tensions between the US and China. That's what we're seeing in Chinese equities today. Flip the board, because part of why you're seeing the Japanese stock gauge in the green is this boost from the chip makers in the country. And analysts have pointed out it's really the ones with heavy sales weightings to China that are benefiting today. Tokyo Electron at one point in the session jumping as much as 10%. Pairing some of that now. But flip the board again, I wanted to highlight on a day where China's stocks are really underperforming, a broader trend that we've been seeing in terms of the major ETFs and how they've been seeing outflows. Indeed, they are set for a record monthly outflow this month. It's quite a reversal from the prior month. And this was, of course, driven by stimulus. That was really what drove the equity rebound. The sentiment has shifted quite significantly. You think about how investors now don't seem as optimistic that Chinese authorities will come through with enough stimulus to lift consumption. And there's also the specter of higher U.S. tariffs. So this is what we're seeing in Chinese stocks today and this month in general. Kriti?
The fact that the exodus is very much showing up already in the markets, even before Donald Trump has been inaugurated, is crucial. Avril Hong in Singapore, we thank you so much for watching. Let's stick with that theme of protectionism there. The Biden administration, of course, as they look to change administrations, is said to be weighing additional curbs on that chip sales to China. Avril just mentioned that. It's a crackdown that stops short of some of the stricter measures previously considered, but still clearly having some market effects. Let's get a little bit more information here. Bloomberg's Katya Dimitrieva joining us this morning to walk us through some of these details. Katya, we've heard this before. We've heard this tough on China rhetoric before from both administrations, the Biden administration, the Trump administration, of course, the Trump administration again in their 2.0. What's different about these measures?
Well, Kriti, they're significantly scaled down from what we were hearing before. U.S. officials, as you mentioned, have long been considering additional chip curbs. You know, this is a real pain point. And what we heard, or our understanding of what's to come, is now significantly scaled down. So previously, there were 6 Huawei suppliers that were kind of on the list or target list potentially for U.S. officials. That's been significantly scaled down. There's only going to be a couple of those companies. And there's also sanctions that are under discussion for 2 additional companies related to Huawei. And of course, Huawei being the China's tech giant. And I think part of the reason, or part of the reason that China can perhaps thank for these scale down measures is actually the U.S. So U.S. industries came out pretty heavily against these moves, and in discussions with U.S. officials have been saying, you know, these chips are really important for us and for our business. And of course, the experience from Trump 1.0 is those prices just start to go up for U.S. manufacturers. And of course, this is kind of a preview of what's to come, because Trump is, of course, being inaugurated next year, and we know that there's going to be a lot more to come in terms of tariffs and new rules on imports.
Talk to us as well about the Mexico story, because it really is all connected. The China policy with the Mexico policy, really to tackle the fentanyl, maybe a kind of supply chain that eventually makes itself into the opioid crisis in the United States. For our international audience that isn't familiar, some conversations happening between the Mexican president and President-elect Donald Trump. What do we know?
Well, they had a press conference today about it. They gathered business people, and Mexico really came out and said, it was with the president and the finance minister, saying that we are preparing, in fact, countermeasures or potential countermeasures if this comes into force. And they also laid out a presentation that showed and almost acted as like a warning to U.S. consumers and said, well, if these tariffs come in, the 25% that Trump had vowed on Monday against Canada and Mexico, that would actually cost 400,000 U.S. jobs. And it would also raise the cost of cars by about $3,000 a unit. That's Ford and GM, which have manufacturing plants in Mexico. So it's a very big hit to the U.S. economy and to U.S. Jobs. And this was not an answer, I should note, to one reporter question. It was a full-fledged report. And we heard something similar from Canada's finance minister as well, just about how they're planning to push back in case of tariffs.
Yeah. Well, Katya, certainly something that's crucial. Donald Trump immediately coming out and saying, well, actually, they're looking to close the border. Mexican President Sheinbaum saying, actually, that's not exactly what the conversation was. Interesting to hear that tit for tat. Bloomberg's Katya Dimitrieva giving us that roundup of Mexico and China and those interactions with Donald Trump. Meanwhile, here in Europe, a different conversation around government. French banking stocks have been under pressure, a deepening political crisis in the country as they face a potential no confidence vote that could oust Prime Minister Michel Barnier. A lot of that, of course, coming from whether or not he can pass a budget.
If the budget stays the same, yes. This is not a surprise. We always said it for the past 3 months. I'm telling you, if this budget is not approved, the budget of last year will apply, and actually it's not as bad as this one, as there are less taxes for the working and middle classes.
Let's get more from Bloomberg's Caroline Conan joining us this morning from Paris. Caroline, today is crucial. A pension reform repeal vote. How is it going to work? Walk us through it.
Yes, so this vote actually is kind of a test of what could happen if there's a no confidence vote over the next few days or over the next few weeks against the Prime Minister Michel Barnier. Because the national rally of Marine Le Pen and the left wing, which actually proposed this repeal vote of the pension reform, probably will join forces in order to support this proposal to repeal the pension reform. Now, it's actually unlikely to happen. It's going to be stuck somewhere in a legislative process because, like in the Senate, they've got the Republican majority. But it's very obviously heavily charged because Marine Le Pen, as you just heard, has been threatening over the past few days to really support this vote of no confidence. And she is the kingmaker in Parliament, given Michel Barnier does not have a majority. So she has some red lines on the budget. She doesn't want to see prices of medicine rise, for example. She said she wants more measures to cut spending on immigration, and she is totally against raising taxes again on electricity. So clearly there's going to be a negotiations process over the next few days and few weeks. Potentially, Michel Barnier could face a first vote of no confidence as soon as next week on the social security part of the budget. And then if he manages to survive next week, then we're all looking at the week just before Christmas, which is going to be the deadline for the budget. And this is where the left wing and the National Rally could potentially join forces against Michel Barnier and make this government collapse. So it's all a game of chicken between Le Pen and Macron supporters and Michel Barnier's government. One of the ministers who is actually in charge of the relations between the government and the parliament, Mark Fesneau, said over the past couple of days, we are like turkeys waiting for Christmas.
An apt analogy on Thanksgiving. Bloomberg's Caroline Coden, we thank you so much for walking us through the French story. And of course, that is something that's having rippling effects across the markets. We've seen that, of course, in the bond market. Those wides against the German debt story still remaining there. That compression not really showing up. It's showing up in the stock market as well. Our very own Valerie Teitel all over that story. Val.
Look, the CAC 40 has underperformed by a very wide margin broader European assets when we look at the comparison versus the DAX versus the Stock 600. If we look back all the way since the creation of the Euro, this is the second worst underperformance when it comes to the French stock market. A lot of the recent drag has been due to the weakness in French banks. If you flip on, we can just talk briefly about how those banks have performed in the last 2 weeks. All three major French banks, it comes to BNP, Soc Gen, and Credit Agricole. If we flip on, maybe we can take a look at how they performed over the last 2 weeks, all solidly in the red. A lot of this has to do with, as you mentioned, the widening of those French OAT spreads, the yields rising when it comes to those bonds. It's very interesting to note, though, Critty, a lot of these banks hold those bonds on asset swap, and those asset swaps have not been performing very well. If we flip on, we can take a look at how they've been performing, because we've actually had a de-link versus the asset swap versus how it's been trading in Germany, which is very worrying to these banks' balance sheets because they hold these French bonds on asset swap. Another thing I found very interesting, if we flip on, we can talk about how the French yields compare to the broader yields across Europe. Now, Critty, this is something I never thought I would see. Being on a trading desk during the sovereign debt crisis, we're now having the French 10-year yield basically on par with the Greece 10-year yield. They are very, very close to inverting. This is something that has not happened since the creation of the euro. And maybe we see a bit of this inversion happen today. Very interesting and a decent sign of the times, of the peril of the French economy.
And that's just the European story. Talk to us about the U.S. story as well, because overnight we did get some data out of the States.
We did get a lot of data out of the States yesterday. A lot of this brought forward because of the Thanksgiving holiday today. Most of it came on the screws. Thankfully, there wasn't any surprise. A lot of the attention was on the core PCE metric, which basically came down to expectations to the third decimal, Critty. So not a lot of volatility when it came to the U.S. markets after these data releases. Expectations for the Federal Reserve's December meeting stayed very stable. We're now looking at a 17 basis points of a cut priced in for that December 18th Fed meeting.
We'll certainly see how that all shakes out in that market pricing. Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel, we thank you so much. Let's talk about some of the other data points that we're going to get on this side of the Atlantic in the next couple of hours. Of course, this Thanksgiving, as Val mentioned, they are seeing light liquidity. That's not going to stop us from covering the inflation story right here in Europe. At Spanish October CPI numbers, those preliminary data points coming at about 8 a.m. UK. So basically in the next less than 2 hours or so. Then at 1 p.m. UK time, we get Germany's October CPI. We're going to get a lot of those numbers crossing the wire as well. And then we also get plenty of ECB speak. Villeroy, Knott, and Lane all going to be speaking throughout the day. Coming up on the program, we're going to go back to the States, though. The FTC has opened a broad antitrust investigation into tech giant Microsoft. We're going to dive into the details next. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Kriti Gupta in London. Microsoft is being investigated by the U.S. FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, looking into everything from the company's cloud computing and software licensing businesses to cybersecurity offerings and AI products as well. So you can see on your screen, after hours moving down about 0.2%. But in the session, when the headlines broke, down a whopping 1.2%. Let's get more on that investigation. Bloomberg's John Harney joins us out of Washington, D.C. John, walk us through this inquiry here. Why now? What are they looking into?
Well, there are a number of factors involved, as my colleagues Josh Cisco, Leah Nyland, and Dina Bass report. One is Microsoft is a major government contractor, including with the Defense Department. And the other is, which probably or may well have weighed on the minds of the FTC, was the CrowdStrike failure of earlier this year in July. That, of course, affected entities, companies, individuals, organizations all over the world, everything from airports to doctors' offices. And CrowdStrike, of course, was carried on the Windows operating system. So it demonstrated to everyone, not least governments, that Windows might, because of its pervasiveness, might be vulnerable. So this marks the finale, probably, for Lina Khan, the FTC chair, who has had a very, has pursued a very vigorous antitrust campaign, the most aggressive in Washington's recent memory.
I mean, it's fascinating that you're talking about this, because it feels like so much of this kind of last-minute ire, basically, from the FTC and from the Biden administration is being rushed through ahead of President-elect. Walk us through that dynamic when antitrust has largely been a bipartisan issue in Washington.
Well, right. I mean, I don't know if "rush" is quite the right word, because according to our report, the request for information runs to hundreds of pages, and you can't just do that quickly. And of course, you can imagine just how broad this inquiry is, because and what the responses, if they ever come out, will how many pages that'll be. But it remains unclear what will happen in the Trump administration, because they can't just shut off this investigation once it starts. And Lina Khan has, unlike much of the rest of the Biden administration, some boosters in the Republican ranks, not least J.D. Vance, who has praised her work. And the tech industry is still regarded with suspicion among conservatives, who have accused these companies, these giants, of censoring them. And of course, the companies have denied that.
That's certainly something we're going to be keeping a close eye on. These things, of course, can take years, but can sometimes shake the markets in the meantime. Bloomberg's John Harney, we thank you so much joining us, and a late night for him out of Washington, D.C. this morning. Let's get to some of the other stories making news around the world. Uber is also under investigation by the U.S. Federal Trade Commission over whether it violated consumer protection laws with its subscription service. The FTC is looking at the enrollment and cancellation aspects of the Uber One service, which provides discounts on rides and delivery orders. Uber says it's quick and easy to cancel the service. Now, BlackRock is reported to have agreed on a broad outline of a deal to acquire private credit group HPS Investment Partners. According to the Financial Times, the deal values the target at about $12 billion. Now, if it goes ahead, it would see BlackRock gain more than $500 billion in alternative assets. Now, sticking with the asset management story, Texas and 10 Republican states in the U.S. have sued BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street over their climate push. They accuse the asset managers of violating antitrust law through climate activism that reduced coal production and boosted energy prices. BlackRock hit back, calling that lawsuit, quote, baseless, and that it, quote, defies common sense. Now, coming up on the program, we'll go back to D.C. We're going to take a look at how Donald Trump's threats of tariffs could impact the so-called special relationship between the U.K. and the United States. More on that dynamic next. This is Bloomberg. Americans are big buyers of British exports like Land Rovers, Rolls-Royce engines, and a string of blockbuster pharmaceuticals. So how could U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's tariff threats
impact the UK economy? Well, our very own Arena Engel, Bloomberg's UK reporter, has dove into that very issue. I'm going to try to get my words right this morning. I'm sure you're far more awake than I am. Walk us through how exposed the UK economy really is.
So I think the UK economy is definitely more exposed to potential Trump tariffs than we think it is. The UK likes to think of itself as this, consultation nation, services superpower, which it is because 2/3 of its trade with the US actually is in services. However, as you mentioned, Americans love lots of British goods. They're the top buyers for Land Rovers, for lots of pharma products, and if you look at the 15 manufacturing sectors, the top 15 manufacturing sectors in the UK, 9 of them have the US as the main buyer. And to put things into context, in Germany, only 4 sectors have the US as their top client, whereas in France, there's only 1. So that leaves us more exposed.
So some of the kind of arguments against that is simply that there are carve-outs for a lot of the defense exports, for example, for the UK. Does that apply here?
Well, we've spoken to a couple of lawyers who mentioned that it would be very unlikely that the U.S. would carve out specific exemptions for sectors like pharma. So that still leaves those sectors exposed.
I mean, and walk us through kind of the retaliation here. Something we talk about with Europe, with Mexico, as well as some of these come up. Can the UK actually do anything to say, well, we don't like what you're saying, let's retaliate? Or are they do they have their hands tied?
Well, there have been some media reports this week digging out the fact that the UK could actually repurpose some of EU's tariffs against the US from the previous Trump administration. And, those would include tariffs on goods like Harley-Davidson motorbikes or Levi's jeans or Jack Daniel's bourbon. However, it is very clear that the UK would very much rather avoid having a trade war. We've had the Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey, also Chancellor Rachel Reeves sort of pushing for free trade and really championing that. But it would be very, very difficult to reach a free trade agreement with the U.S. I think it's important to remember that because we know that discussions with the previous Trump administration were ground to a halt because of major disagreements on issues like climate change, like tariffs, like government procurement. So those are still very much happening, those disagreements.
All right. Bloomberg's Arena Engel walking us through that special relationship and what could potentially come into peril. She's done some deep dive. You can read her full story on Bloomberg.com and, of course, on the terminal as well. Coming up on the program, we're going to stick with the European story. France's budget standoff. We're going to look at what happens if Marine Le Pen does indeed follow through on her threat to bring down the government. We're already seeing it shake down some of the stock market, the bond market. Very own Valerie Teitel talking about this as well. But remember, at the same time, you also have what's going on in Germany, the debt break conversation, the federal election there as well. All of this is going to shake out to some very real volatility. We haven't even talked about the Trump threat on EU exports just yet. All of that coming up. Of course, it is Thanksgiving holidays here in the United States, I should say. European futures are actually up. All of that coming up and more next. This is Bloomberg. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Kriti Gupta in London. Let's get to the stories that set your agenda. The Biden administration weighing additional curbs on semiconductor equipment and AI memory chips sold to China. It's the latest crackdown on Beijing's tech ambitions. Meanwhile, right here in Europe, the French government facing a potential no-confidence vote that could oust Prime Minister Michel Barnier as he attempts to pass the budget. French bonds and stocks feeling the effect. Meanwhile, over in the U.S., the FTC launching a broad investigation into tech giant Microsoft, looking into everything from cloud computing to AI, even cybersecurity, ahead of a new administration. In the meantime, let's get a quick check on these markets here because it is Thanksgiving holiday over in the States, and that does mean U.S. traders are off their desk, especially when it comes to the bond markets. Those bond markets are closed around the world, but the future story remains open. With a caveat, light volume, light liquidity is what you need to know. And I think that's why you're seeing the green on the screen this morning. Eurostoxx 50 futures higher by a whopping 0.6%. The FTSE 100 right on its heels, higher by about 0.2%. The same margin, by the way, over in the States. But again, it kind of feels like the markets are on a little bit of autopilot here, despite some of the economic data that maybe we got in the last 24 hours in both sides of the Atlantic. More volatility, I would argue, in the currency picture. I want to go to our cross-asset story next. When you look at the currency story, you are going to see a lot of the tariff overhang as well. Euro-dollar, for example, coming into a 105 handle. Weakness in the Chinese yuan, but strength in the Mexican peso. And that's not necessarily because of the conversation that happened between the President Sheinbaum and President-elect Donald Trump. It kind of feels like a retracement of some of the weakness you've seen in the Mexican peso. We're going to dive into that in the hours ahead as well. Brent crude, in the meantime, very light volume, very light liquidity, trading just shy of a 73 handle. I want to get to some earnings news as we speak at the moment, because one of the big tariff conversations is going to be specifically in the drink maker space. We're getting Remy Contro numbers here. The full year organic revenue coming from 15 to 18% of a drop. The estimate was a drop of about 12%. So a worse drop when it comes to that organic revenue than expected. The operating margin coming in for the full year from more between 21 to 22%. So seeing a little bit of potential pain when it comes to those Remy Contro numbers. We'll have to see what happens when you do actually get a little bit more of a signal from what the impact on potential tariffs down the pike may actually look like. We'll bring you, of course, those headlines as we get it. Let's stick with the French story here. Investors in France watching a key budget vote in Parliament today. Yesterday, the French spread between their 10-year bonds and their Greek counterparts moved close to turning negative for the first time since 1998. We've already seen that happen with the likes of Spain, for example. Italy also on the agenda potentially down the road. French Prime Minister, Michel Barnier, warning of a, quote, storm in financial markets if his government spending cuts are indeed suspended. I'm pleased to be joined now this morning by Pierre-Yves Gauthier, founder of Alpha Value. Pierre-Yves, a pleasure to have you on the program. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Let's start with the market reaction here. Talk to us a little bit about just how much kind of turmoil we could see, given that those spreads haven't really closed since we had the first kind of budget freak out earlier this year.
Well, I think it's a lose-lose situation today. We know that the bargaining process, which led to the ongoing definition of what could be a budget for 2025, has been so ill-managed that practically there is not enough in terms of spending cuts or not enough in terms of new taxes to bring the 2025 budget to its initial target, which is a 5% deficit. So markets are recognizing that. And on top of that, in any case, the Parliament seems set to have a vote of no confidence. Therefore, we are back to square one. But back to square one means redesigning a budget. But for that, you have to have a new government if the no confidence vote is a success. And that brings, obviously, the French political class and the budgeting process into an agenda which is out of control. And the agenda out of control means that practically spending will continue to grow. Taxes may go up a bit thanks to inflation, but net-net, it looks as if we end up with a wider deficit than even in 2024. And as a reminder, 2024 itself was 6% and unexpected up to last summer. So by and large, the news are only negative, and the surprising thing is really that markets took some time to react to this ugly sort of outlook.
Well, it's pretty straightforward, right? The fact that you see that austerity is kind of back in vogue here from a lot of these governments around Europe. It feels like today we may get our first taste of that with the vote on pension reform. How likely is that to move the markets? Is this something that people are actively responsive to when it comes to trading the French story?
Well, if the question is narrowed down to this pension issue, is it going to happen? Is there going to be a more lax system and therefore higher deficit due to pension? I don't think it really matters today. We were speaking of adjustment at the margin. The real issue is really the lack of a stable government looking forward. So it's more the political calendar which is really now on the table, and that from a debt market standpoint has been very clearly indicated yesterday by the widening of the gap, widening of the spread with the bond. And it's actually, for me, a surprise that it stopped at 85 basis points. It has all the potential, obviously, to widen up.
And we were just talking about how it's already potentially passing the yield premium of Greece, Italy potentially down the pike as well. It's already performing worse than Spanish debt as well. Pierre-Yves, though, I'm curious if there is any sort of light at the end of the tunnel. If we get those spreads against German debt back down to levels we saw at the start of the year, what will it take for that gap to narrow?
Wow, it's a hard question to answer. I would think that the key point is really for the government to give a clear-cut decision on the one single financial item. It shows that it has a clear intention, and so far we haven't seen any such thing. So we were suggesting as a research firm that starting to sell some of the government holdings would be a very clear-cut statement about the willingness to start cutting the deficit. But this is mired as well in all sorts of political issues. So sadly, to your most important question, I don't have a clear answer. I'm very sorry for that.
No, it's okay. I think everyone's trying to figure it out. I certainly put you on the spot there. Pierre-Yves, I'll give you maybe an easier one, which is we've only been talking about kind of the inefficiencies of the French government, arguably the European one broadly as well. I'm specifically curious about what the effects of the Trump trade might be on France. We've talked about how Emmanuel Macron in previous programming has been very tough on the IRA, for example. The fact that the carrot and the stick method, either way, when it comes to the U.S.'s approach on Europe, has a negative effect. What more can France do to maybe cushion itself or combat some of the tariffs that may be coming down the pike from President-elect Donald Trump?
Well, if it is about more tariff on European goods, France is less exposed, and I would say sadly, than other European countries, merely because France doesn't export that much manufactured goods. When it comes to IRA, which could be stopped, that is not a negative as well for French companies because they did not participate that much to the advantage that the IRA was providing. So I would say from a pure France to US sort of perspective, the outlook is not that negative. It's a concern, but it's not much worse than it could have been without Trump. The broader issue, obviously, is that the other countries in Europe, typically Germany, will not recover as much as they should have, and therefore France, as a partner to Germany, is going to suffer. So it's very much an indirect sort of cost that we see in terms of impacts of the Trumponomics on the European countries and, as a result, on France.
I mean, very quickly, I'm going to put you on the spot, Pierre-Yves. Talk to us about the currency impact here. What matters more for the euro, the French story or the German story?
Well, clearly it has to be the German story. The euro itself is just a definition of how strong the area is, which means how strong Germany is, how strong the ability of Germany to export is. So I guess it can be narrowed down to that sort of angle.
A very succinct and straightforward answer. Pierre-Yves Gauthier, we thank you so much, the founder of Alpha Value, joining us this morning, talking a little bit about the dynamics in the French government. Of course, we do await that vote on pension reform later today. Let's go to some of the other stories making news around the world. We'll start here in France, where France's richest man, Bernard Arnault, set to testify in a criminal courtroom today. The LVMH CEO saying he is completely unaware someone was trying to blackmail him. The case centering around one of the billionaire's former bodyguards and a paparazzo who allegedly demanded 300,000 euros in exchange for photos of him with a woman who was not his wife. Sticking to the M&A space, Direct Line Insurance has rejected Aviva's £3.3 billion takeover bid, saying it substantially undervalues the business. Under UK takeover rules, Aviva has until December 25th to announce a firm intention to make an offer or walk away. It's the second takeover bid rejected by Direct Line this year, following a proposal from Belgian rival Ageas in March. Inca Group, the largest IKEA franchise, saw a sharp decline in full-year profit after a round of price cuts and tough economic conditions weighed on the bottom line. Swedish furniture seller reported a 37.5% decline in operating profit to 1.3 billion euros for the financial year through August. Now, coming up on the program, we're going to talk about the defense space. Ukraine seeking more weapons and equipment to shore up its defenses against Russia ahead of any possible
it's clear that while Europe has come up with most financial aid, it's the US that has been delivering the actual weapons, the military equipment that Ukraine so urgently needs. And the US has also been providing a lot of intelligence sharing. So it is a really big hole that the US would leave behind if it were to step down.
To walk us through that ramp up, though, I mean, what does that even look like when it comes to actually acting on it? For example, and we heard about it in the Draghi report. We've heard about it from the EU Commission. We've certainly heard it from Ursula von der Leyen as well. How is it actually progressing? Are we seeing signs that there will be that kind of defense ramp up and it's going to bear fruit down the road?
So there is definitely an understanding in Europe that something needs to be done and that it's very urgent. How we actually get there is a different question. And when we look at the estimates of how much Europe would have to come up with in the next decade, it's like we're talking hundreds of billions of dollars. And there is no clear plan right now for how to come up with that kind of money, especially when we look at the state that a lot of European powers are in. They have very tight budgetary situations. They have domestic political turmoil. So there is no clear path forward right now, especially considering the fact that the European countries' defense industry is quite fragmented. It has been operating, at a low level for the past decades since the end of the Cold War. So it's definitely clear that there will be a huge effort ahead. It's not entirely clear how they will get there.
Bloomberg's Andrea Palescano, we're going to leave the conversation there, but certainly fascinating reporting and certainly something that we're keeping a very, very close eye on. It's a similar story, by the way, and a similar conversation that's happening in the Nordic region, where countries have long been among the most vocal about the threat of war on their doorstep that Andrea was just talking about. Now, Finland has launched a website showing people how to prepare for any type of crisis, including how to last 72 hours in the event of a conflict or other crises. Neighboring Sweden has begun mailing updated leaflets to households, urging a, quote, greater emphasis on preparing for war. Let's get a little bit more insight here. Bloomberg's Nordic managing editor, Kati Pohjanpalo, I apologize if I mispronounced that. Walk us through this, Kati. Walk us through why European countries are stepping up that preparedness now when it's been a conversation for some time.
Good morning, Kriti. So it's not gone unnoticed that Russia's war in Ukraine really means war in Europe, is not just in the history books. And the primary job of a government is to keep its citizens safe. So this is really why governments are starting to prepare. But it's not just that. I mean, there's an awareness that climate change will bring on much more of these extreme weather events, like the recent floods we saw in Spain. And we've just come through a global pandemic a few years ago. So this is the backdrop to all of the preparedness work that is now starting to happen across Europe.
Walk us through the other kind of European stories here. I mean, how does this compete or how does this compare with the conversation that's happening in the EU Commission in Brussels?
The EU is really going back to its roots here. It was born to safeguard peace in Europe, to keep people safe, to ensure security. And that's really what they're doing now. There's talk of a preparedness union. Ursula von der Leyen, Commission President, this year commissioned a report from former Finnish President Sauli Niinistö on how Europe should be better prepared and what they could potentially learn from Finland. And so that discussion is really amping up. Across Europe, countries are doing various things. You already mentioned Sweden starting to send these leaflets to households. Finland's put up the website on how to prepare for various crises. In Denmark, they're thinking about what to do for the banking system. In case power was out for a week, how would you pay for groceries? And the solution that they're coming up with is enabling all of the payment cards that people use to actually last for a week in that kind of a situation. Lithuania is doing a lot of work on stockpiling medicines, and that's part of a larger EU effort to put in 22 medical stockpiles in 16 EU nations. So there's a lot happening. Norway and Sweden are both thinking about stockpiling grain for the rainy day.
Can you just give us a little bit from a global kind of audience's perspective here? I mean, you talked a little bit about these different countries in the EU story, but Finland has largely been a yardstick for some of that. But I think just for a global audience that maybe isn't familiar with the history, can you walk us through why Finland is such a crucial piece of this equation?
Well, Finland has an extremely long border with Russia and has history of conflict with that. But it's also a very, very northern nation. A third of the country is within the Arctic Circle. And there is a history of famines. Just 100 years ago, there were still cases where people baked bread out of tree bark because that was the only thing left to eat. So there has been this long-standing effort to ensure there's enough food. A state granary was started 100 years ago. Organized preparedness work's been going on since the 1950s. And it's really, in a conflict that the country is surrounded by water from all of the key sides. So it can be very hard to bring in supplies. So you have to be prepared. And when people have been doing this for decades, it's built this mentality of preparedness. And it actually is not alarming, as many may see, when they see our story or read that story. It's more comforting for a lot of people to know that they're ready in case something happens and they know exactly what to do.
I mean, certainly a terrifying situation. We're going to keep a very close eye on that in terms of how this develops and what that kind of assisted preparedness and aid actually looks like. Bloomberg's Nordic managing editor, Kati Pohjanpalo, we thank you so much for joining us this morning. I want to go to some of the other stories making news around the world. We're going to stick with maybe the impact of the United States, but perhaps in a different angle. Donald Trump's picks for Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is among a number of the president-elect's political nominees who've been targeted with bomb threats and hoax phone calls. The president-elect's transition team said that several cabinet picks and appointees face, quote, violent, un-American threats to their lives and those who live with them. The FBI says it is investigating the incident. And sticking with the new administration, Donald Trump had dinner with Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg at the president-elect's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida last night. Zuckerberg and Trump have had a contentious relationship in the past, and Facebook has banned the then-president in January 2021 in the wake of the attack on the U.S. Capitol. However, the two men have recently made amends, with the Meta CEO congratulating Trump on his recent election win. We should also make the key point that, of course, we know that Elon Musk has the ear of President-elect Donald Trump as well, and he and Mark Zuckerberg don't get along. A social media conversation there to be discussed. Plenty more coming up on the show. We're going to go back to the market. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Kriti Gupta in London. Look, we talk a lot about the tariff story. We talk a lot about this light volume, light liquidity and Thanksgiving. But I think the real highlight of today's conversation is what's going on in France, because that's what has the potential to move these markets. And I just want to kind of put into some perspective of the kind of risk we're talking about here. Stick with me. We're looking at the French kind of yield premium over Germany, that haute-bund spread, and we are all the way up at 86 basis points in terms of that spread.
Anxiety if you're a market participant on whether the Prime Minister in France can find a way through the budget. The French 10-year yield at 2.979. Now, the Biden administration is said to be weighing additional curbs on chip sales to China, a crackdown that stops short of some of the stricter measures previously considered. Well, let's bring in Bloomberg's Katya Dmitrieva. Katya, thank you for joining us. So why are they coming now?
Well, there's a limited time for the administration to get through a lot of these policies before changing hands, of course, on January 20th, when President-elect Donald Trump will come in. And the Biden administration has really made chips one of their hallmark issues during the entire presidency. Everything from protecting local industry with tariffs and supporting local industry with the CHIPS Act and IRA. And we can probably expect a lot more of these things to come in the coming, give or take 8-9 weeks that are left, including the Commerce Department, which still needs to give out a lot of support, a lot of subsidies. That's part of the CHIPS Act, the multi-billion-dollar package. They still need to provide funding for companies. So this is just sort of the first of many announcements we'll probably hear specific to this industry.
Katya, where does this leave China-U.S. relationship in the final weeks before Trump enters the White House?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, what I've noticed in the past couple of weeks in particular is that the Biden administration and Chinese officials have really worked to highlight places where they have common ground. And one of those issues being, of course, fentanyl and precursor chemicals coming from China, going to Mexico, making their way into the U.S. And so this sort of, you know, if anything, serves to highlight how different the Biden administration is from the incoming Trump administration. They're both protectionist. They're both looking to do or have added tariffs onto goods. But it sort of highlights how different they are in their approach and how the Biden administration is a lot more targeted. For example, with these particular policies that could be coming as soon as next week, you know, initially there were discussions of having about 6 Huawei suppliers, and now that's been whittled down. And there's also tariffs only on Chinese goods, as far as we know, not Japan and the Netherlands. They had been talking to Biden officials for the past few weeks on this particular issue. So it really narrows down the impact, which of course helps for business leaders and officials. But I guess I would say welcome to the next 4 years, which will be more of this.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out policies and, of course, the impact on everything from tariffs, inflation, and what the Fed does. Thank you for all of your insights, Katya Dmitrieva. Now, the Fed's preferred measure, of course, of underlying inflation accelerated in October from a year ago, supporting comments by many Fed officials that there's no need to rush interest rate cuts. Now, we're now joined by Grace Peters, Global Head of Investment Strategy at JP Morgan Private Bank. Grace, always great to speak to you. There's quite a lot of going on in terms of possible policy change in the U.S. We had quite a lot of data from the U.S. today, of course, thin volumes because of Thanksgiving, so happy Thanksgiving. But how do you see risk assets in the U.S. evolving?
Good morning. So great to be here. I mean, just referring back to the inflation print, the PC print that you mentioned, there's no doubt that inflation risks are back on the agenda. I would say, you know, that's flashing an amber light, not a red light to me, but we have seen signs not just in the rising 3-month trajectory of core PCE, but also with consumer inflation expectations rising. I would say, though, when we start to think, what does that mean for risk assets, that you can't take just inflation in isolation. This is about a growth inflation mix. And when we think about the growth trajectory that the next administration is going to inherit, it is very robust. We're seeing 2 to 2.5% US real GDP growth now, and that level could well continue through the next 6 months, perhaps even the balance of 2025. So we still feel the underlying US economy is pretty strong. But we have just published our 2025 outlook. We call that building on strength, because obviously we've had 2 years of strong risk asset gains, and therefore the underlying theme that we want to promote is the idea of strengthening portfolio resilience, i.e. aligning to a base case, but also managing for those tail risks that you mentioned, Francine, that include higher inflation, but also the idea that growth may weaken and will weaken at some point cyclically as we go through a business cycle.
Grace, what do we know about U.S. policy? I know, you know, markets are quick on their feet to try and figure it out, but we still don't have, you know, the Trump administration in place. So is the market getting a little bit of ahead of itself? Could things change, or do you just expect a lot of volatility as we try and measure the impact of things that have been said?
Yes, I mean, this all feeds into the idea of what does a resilient portfolio really mean in the regime that we see today. The policies are still very unknown. We can start to guesstimate what that might mean for both that and the growth and inflation mix. And what it leads us to believe is in strengthening portfolio resilience, you want to still absolutely stay invested. As I mentioned before, we think there is a really solid outlook for growth over the next 12 months, but actually also over the medium term. But inflation risks are there. Geopolitical risks are there, risks around the deficit are definitely there, and therefore adding infrastructure, adding gold as two of our preferred ways to strengthen portfolio resilience we think is critically important. And then even when it comes to the equity book, making sure that you're broadening out your exposures, because the other underlying theme to us is capital investment, whether it be in the AI transition, whether it be in power and security needs, all of these is driving a broadening out of, we think, GDP trends, but critically also within equity markets. So go global, go broad, stay invested, but add insulation, we think, from infrastructure and gold.
Grace, do U.S. equities actually trump any other equity worldwide?
I think they still do. I mentioned that we do like to invest globally. What we're looking for there is really strong global leaders. So we don't want to bet on, the European economy, which we do think is fundamentally weaker at a headline basis, or Japan or any of the other regions. We want to just pick out really strong global companies. But we do think that US exceptionalism is likely to prevail in the period of time ahead. US earnings growth of around 11% in this year and next year, we think, with greater contribution, as I say, beyond just large cap tech. We think that's really appealing. And we would pay 21 times for that, which means that you're looking at a price target of around 6,400. So 10% upside for US equities. When that comes to European equities, we're probably looking at mid to low single digit returns with a high degree of uncertainty, as you flagged earlier, Francine, around the impact of potential policies, the timing, the magnitude of those policies. And I think even before we know, the risk premium over European assets is going to stay there, and therefore the US is still our preferred market, whilst we like that global approach.
Grace, I'm here sitting in Paris, and actually there's a lot of concern that the government will fall, that Marine Le Pen will pull this kind of coalition over the budget. We're seeing spreads widen quite significantly. I mean, is there a lot of anxiousness in Europe that means that you want to move your portfolio away from France specifically?
We've been reducing our exposures to Europe more broadly on the equity side. And I think when it comes to the rates or the fixed income side as well, there's a two-way tussle between the growth inflation mix. Again, the concerns around European growth being so much weaker, and we've seen that from PMIs come through more recently, that actually argues for longer duration positions versus concerns over debt. It's a global theme. We talk a lot about it in the US, but as you say, it's definitely front of mind when it comes to France and the euro area more broadly at the moment as well, which argues for moving into private assets. But broadly, as I say, we are US biased, whilst we do see opportunities far more selectively when it comes to Europe and other regions as well.
But could this be the start of a real crisis in France and other countries?
We tend to look firstly at the fundamentals, and so we aren't in any way planning that this is going to be something that plays out into something more existential. We've seen events in the past, whether it be in the UK or even in the US with the debt downgrade that we saw some 18 months ago, that the market, the term premium in the bond market can spark very quickly. You can see a very quick increase in the back-end rates. And so generally when we're thinking about fixed income positions, we are keeping positions to the short to intermediate part of the curve to try and guard against the situation that you're talking about having a negative impact to the returns that we can achieve for clients. Because what we want to extract out of fixed income is what is still a very attractive yield, more so in the US, but still very much in Europe. And so by sticking to the front end, or as I say, the intermediate part of the curve, we think that you can maximise the income and the carry whilst also minimising your exposure to back-end rates blowing out if there were to be periods of concern around deficits in particular.
Grace, thank you so much. Grace Peters there, Global Head of Investment Strategy at JP Morgan Private Bank. She stays with us, and we're looking at some of the European stocks. In fact, the political turmoil in France. I'm looking at the Bloomberg terminal, also weighing on the country's stocks. I think they're set for their worst underperformance against European peers since 2010. Coming up, we're we've had the latest regional CPI figures from Germany. The November reading for North Rhine-Westphalia rising some 1.9% year-on-year. So more on that next, and of course the macroeconomic pressures here in France. This is Bloomberg. Well, Germany's North Rhine-Westphalia November CPI rising some 1.9% year-on-year, falling 0.3% month-on-month. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Jana Randau, who's in Frankfurt. Jana, great to speak to you. When you look at the German figures, I mean, it's just so hard to catch a break and have some good indications of where Germany goes next.
Yeah, so the key there is to look at the monthly change at the States report. So that is down 0.2 or 0.3 on the month, and that is roughly in line with what's expected for the country as a whole. And of course, then if you look at the corresponding expectations for the annual figure, that would probably mean an acceleration of inflation in November to about 2.3%. Not what you want to see if you're the ECB, but at the same time, that acceleration comes very much expected. Policymakers, including President Christine Lagarde, have warned that it's going to be a bumpy road back to 2%. So yes, an acceleration in Germany, the region's largest economy, of course, in November. A similar move expected for the Eurozone as well, but nothing that policymakers will be stressed about in too much of a way.
Jana, France CPI comes tomorrow with stagflation fears, and of course this political turmoil that we're watching on a minute-by-minute basis from Paris. How bleak is this for France, or are the worries overstated?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a similar pickup in inflation in France, if you can believe the forecasts. The overall trend is slightly lower there. And yes, of course, you're right. The French economy really has sent rather bleak signals. When you look at the latest PMI readings, they are firmly in contractionary territory, and not just in manufacturing, but also in services. And that, I think, was a big surprise, how weak services were in France, or currently are. You look at business confidence, you look at consumer confidence, all that was well below expectations in the latest reading. So there is a lot of uncertainty in France. And of course, I don't need to tell you, the government was stable, was very fragile from the beginning, and that budget fight isn't helping confidence on any level. And the fact that the finance minister, that Armand, is now signaling openness or readiness to make some concessions on the budget, that should be helpful. But of course, it remains to be seen whether he will succeed, whether they will be able to agree. And if you look at the market is taking a pessimistic view. We have 10-year yields, at the same level as Greece for the very first time ever. So that is not very helpful. A lot of uncertainty means consumers are staying home. It means investment isn't happening. So yeah, it's a serious situation.
Jana, thank you so much. Jana Hando there with the very latest, of course, on France. I have to say, we're broadcasting from Paris today, and you can hear people talking about it in the street. There is a little bit of anxiety, or certainly a lot of focus on what happens next. So let's get more thoughts from Grace Peters, Global Head of Investment Strategy at JP Morgan Private Bank. Grace, when you look at, again, we were talking a little bit about, the fact that you don't see any real crisis or contagion fear from France. But would the ECB have to step in? The ECB is already going through a tough time if they have to deal with Trump and the Trump tariffs.
Yes, and I'm going to bring it back to the growth inflation mix. We said for the US, let's not worry too much about inflation, because if you've got 2.5% real growth, 2.5% core inflation, that's 5% nominal. That's actually a pretty good situation. That's a win. The same is not the same for Europe. We've got the same trends around inflation, the notion that some of the disinflationary trends bottomed out over the summer months, and you're seeing stickiness in core. But the growth side of the inflation in the Eurozone is just not anywhere close to 2.5% real. We're looking more, 0.5 to 1%. And so the growth inflation mix is far weaker in Europe. And as you say, there's also the potential for tariffs to come next year. So I do think this leaves the ECB on a very different path to the Fed. We're expecting far more cuts from the ECB, potentially cuts of 50 basis points in size. I do think the overall mantra is going to be to not panic. They want to wait for the data. They want to show a steady hand. But undoubtedly, I think the ECB will continue cutting rates through the balance of this year and at a faster pace next year. We still don't know where the neutral rate is, whether it be for Europe or the US. This is obviously always an arbitrary figure, but it certainly feels that the neutral rate in the US is higher, and therefore there will be a shallower cutting path when it comes to the Fed versus the ECB.
Grace, thanks so much. Grace Peters, their Global Head of Investment Strategy at JP Morgan Private Bank, joining us this morning on a big markets day. Now, coming up, the U.S. Federal Trade Commission zeroes in on Microsoft with a wide-ranging investigation. So we'll have the details of our Bloomberg scoop next, and this is Bloomberg. Now, the U.S. FTC is investigating Microsoft. We're told that the Federal Trade Commission is looking into everything from the company's cloud computing and software licensing businesses to cybersecurity offerings and AI products. Now, let's get more on our Bloomberg scoop with Bloomberg's Peter Elstrom. Peter, great to have you. So just how widespread is this inquiry?
This is quite widespread at this point. We're seeing a number of these activities come out of the Biden administration now in the closing weeks of the administration. Lina Khan has been particularly aggressive on some of the big tech companies. We've seen that in a number of different areas beyond Microsoft. But in this particular case, what we found out, again, this is a Bloomberg exclusive, we found out that the FTC is looking into how Microsoft is handling a number of its different businesses and tying them together. That includes the cloud computing services that so many corporations buy, so many consumers use, artificial intelligence and cybersecurity in particular. What we've heard is that some of these cybersecurity breaches that we've gotten over the past year or two have raised some concerns in Washington about how Microsoft is packaging these issues. Now, Microsoft, of course, was under antitrust investigation more than 20 years ago. That was for how it was tying its Windows operating system into other products, particularly its web browser, and keeping Netscape out of the web browser market as much as it could. In this case, it's much broader than that. Microsoft was powerful then, but it's even more powerful right now. It does have a leading position in cybersecurity. In particular, that's one of the areas where they have customers, including the U.S. government, and they're a bit concerned about how all these pieces are fitting together and whether Microsoft is using that kind of market power to keep out competition and perhaps to have some of these services that are vulnerable to breaches, like we saw with these cybersecurity incidents in the past. So that's going to be a concern. The question is whether the Trump administration is going to continue this effort.
Yeah. Peter, thank you so much for all, of course, this extraordinary scoop and, of course, the explanation that goes with it. Peter Elstrom. Coming up, France's benchmark bond yields matches Greece's for the first time on record. So we take a look at how political uncertainty is roiling French assets. That comes next from Paris. This is Bloomberg. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in Paris, and these are your top stories. France's 10-year yield matches Greece for the first time ever on rising concerns about stagflation and political uncertainty. The U.S. weighs more limits on semiconductor and AI chip sales to China, but stops short of stricter measures previously considered. Plus, U.S. regulators turned their focus on Microsoft with a wide-ranging investigation into its offerings from AI to cloud computing. Now, earlier this morning, France's benchmark bond yield matched Greece's for the first time on record, putting the bloc's second largest economy on an equal footing with a country once at the heart of the European sovereign debt crisis. Now, this comes amid ongoing concerns over French government's viability. So let's get more from Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. Valerie, what are you looking at in the markets?
Look, we are seeing a bounce when it comes to French assets on the headlines that the government could give some more concessions to pass this budget. The CAC 40 is outperforming across Europe today. It's up 0.8%. We're also seeing French 10-year yields decline somewhat. They did surpass those of Greece, but we're still seeing a rally on the day, which is positive, I think, for the outlook. Eurodollar, though, is maintaining its weakness. It's down 0.3%. But I want to flip on and talk about European European banks, Francine, because they're also rebounding slightly when it comes to France. BNP Paribas, Crédit Agricole, and SocGen, the biggest three French banks, all in the green, unwinding some of the weakness that they have seen over the last week. But if we want to talk about pessimism, we have to look on a long-term picture. If you flip on and look at my next chart, the CAC 40 has underperformed by a very wide margin the broader European benchmarks, the DAX and the Stock 600. This margin of underperformance, Francine, is actually the second largest that we've ever seen since the creation of the euro. So it is quite a pessimistic sentiment out there. We're going to have to do a lot to unwind that if we do get this budget passed in the next month or so. While I'm on that, I also want to talk about maybe the pessimism when it does come to those bond yields in France. If we take a look at how they have compared to Greece, that French 10-year traded inside that Greece 10-year bond or just earlier this morning. Very funny to note that, Francine, especially because during the worst of the sovereign debt crisis, the Greek 10-year yield traded 3,000 basis points above the analogous French 10-year yield.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Greece has actually done so much that maybe they'll look at our screens and look at markets, chatter and think that's a little bit unfair. But certainly it does show all of the anxiousness that there is with France right now. Valerie, thanks so much. Valerie Teitel now. For more on the political standoff in France over the country's budget, let's bring in Femke Krummüller, Executive Director of Geostrategic Business Group at EY. Femke, thank you for joining us. Through the years, you've always been brilliant at explaining some of the political turmoil that especially France has gone through. This feels different because a lot more is at stake. Marine Le Pen has basically threatened to pull out of the coalition, to pull out of the government and go to fresh elections. Can they find a compromise? Or do we go to elections early January or February?
Hi, Francine. So first of all, to answer your last question, they cannot go to elections in early January or February because the Constitution says that you can only dissolve the parliament once a year or every 12 months, meaning earliest elections can only be held next summer. That also means that I do believe the actual benefits of making this government fall are limited for everybody involved because we would still end up with the same composition of the French parliament. That being said, in my view, what is happening right now is that Marine Le Pen of the Front National, she is posturing. I'm not sure she has actually decided how she will vote, but she's clearly trying to get concessions out of the government in order to not vote against them when the budgets, because it's 3 votes in parliament, go to parliament throughout December.
So, Femke, first of all, if Marine Le Pen pulls out and they can't go to election, what happens? Are they deadlocked then for 7 months?
Well, we go back to square one where we were this summer, which is the president needs to appoint a new prime minister. He could reappoint Barnier. He could appoint somebody else. But because the composition of the parliament hasn't changed, there will be the same struggle in terms of finding majorities. The alternative would be to go for a technocratic government. I think that is currently rather unlikely. It's something that we've not seen in France before, I think would not fit the political culture. But so more deadlock, more lost months in a context where, of course, there's urgent need to reduce the French deficit.
Femke, at this point, what is Marine Le Pen? I mean, she's really the kingpin, right? She's trying to get things. What does she need from the current finance minister and the current prime minister to keep her, happy enough for the budget to go through?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, what is important to understand is that her fundamental political dilemma in terms of voting or not voting against the government right now is that on the one hand, she's trying to cater to her base electorate, which is the electorate that is against this budget, against the government, that has been with her for a long time. And on the other hand, she's really trying to broaden the electorate by capturing new voters that actually she's trying to prove to that she's a responsible politician and that she can be in power, of course, eyeing the presidency. That's her dilemma, I think very important to understand. Now, if the government wants her to be able, let's say, in front of her electorate, to not vote against them, they will need to give her something that she can use politically. She's, in my view, made it quite clear what this could be. And it could, for example, be around the electricity tax, which is something that the economy minister mentioned already this morning.
How much, Famke, does that, I mean, again, it's always a money problem. So how much of a hole in the budget would that bring? Is there, if you do concessions, and again, we're looking at a lot of the French press, the French commentary, and there does seem some negotiation room. Is there a concern that actually the numbers don't add up, and so the EU will have to get involved?
I mean, there's always a concern that the numbers don't add up, and of course that is in the nature of the concessions right now. I think what now will have to be negotiated is what is the alternative? The alternative is a continuation of last year's budget if this doesn't go through, which of course does not have the same provision as this one. And at the same time, the government can try and find other things to make up for that concession that they will maybe give to Marine Le Pen. Outside of the budget, though, they do have other opportunities as well. Things that she has mentioned that are important to her are, for example, on the immigration law or on things like electoral reform. That is something that would be outside of the budgetary debate, but would also be a signal towards her party. All of that being said, of course, at the same time, the government does not want to be seen to be too close and too dependent on Marine Le Pen's approval of what they're doing, and this is the dilemma on their side.
Famke, it's pretty incredible, actually, having followed, the career of Marine Le Pen, how she's kind of changed at the margins, being more business friendly. Just 6-7 years ago, she was quite anti-Europe. Now she seems to be, put that to rest because it's not really playing out with the electorate. It's very clear that investors today are steering clear of some of the French assets after this flare-up. Would she be worried by that? Is it something that she cares more than 5, 6, 7 years ago?
I would definitely think so, especially for the reason that I explained before, which is the fact that she's trying to attract a broader, newer electorate that would allow her to get a majority in a potential presidential election. And this electorate is actually an electorate that, as I mentioned, cares about stability, but also cares about, for example, the attractiveness of France, the business environment, and the instability. We've run a survey at EY on France's attractiveness for foreign investors, and 50%, almost 50% said that they have actually delayed or stopped further investments into France, given the current uncertainty. And so this is something that matters also to part of her electorate, actually.
Famke, thanks so much. Famke Krumbuller there from EY's Geostrategic Business Group. Now, Rémy Cointreau dropped as much as 5% after it forecast a larger than expected drop in annual sales. Now, the cognac maker says it expects organic sales to fall by up to 18%. The firm also adds it does not expect a recovery in U.S. markets until at least the end of the year. Unlike rivals, Rémy has resisted lowering prices to protect its margins. Now, coming up, the UK government backs down from its EV sales mandate as the threat of US tariffs looms over the economy. More on that story next, and this is Bloomberg.
Some of the economic policies of Trump may lead to higher economic growth, being pro-business, keeping tax rates low, deregulating the economy. But unfortunately, many of the other policies are going to have an implication of higher inflation and lower economic growth. The first thing he has already announced is going to be tariff against Mexico, Canada, and China. And that's only the beginning.
Well, that was Nouriel Roubini, the chairman of CEO of Roubini Macro Associates. Now, the UK government has vowed more support for the nation's car industry and will consult with manufacturers and changing an electric vehicle sales mandate that they will not meet this year. Let's get more from Bloomberg's Craig Trudell. So, Craig, thank you for joining us. How have EV sales actually been faring in the UK?
They can sort of be deceiving because they're actually doing okay, but the problem is that they're not doing as well as the government is trying to mandate. And the only reason that they're doing okay is, if you believe the manufacturers, is that they're discounting like crazy. The industry's trade group estimates that the level of discounting of EVs will be somewhere around £4 billion this year, which is quite a big sum and something that they, for sort of understandable reasons, say is not sustainable. And when you look at the whole industry and the share of sales that are battery electric vehicles, you have to take into account that some of those manufacturers are only selling EVs, Tesla, for example. And so that inflates the industry number, and this is a regulation that's manufacturer by manufacturer. So there are a lot of companies that are nowhere close to meeting the 22% share that the government has tried to mandate for this year. And those figures only go up between now and 2035.
So, Craig, UK car output, I think, dropped around 15% in October, and that marks the 8th consecutive month of decline. Put that into context for us. Could the decline even strengthen further?
Yeah, I think the outlook for next year is not good. You have an industry that is putting a lot of investment into trying to make this switch over from petrol and diesel cars here to making electric vehicles that, when you look at the domestic market, the amount of government support and incentives has been pulled back over the last few years. That's part of, what we're hearing from the government is when they say that we'll offer more support, I think there's going to be some rethinking of those incentives that have been pulled back. The industry would like to see, for example, a lower value-added tax on new electric vehicle sales so that more consumers are buying them. Because what we're seeing is a lot of purchases of EVs is actually, through salary sacrifice schemes or company cars. And so the sort of lay consumer in the UK, or the typical consumer in the UK, just isn't buying. And that has to change for these plants to be able to sort of have the demand that is commensurate with the capacity they're putting in. And we also have to think, too, the export markets, much of Europe is having a lot of the same issues of incentives being taken away and the momentum having left the industry as a result of that.
Craig, what does Donald Trump actually mean for EVs in Europe and the US? We could look at extra tariffs. He's not probably the most climate-friendly president the U.S. will have, but he also has Elon Musk as a sidekick.
Yeah, I think, when that may actually be one source of optimism. When you look at the numbers that were reported overnight, about the production figures, there was a big bump in exports to the U.S. And I don't know whether that is sort of some, preemptive, moving by manufacturers to kind of, get as many cars sent to the U.S. Before any potential tariffs. We've not heard Trump single out the UK. He's at least to this point only threatened Mexico, Canada, and China. It may only be a matter of time before he does the same with the UK and Europe, because we know that he's not particularly happy about the fact that, in his words, he sees, Mercedes-Benzes all over Fifth Avenue, and you don't see Cadillacs or Lincoln in Berlin, say. And so I do think that that is absolutely a concern, that on top of all of these regulations, on top of the challenges that companies are having with selling EVs, there are real worries that, these trade measures will only make their lives more difficult when Trump is in office.
Craig, thank you so much. Craig Trudell there with the very latest on cars, EVs, and of course the Trump administration. Coming up, Ukraine faces tough choices as fears grow of the U.S. pulling support from its war against Russia. We'll look at Kyiv's options next, and this is Bloomberg. The conversations that matter, the insights you need. This is The Pulse, and I'm Francine Lacroix here in Paris. Now, countries in the Nordic region have long been among the most vocal about the threat of war on their doorstep. Now, Finland has launched a website showing people how to prepare for any type of crisis, including how to last 72 hours in the event of a conflict or other crisis. While neighboring Sweden has begun mailing updated leaflets to households urging a greater emphasis on preparing for war. So let's get more from Bloomberg's Nordic managing editor Kari Pajapalo. Kari, why are European countries now stepping up this preparedness?
Hi, Francine. Russia's war in Ukraine has really hit it home for Europeans that war is not something that exists in history books. It's something that can happen here as well. And given the primary job of governments is to keep their people safe, a lot of European governments have sort of woken up and started preparing now. There's also awareness that climate change will bring on a lot more extreme weather events like the floods you saw in Spain very recently. And we've just come out of a pandemic a few years ago that was global. So there are a lot of threats that people are starting to consider.
So, Kari, what's happening in different countries and what's the EU's role in this?
You already mentioned that Finland's set up a new website to give guidance to people on how to deal with various crises. Sweden's mailing leaflets to people, but there are also other things being done. Lithuania is stockpiling medicines as part of a big European Union effort to put in medical stockpiles in 22 stockpiles in 16 European Union countries. And then in Denmark, they're thinking about a scenario in which the financial sector would need to kind of take care of people in case a power outage lasted even as long as a week. Like, how would you pay for your groceries? And what they're doing is they're making sure that all debit cards will continue to work throughout that entire week because people have so largely moved away from cash now. And then Norway and Sweden are among countries that are thinking about bringing back grain stockpiling that in a lot of countries in Central Europe, in Finland, they just always continue to do that.
So, Kati, tell us why is Finland actually seen as a blueprint for other countries in terms of preparedness?
Well, Finland has always felt that there's a threat on its doorstep. There is a very, very long border with Russia, but the country has also experienced famines. And it is just 100 years ago that people were still baking tree bark into bread to survive. Finland is surrounded by sea on all of the sides where its main trade partners lie. So it's very hard to bring in supplies during a crisis. And that's why preparedness has been something that the country's been doing for almost 100 years. Since the 1950s, they really started organizing that. And because it's been going on for generations, it's become this thing that people just do. It's part of the mental awareness, the psyche of the country.
So, Kari, can you talk to us about the relationship? I mean, what kind of relationship do the leaders in Finland have with Russia right now? It's been, frankly, a war that's shocked many. Is there still some kind of diplomatic relationship?
No, there's not on the political level. There is a long border, and border authorities do naturally have contacts with their counterparts on the Russian side. You have to on the practical matters. There is a canal, Saimaa Canal, that half of it goes in Russia. That is the only kind of navigation route into Finland's Lake District from the Baltic Sea. And there's cooperation on that front as well. But really, it's only just the daily practical matters. There is no political relationship and no contact.
Okay, thank you so much. Our Nordic managing editor there, Kati Pajapalo, of course, leading a fantastic team, breaking a lot of news and giving us a lot of great Bloomberg stories that you can also find on the Bloomberg website. Now to some other stories making news. France's richest man, Bernard Arnault, is set to testify in a criminal court today. Now, the LVMH chief executive says he is completely unaware someone was trying to blackmail him. The case actually centers around one of the billionaire's former bodyguards, Anna Paparazzo, who allegedly demanded 300,000 euros in exchange for photos of him with a woman who was not his wife. Direct Line Insurance has rejected Aviva's £3.3 billion takeover bid, saying it substantially undervalues the business. Well, under UK takeover rules, Aviva has until December 25th to announce a firm intention to make an offer or walk away. Now, it's a second takeover bid rejected by Direct Line this year, following a proposal from Belgian rival Ageas in March. And Inca Group, the largest IKEA franchise, saw a sharp decline in full-year profit after a round of price cuts and tough economic conditions weighed on the bottom line. Now, the Swedish furniture seller reported a 37.5% decline in operating profit to 1.3 billion euros for the financial year through August. Up next, Bloomberg Brief, Danny Berger and Manus Krani in New York. We'll have a full roundup of everything that's happening, of course, in France. Happy Thanksgiving to those celebrating in the U.S. This is Bloomberg.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Scott Carr. Australia has passed a law banning children under the age of 16 from setting up social media accounts on platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Tech companies will be responsible for enforcing the ban and face fines of up to the equivalent of about $32 million if they fail to comply. Some of the global tech giants, including Meta and X, have expressed strong opposition to the law, citing concerns over its practicality and potential unlawfulness. The U.S. is weighing additional curbs on sales of semiconductor equipment and AI memory chips to China. Bloomberg's Debbie Wu says the latest restrictions, which could be unveiled as soon as next week, would stop short of earlier proposals and affect fewer Huawei suppliers.
We are seeing that the Biden administration is weighing additional measures to China's access to chip equipment and then AI memory chips. But at the same time, previously we reported that there's going to be a 6 suppliers sanction, but now it looks like the Biden administration is only to sanction 2.
That's Bloomberg's Debbie Wu, who says the measures follow months of deliberations by U.S. officials and negotiations with allies in Japan and the Netherlands. The Biden administration's also faced intense lobbying by American chip equipment makers who've warned that tougher measures would hurt their businesses. 3 Americans who've been wrongly detained in China for years are on their way home. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager's got the story from Washington.
The White House announced the release of Mark Swedan, Kai Li, and John Lung in a statement. A source tells Bloomberg News they were part of a prisoner swap with China, a rare moment of cooperation between the adversaries. Swedan is a Texas businessman who had been on China's death row for alleged drug trafficking. Li is a naturalized U.S. citizen who imported solar technology. And Lung is a permanent Hong Kong resident. He was sentenced to life last year on spy charges. With their release, the U.S. says China is no longer holding any Americans who were deemed wrongfully detained. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Live Golf is slated to hire former Philadelphia 76ers executive Scott O'Neill to replace outgoing CEO Greg Norman. According to The Athletic, Merlin Entertainment says in a statement that O'Neill, who was CEO of the company, has stepped down from his role to pursue another opportunity. For more than 40 years, Butterball has had operators standing by answering their turkey talk line. The head of Butterball, Jay Jandren, tells Bloomberg TV it's an AI-free experience for cooks with questions.
And we've got folks who have called year after year. I think to some degree, some of them are just reaching out to talk to that person, and they'll even ask for special talk line people by name. It's really a unique situation. It's something you don't find these days, but that's something we're really trying to make sure that we have the human connection and allow people to talk to somebody else on the other line, and really not just give them answers, but understand their needs and help coach them through it.
There's Butterball CEO Jay Jandren. To reach their hotline, you can either call or text 1-800-BUTTERBALL. One of the top questions, he says, is how to thaw a turkey at the last minute, such a frequent issue that Butterball developed a product that can go straight from the freezer to the oven, available in some test markets. Checking markets, European stocks have snapped 2 days of declines, with tech leading the advance amid hopes that the U.S. curbs on chip equipment sales to China could prove lighter than feared. Bob Dahl is president and CEO of Crossmark Global Investments. He talked markets on Bloomberg Surveillance.
We're in a period of high uncertainty, coupled with investor sentiment being a record bullish, coupled with valuations pretty high. So I think you need a little bit move toward the center a little bit. That doesn't mean have a lot of cash. I'm fully invested, but I've been trimming my financials, which I'm still overweight. I've been adding the healthcare, which I'm still underweight, just getting a little closer to neutral.
Hear more of that conversation with Bob Dahl on the Surveillance Podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Checking markets overseas, the FTSE in London's higher by around 0.7%, as is the CAC in Paris. The DAX in Germany's higher by around 0.8%. Japan's Nikkei closed higher by 214 points, or a full 0.5%. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong closed lower by 1.2%, or 236 points, and China's CSI 300 lost 34 points. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Scott Carr, and this is Bloomberg.
Not everybody likes talking about money. Some people find it awkward. Sometimes they even find it a little embarrassing. I do not. I like talking about money. Whether it's the boardroom, the newsroom, the trading floor, I've spent the last 30 years talking about money, writing about money, and talking about it and writing about it a little bit more. I'm Maren Sumsett-Webb, and every week, senior reporter John Steppick and I answer your questions
Uncover
about personal
from
finance,
CBC
and we discuss the best
Podcasts
strategies
is your
for making
source
the
for
most of
exceptional
your money.
storytelling
Listen
and groundbreaking journalism. Unveil the shocking secrets of one of Canada's most prolific fashion moguls.
He far exceeds Jeffrey Epstein. He far exceeds Bill Cosby.
And dive into the unsolved murders of two Canadian billionaires.
This is a perfect storm of conspiracy theory. It's got all the ingredients, none of the answers.
With new episodes released weekly, you'll hear the very best in award-winning true crime. Listen to Uncover wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Audio Studios.
Podcasts, radio, news.
Gambling on sports is now legal in almost 40 states in the U.S. The Supreme Court paved the way for this in 2018. And since then, betting has become a big business. Football is Americans' favorite sport to watch, and it has been by a wide margin for more than half a century now. On Thanksgiving in 2023, more than 34 million people on average tuned into the NFL's 3 games. That was a record-breaking audience. Tomorrow's slate of games is poised to break this record anew. In recent years, the National Football League has gone all in on gambling, on broadcasts, in stadiums, and online. Jason Kelly, who hosts the Bloomberg podcast The Deal with Alex Rodriguez, says the NFL's embrace of betting and fantasy football is having a huge impact on the game.
What is so interesting is it's changed the economics for literally everyone involved.
It's a boon for the league and for sports betting sites. Many fans are following the game in a new way. Pre-game shows have shifted their focus. They're about odds as much as wins and losses. And Jason says sports betting has changed the game itself in many ways, and what life is like for players.
They're the product. They're the product that's being bet on, week after week, day by day, and in minutia that they probably never could have imagined was happening.
And that, Jason says, is both a blessing and a curse.
On the one hand, there's this massive opportunity for more revenue and more attention. On the other side, there's a dark side that we know about to sports betting, which can be very personal and potentially dangerous.
Jason says he wanted to hear from pro football players themselves about this moment of transition to get a sense of how they feel being at the center of this new industry. So he sat down with several athletes who are trying to figure out where there's opportunity, what they can do, and what they can't. River Craycraft is a veteran wide receiver for the Miami Dolphins.
It has struck fear into me. When it comes to sports betting, I don't fully know the ins and outs of what I am and what I am not allowed to do.
I'm David Gura, and this is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. Today on the show, how the normalization of betting culture is impacting pro football and the athletes who play it. Bloomberg's Jason Kelly knew he wanted to hear from a range of NFL players about the impact sports betting is having on professional football. So he reached out to some who are newly pro, others who are mid-career, who have played for 2 or 3 teams, and a player who's recently retired. But Jason says, lining them up wasn't easy.
Well, what's interesting, David, is not everybody wanted to talk about this. In fact, there were a bunch of players and reps that I called who are like, yeah, my guy's not going to go anywhere near talking about sports betting.
What makes this a sensitive subject is how much is at stake. One misstep, and an NFL player could be suspended.
The basics are, if you're an NFL player, if you're an active NFL player or associated with an NFL team, you cannot bet on football. You certainly can't bet on your own team, full stop. And so they're hyper aware of what they can and can't say, and what they can say is actually very limited. One of the people we interviewed, River Craycraft, who's a wide receiver for the Dolphins, was talking about sort of the written rules and the unwritten rules. The written rules are very clear.
Some of the things around gambling are you don't want to do it in the facility, you don't want to do it at any team functions or anywhere. Basically, that includes the NFL. For example, being at your house by yourself would be a place that you could do it. So those are some of the written rules versus the unwritten rules, which is kind of like speaking out on so-and-so is going to do this week to the media, perhaps.
Jason says the growth of sports betting is making life tricky for pro players like Craycraft. It's posing all kinds of new challenges.
He's getting text messages and calls, and he sort of has to say to people, it's like, come on, man.
I have friends all the time who will reach out who are placing bets and stuff and asking me questions about, who's scoring this week and who's scoring that week. And like I said, I'm so scared I can't respond to these guys. And some of these guys are my best friends, and I just got to tell them, like, hey, you know the deal.
Jason also spoke with Julius Thomas, a recently retired all-pro tight end who played for the Denver Broncos, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Miami Dolphins.
I think about all the friends and all the people in my life that would send me a text like, blunt, hey, are you playing? I need to know. And you had to think about, what can I say? How can I be coy about this? How do I create these boundaries?
It's a mix of the ambiguity of how a player is supposed to operate in this new environment, where betting is so clearly such a big deal, and the potential penalties that can be stressful for NFL players.
The punishment is severe enough for these guys, and many of them said it, that it is just not worth going near it at all because of the loss of wages and the loss of opportunity.
Jason says to keep in mind that careers in the NFL are generally pretty short. The average career is just about 3.5 years long. In 2022, Calvin Ridley, a star wide receiver, was suspended for a year for betting on NFL games. He's now back playing for the Tennessee Titans. Dolphins player Teron Armstead says punishments like that loom large as players navigate their limits.
You see a great player gone for a year, not anything injury related, not anything health related. It's a shock, and it's scary.
Sports betting's large-scale normalization has led to a cultural sea change in professional sports, especially football. And aside from the risks it poses for players, Armstead says it's also shifting the way fans engage with the game, with downsides and benefits.
People are getting more and more invested and kind of getting away from teams and favorite players. They're going where, their advantages are. And I get it, but I like the fact that it gives you something to watch and you're hoping for it. You're staying the entire game in hopes for you coming out positive on your bet. So I love that aspect of it, for sure. I love the attraction that it brings.
Coming up, the challenges NFL players fans' relationships to players.
When fantasy football started to take off and so many people started to be individually invested in your job performance on a week in, week out basis, it was really challenging for me. You have people coming up to you at restaurants, at grocery stores and saying, oh, why didn't you guys throw the ball enough? Or why didn't you catch more passes? Why didn't you have more touchdowns? To the point where I started to even isolate myself. I would only go to the grocery store at night. I didn't want to go spend time in the local downtowns because I knew I was going to be bombarded and I was going to be having to deal with that kind of stuff.
Today, you can bet on almost every aspect of the game. Sports betting sites like DraftKings encourage parlays, a cumulative series of bets in which gamblers can potentially win big even while betting small. This leads to fans, particularly ones on social media, taking issue with moments that are small, bordering on insignificant, that have little to no impact on the final score. Jason says the players he talked to resent any implication they're not giving it their all during a game.
So this notion that someone could say they were not working as hard as they could, it really sort of cuts to the heart of, I think, their pride and sense of self.
Jason says players noted how social media is littered with rude, crass, and downright mean-spirited messages directed at them, and how much they're costing gamblers.
I don't know if anyone has really figured out, including the NFL or these individual teams, how to truly protect players.
The pros Jason talked to recognize that now that betting is legal, it's not going anywhere.
They seem to be pretty convinced that this is here to stay.
The collective bargaining agreement between the NFL and the NFL Players Association doesn't expire until 2030. But Jason expects betting will be front and center when that contract gets negotiated in a few years.
Listen, today's players are much more aware than they were 20, 30, certainly 40, 50 years ago of the massive economics underneath this game, especially this game, the NFL. I mean, this is the big daddy of them all in terms of professional leagues. They read the same headlines. They know the billions and billions that are going in, and they're going to continue to argue to get their fair share of it.
Something that could change is what kind of relationship pro football players are allowed to have with the betting industry. Right now, it's limited.
They, in the NFL, unlike in other leagues, are prohibited from having business relationships with the betting companies, which is not the case in some of the other leagues. So, for instance, LeBron James is an ambassador for DraftKings. That's totally allowed in the NBA, not allowed in the NFL.
The league, proponents of sports betting, and the players recognize that there is an upside to all this money changing hands.
One of the things that is very clear about what betting has done, betting and fantasy have done, is it has raised the level of interest in games that you or I, as a fan of a certain team, might not have been interested in before.
But the notion of fandom is changing as a result. Some fans who are betting on football are more interested in individual performance than in the game itself.
And so it does create sort of a different kind of tension, and it takes away, arguably, some of the spirit of why we love sports so much, which is we want our team to win. It does sort of take away some of the romance to some extent of, a march to the playoffs if you're, really just rooting for a team, because all of a sudden you're sort of rooting for your fantasy team or your betting portfolio. I don't know, maybe I'm being like old man nostalgic here, but I remember a day where you just wanted your team to win.
Thanks for listening to The Big Take from Bloomberg News. I'm David Gura. This episode was produced by Alex Segura, who also mixed it. It was edited by Stacey Vanek Smith and Aaron Edwards. It was fact-checked by Adriana Tapia. Naomi Shavin is our senior producer. Elizabeth Ponso is our senior editor. Nicole Beamsterboer is our executive producer. Sage Bauman is Bloomberg's head of podcasts. Please follow and review The Big Take wherever
outbreak or TB outbreak, we deal with it.
When I was state public health director, we had a laboratory technician who said, I've seen 2 cases of Salmonella agona in the last week. And I normally see maybe 1 a month. Something might be going on here. That's when the public health epidemiologists went out and they interviewed the individuals who had this positive. They asked them what they ate. They asked them where they ate. And the stories began to line up and pointed to a single breakfast cereal. This led to a recall of literally millions of pounds of this breakfast cereal that was causing disease across 7 states in the country. That's the public health system.
I think that, I take care of 905,000 people.
One of the things we have to remember is that basically until the 1700s, the entire medical profession was probably a net negative in terms of health. If you were sick in 1650, you were better off not seeing a physician. Because the physician would be like, oh, you do seem ill. Here, take some of this deadly poison mercury, or would you like some leeches? 2 centuries ago, 30% of children died before they became adults. 1/3 of your kids were likely to die in childhood. But it was also hard to live to 80 or 90.
When my grandfather was born in 1900, he was expected to live to 48 years of age. He actually lived to 84. So in the last century, we gained 30 years of life expectancy, but only 5 of those years were due to everything I learned in medical school. All the really intensive, expensive sick care things that, you want to have when you have that one rare disease. But 25 of the years that we gained in that last century were due to things that we can only solve collectively.
To me, that is the most impressive thing that we have ever done as a species.
I think public health goes deep into our history as a way of mitigating the risk of living socially.
How do you limit infectious disease and deaths? It comes down to prevention.
These are ideas that led to kind of an attention to the environment, the water supply, the sewage systems, housing reforms, the creation of sanitation departments.
It wasn't that long ago that you went to work and you might not come home. Workplace mortality was very high. We fixed that, not through medicine, we fixed it through policy.
There are just so many things in public health that work every day that we don't know are happening.
It begins with prenatal care. It begins with what we serve our children for their school lunches.
Public health asks the question, how can we prevent tragedy?
It's what we as a society do collectively to improve our health.
That's the definition of public health from the Institute of Medicine. And what I like about it is what we as a society do collectively.
No one person does public health. We do it together.
I was looking at the data, life expectancy, which is usually one of the key measures of the well-being of a society. We began falling as compared to other wealthy nations. What happened?
As public health saved many, many, many lives, people took it for granted.
We don't think about the fact that we are drinking safe water, eating safe food, inhaling safe air. But all of that is what makes us healthy.
Public health is undervalued and underappreciated. And so it's a difficult moment because many health problems really can only be improved through public policy.
About 40 years ago,
we started really significantly underinvesting in public health in ways that became real challenges.
In 1980, Ronald Reagan became president of the United States, and his presidency really represented an important ideological shift.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
We adopted this idea that all we are is a collection of families. It's parents who are responsible for children. It's each adult who's responsible for his or her health. And the market is the place where we figure out the most efficient options. Now, this is just so wrong.
We know that we can take people who have been severely injured, who have significant diseases, and that we can cure them. And that's very good, but it's very expensive.
In this country, we've spent, $3.6 trillion on health? And less than 3% of those expenditures are focused on prevention.
The erosion of government investment in the tools that we need to keep people healthy, the disease monitoring, the public health labs, the disease detectives. Some 50,000 frontline health workers were lost, beginning with the decline in 1980. We have to ask ourselves, what happens when you put profit in the mix of guaranteeing people's health?
Compared to other high-income countries, we are not a healthy country. Compared to other high-income countries, we have a life expectancy about 3 to 5 years less. And the way to think about that is, we as Americans are choosing to live 5 years less. Now, when I say that to people, people often say, well, wait a second, I'm not choosing to live 5 years, but we are, right? We are because we allow the policies to happen that create a world where we live shorter, sicker lives.
Between 2016 and 2018, life expectancy in the United States stagnated and declined. This was the first 3-year decline in life expectancy in a century since the time of World War I and the Great Influenza.
One of the tragic facts about the recent decline in life expectancy in the United States is that it actually wasn't entirely driven by COVID.
The escalating obesity epidemic and the rise of diabetes as a leading cause of death, the continued impact of heart disease, stroke, and of course, the many common cancers.
There's opioid overdoses, suicides, gun-related homicides, problems that involve the overall health of the fabric of society.
People are dying when they don't need to die. We're the wealthiest country in the world. So what exactly is happening here?
Public health is like the foundation of your house. It's not something you talk a whole lot about until it's cracked. And let me tell you, ours is cracked.
This is a moment to really tell the story of public health as to why it matters, what it does, and how much is fundamentally at stake for whether people can live the lives they want to live.
If you think about the great heroes of history of health and medicine, we often evoke people who invented specific interventions. So Edward Jenner and the smallpox vaccine, and Salk and the polio vaccine, Alexander Fleming and penicillin. But there are other pioneers in that history who have saved, I would argue, just as many lives. But they didn't do it by creating a thing, an object, or a pill. They did it by thinking about data in new ways. Human societies have had a long history of registering births and deaths. That's basically as old as the census, which is thousands of years old. But what we didn't have until around 400 years ago was one crucial element of data, which was what they died of. This first began to become a practice in the development in what were called bills of mortality that were collected on a parish-by-parish level in England. The diseases and casualties this week, you have things like cough. 5 people died of cough. 47 people died of fever. 9 people died of rickets, 4 died of scurvy, 2 died of spotted fever, and then apparently 27 died of teeth. What you see here is an attempt in a very elemental way to detect patterns in a series of lives and deaths. The idea that perhaps you could learn from those patterns was pioneered by a guy named John Grant in the 1660s. Grant hit upon the idea of collecting data across all the different parishes and then wrote a pamphlet using that data to sketch out, really for the first time, a general sense of how long people were living, how often children were dying in London, what the overall prevalence of certain diseases were. For the first time, you could start to think about not just individual cases, but trends happening over time. The rising and falling of outbreaks, clusters of death that were associated with some kind of pollutant. All of these things became visible for the first time. The collection of the data and the belief that those patterns would ultimately reveal insights that could actually improve our health. In some ways, this is the beginning of public health.
The science base for public health is epidemiology. Semmelweis was using epidemiology when he found that the reason women were dying in childbirth was that they were getting infections from the doctors who were doing autopsies and then delivering babies without washing hands. Can you believe we did not have a department of epidemiology in this country till a little over 100 years ago? The U.S. Public Health Service started the first department of epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins School.
It was founded in 1916, right before the Spanish flu pandemic that circulated and killed millions of people around the world. And it trained a group of practitioners that would be able to fight that pandemic. It's gone on to make extraordinary contributions to public health.
There are epidemiologists and clinicians, public health practitioners all over the world who are looking to see what's happening in their communities and raising the alarm when something unusual happens. It's often doctors or nurses who report that a patient has different symptoms than they might expect. And by gathering that data in aggregate, we as epidemiologists can see what viruses are emerging.
In late December of 2019, I got the original reports of cases of severe respiratory disease and atypical pneumonia in Wuhan, China. The concern I heard in the voices of trusted international colleagues of mine that have been part of our community for a long time suggested to me this was something that we really needed to pay attention to. Healthcare worker deaths are red flags. People that are treating the cases coming in, if they're getting sick and dying and how quickly that's happening, tells you a lot about the nature of what the pathogen may be.
Early in an outbreak, speed is of essence. Days can matter, hours can matter. And so the quicker that you can make your insights widely available, the faster other people can use that to help to protect their own communities. Day after day, I saw that case counts were increasing. So the number of people with this infection were growing really quickly, and it really made me nervous. I could see that this was not coming under control quickly and that it was likely a problem that was going to spread beyond China.
In January of 2020, when the epidemic was growing exponentially, there were rumors that the Chinese would begin closing down Wuhan and then all of Hubei province, cutting off the transportation infrastructure. We had made the decision that there was enough seriousness to the nature of what was going on and concern and fear that we would go into our playbook for setting up an international arrival screening program at our airports to look for cases. We did not know fully what we were dealing with or the extent of exposure or contagion. Without really understanding or knowing the threat, how do you protect against introduction and spread in the United States? So in that setting, there were a lot of conversations about resurrecting 14th century toolboxes.
Public health has been protecting us since medieval times, since the Black Death. It was spread by fleas who carried Yersinia pestis, which causes the bubonic plague. And when it reached Europe through trade and travel, largely carried by rats, but could also be on fabrics, wool, other items that were traded, it caused terror, utter terror. 1 in 10 of a city is dying, up to sort of 2/3 of a city. It must have seemed like the end of the world. That kind of destruction is hard to imagine. In the late 1300s, in the Adriatic, in a town we now know as Dubrovnik, whose fortunes were built on trading with the East, they couldn't afford to lose the trade, but you can't have 2/3 of your population dying. What to do? And so the city elders of Dubrovnik came up with a solution that they thought would let them have their cake and eat it too, basically, which was quarantine. Make the ships stop at an island offshore and wait. And if anyone did fall ill, well, that's great, don't let them in. And if they didn't, well, great, it's safe. Quarantine was a public health tool. It was the city making visible its fight against this terrifying, invisible plague that no one really understood.
In Wuhan, China, the size of that quarantine was pretty unprecedented. Obviously, it did escape. Many people left the city before the quarantine could be enacted. So it didn't ultimately have an impact on preventing the pandemic.
The first case of the coronavirus has been reported here in the U.S. According to the CDC, the patient traveled in November to Wuhan, China. He's currently quarantined at a hospital just north of Seattle.
What's the emergency?
I can't breathe.
You're having difficulty breathing?
Yeah, I've got my oxygen on, but it's not doing too well.
She's feeling clammy and having chest pain, and she's getting shaky.
It feels like there's something on my chest. My arms and my hands are really tingly and cold. I cannot catch a breath. I can't catch my breath.
I understand. Are you alone right now?
Yes.
Thank you all for being here. I'm Dr. Anthony Chen. I'm Director of Health at the Tacoma-Pierce County Health Department. What I would like to announce today is that we have our first COVID-19 case in Pierce County. We might not have any magic bullets. We might not have a vaccine yet, but we do have a playbook. It might be an old playbook that has gone back for centuries, but it is a playbook that we know works. When there is no cure, when there is no vaccine, public health knows what to do.
Today I've come to talk about our nation's efforts to address this vital issue. To the health and the safety of all Americans, I'm here to discuss our strategy to prevent and protect the American people from a possible outbreak.
After SARS in 2003, the Bush administration was very much gearing up for this concept of the potential of a new pandemic of influenza akin to the veracity of the 1918 pandemic. And there was, both at a global level and at a national level, a desire to have a really robust pandemic response plan.
The 1918 pandemic killed over 500,000 Americans. and more than 20 million people across the globe. 1/3 of the U.S. population was infected. And life expectancy in our country was reduced by 13 years.
We wanted to chart the epidemic curve of deaths over a 6-month period during that 1918 wave in the fall, and then plot every day what every city did to mitigate that pandemic. We wanted time on one axis, the death count on another, and along that continuum, what were the interventions? First thing we noticed as we got the death curves together is that they looked fundamentally different. There were huge spikes like Philadelphia, and there were sort of rolling hills like St. Louis. When we looked at all the interventions, we could see that the shape of those curves were profoundly affected by the non-pharmaceutical interventions. Mask use, isolation, quarantine, business closures, school closures. We wanted to reduce the area under the curve, which is the cumulative number of deaths. And the delay was to buy time until we understood the virus better and until we could rapidly develop treatments and vaccines. What we saw in 1918 was no one thing in the NPI arena of non-pharmaceutical interventions was sufficient to give you the kind of protection that was needed. Multiple layers were beyond additive, they were actually synergistic. And that's essentially the Swiss cheese strategy. No one slice alone is sufficient, but as long as you had multiple slices of Swiss cheese and the holes weren't perfectly aligned, you created redundancy of protection. COVID has the ultimate invisibility cloak. People won't even know they're infected. They won't know when they became infected after exposure. And the only way to really curtail person-to-person spread and get ahead of what exponential growth would look like is to have a contact quarantine program. But I think the reality of implementing large-scale mass quarantine and isolation for a highly contagious respiratory pathogen that had reproductive rates with exponential growth and the potential of asymptomatic transmission, in many ways that completely blew away even the best laid plans.
Tonight, elected officials taking unprecedented measures to keep people safe.
Two of the nation's biggest states ordering all non-essential workers to stay
Closing down bars
home.
and restaurants, social distancing.
That includes shutting down things nationwide if the numbers start accelerating.
We had our playbook, but before the pandemic, we never had to implement it. You notice quite unusually, we are a little bit further apart than we normally are, and that is intentional. I mean, things like social distancing and stuff, we were talking theoretically that, yeah, that would be weird. Kids would have to sit 6 feet apart. We never did that before, but we had talked about it. So I think we were ready. But were we ready for the full scope of it? No. The infrastructure has been just kind of hollowed out.
Everybody loves public health, but we don't seem to like to fund it.
Due to local budget restrictions, we were forced to close our clinic.
We don't have any communicable disease staff.
We have a problem in public health. We only fund when there's an emergency.
The investigators at the FBI are just very carefully exploring all the information they have about the anthrax attack on the country.
After an incident, whether it's the anthrax attacks in 2001, SARS in 2003, H1N1, Ebola, Zika, on and on, there is a surge of interest and sometimes funding in bolstering public health. And then very quickly, that energy and investment fades.
This is part of the panic neglect cycle, that in the middle of a crisis, attention and care and investments flood into addressing the problem. And at some point, all of that starts fading. We start shifting towards this kind of cultural amnesia, and it returns us to the same